Here we go, chat. 24 hours of getting bullied by lovely prototypes. Hello. Ready for... It is time, ladies and gentlemen. Real lemon hours. Wow! Straight over the top there. Hey guys. It is Krangle here. Welcome to Le Mans Virtual. How are we doing, cuties? Big thank you to Carter and to Rob, dropping 10 and £5 respectively. Thank you. I'm not even started yet.
Okay, quick reminder to all the teams. Everyone must be on the grid. Not being on the grid means that you will be left out of the race. So please, everyone, onto the grid.
Saj, already getting wrecked.
Hello and welcome to Le Mans. We are ready for the start of the 2023 Le Mans 24 Hours Virtual. Our 45 cars are lined up in their ear of corn formation as they qualified with our LMP.
So we qualified, where are we? We're down here somewhere. We qualified P7 in class.
Them through. Porsche Commander
not bad.
Qualified and locked out the front row of the grid. And
streamer hair, yeah, I know, mate.
Are all at the sharp end of the field. So here is how they will start. On pole position,
it is time.
The number
Egg.
20 Porsche
Who's there? We don't know. Where can I go that's safe?
Ahead of teammate Morris Red line on road
I can be here for now.
Rosenquist and Formula One world champion Max Verstappen will start their
never heard of him, mate.
RHG and Sammy Matty Trogan for AMG Team Williams. Then behind them, AMG Team Petronas, James Baldwin and
1 minute, under 1 minute to start the formation.
Still in the LMP category.
Please, when leaving the ear of corn, only leave when the car on your right has left. Formation is to be kept as tight as possible, and once exiting Arnage, all cars to side-by-side position.
That
is our boy Eduardo, race director.
Starting from their base in Versailles. The number 4, Floyd Van Wilbur's car ahead of the 101 GRE Sports Machine.
Thank you so much, James, mate.
Under 30 seconds to start the formation line.
Pescarolo
what did
and
he say?
Rocket Sim
Beer of
Sport.
cone?
Row 11, Alpine and GR.
I heard corn. I don't know if that's right either, though.
We still have a car missing on the grid. Car 36, if you're not on the grid to start, you will not be allowed to start the race.
And then Mexico Racing Team.
Are they ahead of us or behind us?
Starting for ARC Bratislava.
5,
that is row
4,
13. Row
3,
14,
2,
Graf.
1.
And the Le Mans
Start
Virtual
of the
Cup
formation
drivers
lap
with
for
Andy
the
and
third
Seb
edition
Prio
of
as
the
their
virtual
pro
24
drivers.
hours of Le
And
Mans.
on pole position in GT,
Can we-
RHG's Ferrari ahead of the
Can we
BMW that leads.
Can we go live than live? We can. Chat, we are going into the future.
BMW. On row 18, another BMW and the Orica Red Bull Porsche that lies second in the standings. Ahead of the Maranello Ferrari and
safety car mix.
Project One Porsche by Durr Motorsports. Then P1 and the Law JMX Phantom Aston Martin with D Stations Aston behind them and Simsa Esports getting towards the tail of our field. SF Esports and In Speed Racing, racing from their base in Shanghai, and Satellite. Not setting a time, the 45th car on the grid. Well, the tyres
Hi, chat, sorry.
by Goodyear. They go soft with the
Thank you so much, yeah, James, for the 30 bucks, mate. Cheers, dude. Also, Dean for the 2. Good day. I'm good, mate. It's going to be a good day, this.
Again, any penalties the game allocates for the formation lap or start of the race will be dealt with by race control manually.
1400 CET, and before dusk, we may well see the first rain. There is rain also.
Rain is forecast. I might be in it. I hope not, though.
Morning as well.
Thank you, Crownless.
Into the daylight hours. So there is the weather.
Quick reminder,
25 degrees
LMPs
and
to
dry.
grid
Not
positions
much of a
once
headwind,
exiting
just 18 kilometers an hour.
Arnage, side by
That, of
side,
course, will
once the
affect
leading
cars
car
very
leaves
differently around this
the
Le
track.
Mans
It's up to the
24-hour
pole
circuit.
sitter
Winner,
to
chicken
control the
dinner.
pace.
Chicken.
The line is
for
the
race
timing
to get
line,
underway. And the field will be led
the game
away
will start.
by
For the
one of
GTs, we will
big
start the
technological
GTs
programs that
manually
the AC is
ourselves.
undertaking.
So much
The gap
noise.
is to be between 5 and 10
Small British
seconds,
man in a BMW
side by side,
gets touched by
until
beef tuck
we say
pockets for
that the
24
race
hours
for
at
the
a track called
GTs is
Lemons.
starting. Do not forget, it's tight on the 4 chicanes. Please leave space. You will be doing the 4 chicanes side by side.
Thank you, Nick. Is that it? You finished?
Testing and development over
guys, exclamation mark Bitsker in the chat, by the way. She is streaming the start of the race from her perspective.
Last summer and in the European Le Mans Series. And the plan for the ACO and Green GT is to have this car competing in the 24 Hours of Le Mans in June 2025. Le Mans has always been a test bed for manufacturers and for new technology, and the ACO taking it upon themselves to push even more new technology with the H24 program.
Not gonna lie, it looks slow as fuck. That thing.
There is H24 leading the field around. The commentary team is ready to go. Martin Haven, Ben Constanturis, Lewis McGlade and Chris McCarthy here in the studio at the Motorsport Games HQ at Silverstone. And dotted around the world are our drivers. Of course, under the auspices of the ACO and the governing body of world motorsport, the FIA, we have a message from our president, Mohammed bin Sulayem.
Again, this is a lot of cars. The pit lane has a limited length. Please be careful in the pit lane. Let's avoid unsafe releases. Let's avoid collisions in the pit lane.
24 Hours of Le Mans centenary on
thank you, Pig. Thank you for the fiver, mate.
As a prelude to this major event, the 24 Hours of Le Mans virtual is being held this weekend to launch this anniversary year. Once again, the
good luck today, Jimmer. Podium or DNF.
Demonstrates the increasing popularity
hopefully not.
of eSport and its successful partnership with the motorsport community. The biggest teams and the best drivers will be on the start line this afternoon.
And me!
Including the 3 single-seater 2022 champions, Max Verstappen, Felipe Drugovich, and Victor Martin.
Where is the Praga Cup? Where is the Praga Cup club level champion mention?
Mercedes, Peugeot, and Porsche
shaking my damn head, chat.
This will herald
shaking my damn head.
Hours of thrilling and competitive races, which will no doubt delight the fans who will be
good luck to you and the team. Time for deterioration over the next 24 hours.
Motorsport Games and Gerard Neveu
I am shaking right now.
Event. And salute the organizers and competitors. I wish everyone a great success. Have a great race.
Have a great race. That's exactly, I think, what we're all looking
They saw the
S9. Cars already on their
hey, come on now.
Now, some of our drivers had the opportunity.
I'm racing, yeah. Exclamation mark stints, guys.
As well. I know an awful lot of them will be feeling
very LMP2 cars to grid positions. LMP2 cars to grid positions. Keep the formation as tight as possible. GT cars to grid positions. Keep the formation as tight as possible.
Oh, there's so many voices!
5 to 10 second gap between the first GT and the last LMP2, please.
Thank you, Baz. Sorry, I'm having a little bit of I'm feeling a little bit overwhelmed by all the noises. Having an oversensitive moment.
Reminder for mixture to go back to quali, and also good luck, have fun.
Yeah, good luck, Busker.
Thank you.
You see how I always say her name now? Because I've learned it and I'm happy. So I'm saying it all the time.
Not correct. You need to close those gaps and be side by side. LMP2 cars to be side by side in a compact grid position.
With the best esports teams and racing drivers. See you.
Hi, my name is Nakib Azlan.
The front is not aligned. The front is not aligned.
Oh, Eduardo is not happy.
In the 24-hour Le Mans
Keep it like that. Remember that you're doing the chicane side by side.
So, super excited. Got the biggest name out there in racing industry, which is Max Verstappen.
Is he going to give us a kiss as well?
Look out for, and one name
please.
For me that I'll be aiming to be on track. So, looking forward to it, and yeah, can't wait.
Please.
We are ready to go racing.
Let's go, boys.
Let's go get
cars
that win,
on
Jimmy.
standby.
Booster,
On the start, side by side,
booster,
please.
booster.
Side by side.
Porsche locked out the front row, but already Team
GT cars, go.
Oh,
GT
Redline!
cars, go.
Is Max Verstappen in this split?
Exclamation mark Max. Is that Redline or? Yeah, I think it is.
The GT cars follow across the line. Again, it's the 888 Ferrari on
Please,
Can't bite scare.
no Jimmer.
Thank you, Billy.
Car number 1, it looks like Max Verstappen taking the lead very quickly.
Guys, exclamation mark Max to watch his POV, already in the lead.
A lot of rehearsal, a lot of test racing, a lot of practice. He has tried and not had great success
Simmer
during the
Jimmers in a
season.
bimmer. Verstano, good luck.
Thank you.
Determined to deal with
Where can I put myself? Here's better, right? Like down here.
And take the bulls by the horn right from the run down to the first corner.
Oh, there's a car in the barrier up there.
My ad nightmare listening Lamo.
Going around that Dunlop King. Brilliant start though for Verstappen to take over the race lead. Lauren Heinrich up into...
I know. I'm getting that as well, would you, mate?
Back down in second position, shearing behind him, Felix Rosenqvist.
Exclamation mark broadcast. You want to go rewind the stuff. I'm not going to be rewinding stuff unless there's a big incident. Right, where is... I can see quite screen the inside there.
Immediately and just went.
He is a very aggressive driver, and that is exactly
with the Porsche. So we're now down to P8, I think, off the start. That's okay.
And hard rhythm for his teammates, for everyone else to chase.
Verstappen establishing the quick and hard rhythm.
Really take the fight to the other cars. You have to force the other teams to drive hard, and sometimes this has worked, other times it has not. But for Redline right now, that seems to be the choice. For the GTE car, though, it is progress backwards for the BMW.
Yeah, it looks as though it hasn't been the greatest start. It's Alex Smoljar who leads.
Yeah, we're falling back there. I think it's down to P9 now.
James Baldwin. Yeah, James Baldwin trying to find a way.
Baldwin.
Straight, but in fact, he was getting by. James Baldwin going by the number 2 cars, and number 2 Felix Rosenqvist going.
Thank you, Sisu. Aussie Sus.
Patronus. Got 2 AMG teams.
Welcome.
Team Patronus and Team
Lovely
Williams.
members.
Max Verstappen.
We're number 10.
Starting to stretch his legs out front.
Oh, there is some timing somewhere.
And Maurice Schuring in the second of the Porsches. He is in 3rd spot at the moment.
We are in the lorry, yeah.
Was up to 4th at the end of the first sector for AMG.
Max doing just Max things and just fucking off.
The Team Patronus car in 5th now. There's Felix Rosenqvist, who started 3rd, don't forget, in car number 1 for Red.
Guys, if you're enjoying the stream and want to be here for the entire time, make sure to hit that sub button and like.
We might have a team in
Do it
already as well, sadly. The
Please.
LOR JMX Phantom team have not come through the first sector.
Oh no, someone's already fucked it.
What's going on with those guys, but unfortunately the 889
Be kind to me, Joachim, mate, alright? I'm only small.
But where we can see the AMG Team Patronus car, James Baldwin, who put in a fantastic performance back at Sebring and at Spa as well.
I think Redline is streaming on. Actually, you know, I know there is the official Max stream, which we are sharing here in chat, but Redline are also streaming another actual perspective of Max, I think. So put that out there.
Baldwin also fantastic in the real world now. He's actually a pro driver. That's why he's starting here. And the 4th member of that team, Danny Ucadella, incredible.
Yeah, we're falling back.
As well as the real
big time.
They'll be hoping not to downshift too quickly this year. Let's see what between P1 Esports and Sims.
Where are we?
Just like last year, Jimmy has more people watching his stream than the official stream has.
For the championship, you can see here as well, almost the entirety of the GTE contingent are running the soft tyres. We're expecting to.
I know you hate me.
Soft. The only exception to that.
Thank you, Baz.
How was your morning, honey?
It was good, hun. I woke up and noticed a massive leak in my roof, which made me just really happy. So right now there's just water in my run room.
No Punterino, Jimmer.
Thank you, Kenny.
Good luck. Can you say hi to Forbes and Miguel also watching with me? Smiley face. Enjoy ye and please no Punterino, Jimmer.
Hello, Forbes and Miguel.
They will take that as pretty much early as they can. Team Mexico Racing. One of the great things that this has developed is as a shop window for
Thank you, Dan.
teams. We've got the team based in Shanghai. We've got Team Mexico.
Please no Punterino, Jimmer.
Oh!
Legend 2-time F1 champ versus Chad Praga Cup UK champ.
Oh, that was kind of pretty. That was kind of cute. Praga champ, obviously, the
behind, and now they're stuck behind.
The most prestigious driver here. Speaking of, where's Gordy? Gordy's P10.
Be in trouble as well. We did see a car as the field came round to the line, a car going off just before they came round the final corner to take to the start.
When is GTE? When is GTE, Lamont?
It seems maybe they've hit trouble early doors as well.
Oh, do you?
In the background as well. There was a big send from one of the R8Gs.
Jimmy, I think Trombate's on board. She may have been punted.
Really?
A couple of issues in the start of this race, dropping back down to 16th. The number 4 Van Burst has moved forward. Meanwhile,
she hasn't said anything.
Yeah, this is a change for 9th place. The blue Panis car, that's Joop van Uyten, a real-world Panis driver in LMP2. He's just got ahead of that Brabham eSports car, the Brabham car being driven by...
we just don't have any speed in the straight, it looks like.
That was a change on that last lap, and you can see that Gordy Much is trying to get back in front. The green and gold, the Australian colours on the Brabham car, of course.
Please, no Punterino, Jimmer.
These days, and so
Bono, my roof is gone.
Just ahead of Team Fordzilla, looking a little further up the order. Look at the gap that Max Verstappen had tried to establish.
Do you guys want to see the onboard?
About a car length and a half, 0.6 of a second.
Or do you want to watch the broadcast?
Drivers are starting to close back in on the race leader.
Going to speculate that Rocket Sim Sport with Angus Fender, the number 22 machine, had an issue from the outset. They were 3 seconds slower in the first sector of the lap, another 3 seconds slower in the second sector of that first lap, and then ended up visiting the pits at the end of the lap. They've stayed in the pits for the moment, so maybe that is an issue with Angus, and they've got no other drivers ready to get him into the car.
Well, over here, where can I go?
On the very first lap back in Sebring, the last round of last year, before we previous round of this championship, where they had an issue into the first corner. I think it was even before the start of the race.
How about that with like the
could have been something similar, you know, a tricky start here as well.
Can I just say, by the way, where else are you going to get this? We've got 2-time Formula 1 champion versus 2 drivers who race in the Porsche Super Cup versus an Asian Le Mans Series champion versus world's fastest gamer versus IndyCar driver in the top 6. And we've just had a change. AMG Team Williams
there you go.
and AMG Team Petronas fighting away with each other. That is the battle on your screen. Now we're going to go to Proton versus the ProDrive Fire team.
So falling back a little bit.
In the purple-coloured car there, the
please no Punterino Jimmer.
And that's going to be a change.
Good luck, Jimmer. I want to see you guys up high.
He's on fire in the early stages.
Well, Lassie Sorensen was very good. Very good.
So good.
Thank you, Will.
A little too early for
I meant it.
Yeah, Lassie Sorensen very quick in qualifying. In the end, it didn't quite work out for them in Superpole, in Hyperpole, but yeah, he moves up to 2nd place.
I like the broadcast. I like to hear what's going on.
Second behind Alex Smolyar, the race leader in the GTE.
No, I can't do it for broadcast overlay. I'm not in. I'm not controlling these. We're just watching broadcasts.
Because they're all exactly the same car. They've got the same engine.
I kind of can't. All right.
Kit, they've got the same tires.
Oh wait, how? No, you guys taught me how to do this last year.
Position, I'm guessing around P10.
When you get working like that, that was Johnny Edgar pushing Sandy Mitchell.
You taught me how to be like.
Both positions passed in the Pescarello car. Which
how did I do it?
Einborg at the moment, so both of them pushing their way through, and that's the kind of thing is that if you.
Right. Well, no, I'm not sure I can do picture-in-picture because this is on a different website. It's on Twitch, so I think I can do that.
With them on the motor, especially in the first 40 minutes in the first hour and a bit, whilst you're going through those first couple of stints, because otherwise moves like this happen. Einborg straight back down the inside of Edgar.
Big dive bomb, and it's a little bit like.
Oh, come on. Carefulness, track limits, Spicer, mate.
Is that if you get out of the draft, suddenly whoosh, you're going backwards in a big hurry.
This is just a display capture though. I don't have enough.
Racing or cycling, the draft is just the same, and you can pick up a side toe as well as from behind. And you can see there down into Mulsanne corner.
I can't. This still is quite like what's the word? This still is quite
worked out there.
Busy already.
Yeah, it was the Romanian of Cascatau that was dropping back. Ollie Colwell's the next one behind.
That was Wiltshire Gerther, I think, making up a place.
Early issues for Oracle Red Bull Racing as well. The 99 machine of Kasper Stevenson into the pits, back out on circuit now, just 32 seconds in pit lane. But that has put them right to the drive-through. It's their drive-through penalty. They've got a drive-through for late driver change.
There.
Does the number 5 Williams, the 53 AMG.
So we are going to gain some places back there, I think.
Please, no punterino, Jimmer.
Oh, then that's
No
there.
matter what
God damn
happens,
it.
it's a long race and finishing is an achievement of its own. Good luck.
That's what I say during sex, Woodsy. Right. I am going to move bicycle for now. I actually want to watch the broadcast.
Of lap times is the one behind Lauren Heinrich.
Guys, exclamation mark Max to get that POV.
Of the race so far, but only by about 300ths of a second. Let's go a little bit further back into the pack, Martin. It's all kicking off in the midfield there.
You know, honestly, if you're in your sim rig and you are in this battle, you're probably the only one that actually.
Wait, what I could do actually. Give me a second, sorry. I'm being a boomer. Let me boom in peace, chat.
This is so close. As pack racing goes.
Well, this is something we've got a car.
Right, yeah, that's one of the, again, that's the 53 AMG Williams. They're going in for their drive-through. 32 seconds is the time, that's the pit lane delta. So that's a straightforward drive through the pits.
We saw the 37, that's one of 4 wildcards for this race as well. Formula 2 driver Ollie Caldwell in for the start for them. So we've got 4 of those in the LMP.
What browser is this?
In GTE as well, as we see the Williams car taking their drive-through.
In fact, 2 drive-throughs, because Will Tregurtha in the number 5 Williams esports car
oh man.
has gone in, and so has the 53.
So I mean, like we're out of trouble. We've not had any incidents. That's sort of the main thing here. You always get really. It's really easy to have like some sort of moment at the start. Let's see if I can do that. And I do 9:20 by.
But the thing is, with the 6-minute stop and hold, is that because we had this issue with a couple of teams last year, you're effectively thrown out of the race. Now, I think it was the Oracle Rebel Racing esports team that came back to finish inside.
Well, I mean, look, it kind of works. Oh no, we're getting Twitch ads. No, no, not KSI. Turn it off.
Can say for this race, realistically, is the second.
Remove. Okay, right. I give up. I'm not going to boom in it. Too much booming. You didn't expect to see KSI in this broadcast, but here you go.
You think about one of the last Porsche race wins at Le Mans, it was the part-time drivers that took victory, not all the big stars. The last time Peugeot won Le Mans, it was the non-French crew that won Le Mans. So here we go again. This is Jot van Uytert once more. This is no, Gordy Much actually being attacked by Ford Zilla. Yeah, so Gordy Much in the Brabham. There's something about the balance of that car. They have not got the pace early on that their rivals.
Come on, Gordy.
He might have to deal with Lapp and his real-world teammate soon enough in this race, isn't he?
That's Gordy Much there, of course, Praga Cup champion with Jimmy Broadbent, who's also in the race this year, being
finally
British F4 racer Georgi Dimitrov there for Ford.
Finally, the recognition for the club level championship. Finally,
as well. So we got a great 3-way battle there. Colapinto, who race in Formula 3 next year. That just goes to show how competitive this field is. As Ben, we got another battle here a little bit further back.
So much sorting out still to do, isn't there, between all the different teams and drivers, as different qualifying drivers too, with the cars being started by
finally famous
by the pro drivers. So that's why we're seeing so much shaking out right now. And one of our 2 Alpine machines. No, that's the Graf car, the Graf by ATRS. That's Karakulas.
Thank you, Angel. Cheers, mate. Thank you, my guy.
Car which obviously had the Montoyas in it, Juan Pablo and Sebastian Montoya. We've got rid of one Sebastian, we've got a different Sebastian in.
Yeah, guys, boxing match. KSI versus Max Verstappen. Oh man, we're dropping. Where are we now? P11.
Is SF Velas making a move?
Yeah, the Scuderia Ferrari team there making a move. SF Esports, Ollie Beerman in the car for them. Someone else.
Say the line, Bart.
Season.
So he's up to 12.
Making decent progress after a difficult qualifying.
Alex Smolyar still leading, but again, Lasse Sorensen with the
Lasse! He's not a dog.
Quicker again.
KSI versus Jos Verstappen. Come on, man.
So the 1-2 in GT, very close indeed.
Chris Membrin.
third and fourth.
I don't think her times are bad. I think she's just having a bit of a... I think it's just that's our pace. We qualify well, but I do think we aren't... I mean, we would love to get a top 10 in this race, but we have... You know, I don't know how we're going to do that.
And get to, you know, 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, and make sure they are still in a healthy position.
There's nowhere safe here.
The only thing that can take the title away from them
there again
is a big mistake.
And I would say, because the thing with that number 71 BMW Team Redline car, as far as I know,
Remember, bikes getting low gears, you can shift a bit later.
Unchanged, versus the 2022 iteration of the 24-hour Le Mans Virtual.
Setup issue?
Which, I mean, again,
no, I don't know really. The setup seems okay.
Not be the fastest around here over one lap. It was a great qualifying lap time yesterday by Kevin Siki to get up into second position in that number 71 car. But for BMW Team Redline, they're keeping up with the people that's important to them.
Thank you, Gold. Cheers, mate.
I do feel
the reward for winning is like 120 grand or something like that for the team.
About how many laps you can get out of a stint. Realistically, it's 14 if you're pushing. You can save a bit to get to 15, but you can save quite a lot. And maybe
yeah, we're fairly slow on the straights.
I guarantee later on in that race, that car is going to start doing some 16-lap stints.
Well, since they don't need to win to be champions.
Oh yeah, but you're still going to win Le Mans.
Please no puntery, no jimmer.
52.5, okay.
No mention of you being a YouTuber, just a champ.
That's right, chat. We've made it now. Finally, our bribes have paid off. So if you just joined, hello, by the way. Yeah, I need the prize money to fix my roof. That's what I need. Welcome to Le Mans Virtual. 24-hour race, including some of the fastest drivers in the world, and me. I'm driving as part of the number 10 Marla car in GTE. There's Gordy, by the way, in the Brabham car, pushing that guy down the straight.
He's going to tuck him behind. Colapinto was 2 seconds quicker than much on the last lap, and Colapinto,
Gordy wash.
one of the quickest drivers within that top 10, actually. So I expect
is this going to be a yearly event now?
It has been. This is the third year. Jimmy Broadbent versus Fiona Bruce boxing match. Yeah, that's going to be a good one. I think Fiona would beat the shit out of me.
If it wasn't mandatory, would you still have been able to have told Max Verstappen he wasn't starting? I'm not sure that would have worked entirely well for
He didn't start last round.
He hasn't started. He hasn't started.
Yeah, but
before.
the last time wasn't Le Mans.
That's true. That is true. I mean, he did obviously start back in 2022 as well. I mean, he's a determined character behind the wheel.
Roof fix fun for one of the Da Vinci twins.
About, how much he was determined in this race to not only meet the checkered flag this time, but to do it in one position.
This is such like a game of maneuver, right? So I'm downstairs. I'm noticing my roof is getting worse, right? And I'm just like, I could, you know, say to my team, listen, guys, I've got to go sort my roof out because it's raining and my house, you know, will get damaged. I'm just like, actually, no, I'm going to go sim race and pretend it's fine.
To a Le Mans 24 Hours where you've had the reigning Formula One world champion in a front row.
Guys, it's NFT time, all right? This is Jimmy is getting rained on NFT.
Your age, in the 70s.
Hit your print screens.
If you were a Graham Hill or
there you go.
a Jackie Hicks or a Derek Bell, you raced for Ferrari or whoever.
Please no puntery,
you did F1, but especially
this mentioned it slower on straights due to bop.
50 years.
Thank you, Woodsy. Yeah.
And even then, did you have a reigning Formula One world champion
that's one for the guys out there on Twitter.
Please no puntery, no jimmer.
We're slightly cheating because it's the virtual Le Mans, but still, it's pretty cool.
Thank you, MN. Car do go vroom.
It's not taking 6 months out of
I've got a bucket under one of the leaks. There's two. One's like a leak on the skylight, which is fine.
Roof fucked. Origin story established.
We've done it now. Thank you, mate.
Last year
and F2 and F3 champions.
We saw the
holy shit!
F1 world
super.
In Le Mans virtual.
Just gifted 10 memberships. The forceful basement entry. Thank you so much, man.
And we just saw the move there from Georgi Dimitrov, which is put
Please no puntery, no.
Every time they say reigning champion, I'm just like.
Say you look cute with blonde hair.
Thank you. I feel cute with blonde hair, you know.
Of course, races in British F4, they're great in the esports world as
well. I'm actually feeling pretty good about my appearance at the moment, which is apart from this ginger bit.
Look at this little battle for third place. These are the two Proton Commander,
like the Porsches. So I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you, chat, my soaking wet roof. All right.
In the World Endurance Championship in GTE is the Proton.
Where is it?
They run in the GTE AM category. And again, back with lots of battles.
That's Graf.
That is Graf. Graf picked up
so
spot,
like,
haven't they? Is that's
look at that. Look how wet. It's even in like the sussy shape as well. Look how wet that is. That's my. And it's got worse since I went down there earlier. So, I mean, if I have anything left by the time I get down there, great. Ruthless.
Past brakes clearing and Seb Prio getting eased onto the grass now for Seb and for Father Andy. And actually, I wonder if that's intentional or just coincidental that last year our Le Mans Virtual Cup team.
That was a black screen. You saw it. Shut up.
Now we've got a father and son again. If they've sort of established that as a trend, any other father-son.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it fixed soon, man.
Hello, Alex and Martin Brundle might well want to put their names in the hat for next year. I know Martin can still pedal a real car.
What do you mean? No, listen. How
I'm not sure what he's like on the sim rig. He might say, "I'll leave that to the kids."
We'll have to see what Andy Prio's like as well a bit later on. But no, I kind of think you have to get a son.
I want you to.
Seb and then get
Nothing but blank screen.
Sebastian Montoya.
Are you shitting me?
I know another father and son.
I'm showing you again because I think you're fucking me, but I don't care. Look at my fucking. Look at my roof. My roof issy. There it is.
No idea.
Bourdais. Sebastian Bourdais, and his dad was the racing driver. I don't know if his dad's even sat in a sim rig, but there's another Sebastian father and son duo.
We'll have to make it stick for the Le Mans Virtual Cup car.
We're now making rules up as we go along. We're forcing it through. That is the way it must be. Fastest race lap so far from AMG Petronas in third place. Yeah, James Baldwin is closing in a little bit on the lead. He's just back 3.5 seconds from the.
I need a ladder.
Please, no, Antarino.
I'm doing my first ever Sim League race tonight thanks to your videos, Jimmer. Thank you so much.
The two battling Commander Porsches in third place, about 7 or 8 seconds back already.
Yeah, the Pro Drive Fire car obviously it is on fire. Stretch after Chris gave it a go. It's really tricky. But I've got to say, after again speaking of Risto Capit on that post race at Monza when they took that victory in the AAA, they speak so highly about.
Thank you, Emil.
And I know why, because his ability in the sim racing. I've said before about some events that I've done. He is a cross-platform driver, and he is fast on.
Guys, please feel free to post me on Twitter. By the way, any of the big M8 memes you've been saving. I know they've been gone for a bit.
Why slow on straights?
Because Bop.
Like Formula 3, yeah. Sure, great. But in sim racing, he is the real deal as well. And it's very, very impressive.
I want to see your big M8 memes. I've not seen any for a while.
Well, I hope you find the link. Fountain, ocean wave, nervous sweat, droplet.
Droplet to you too, my guy.
Kept himself very busy since that season finished.
Please, no Punterino, Jimmer.
With the Le Mans Virtual
I
Series
think
when
we'll
we
know
kicked
when the
off
leak gets worse, when the power suddenly cuts out and the stream dies.
Yeah, that'll be a good indication for sure.
That gap between Baldwin and Heinrich in the LMP field as well, because that gap is also coming down. But
thank you, Gunner, mate.
Are you doing the iRacing Daytona 24 next week, Jay?
I'm gonna attempt it.
Alex was at AMG Mercedes earlier on.
You know me. This happened last year. I did like 2 24-hour races in 2 weekends. They just didn't do any more again.
Better roofs on the shed than the house XD.
I was thinking that. I was thinking I never had a leak in the fucking shed. Buy a house and it leaks. Bullshit.
Their rig's in a spare bedroom, just like yours. They might have,
Jimmer gone super silent.
He was having a connection problem there. It wasn't a crash. He's having a connection problem there.
Thank you, Hakuno.
He's behind Matthias Bench.
He keeps appearing and disappearing, so
they might have to call him back in the pit lane and switch.
They nerfed the Praga champs to not shame Max.
Exactly.
Double stint. If you're in LMP, you're on. For the most part, you'll be on medium tyres, and you want to double stint them. And around now, it's a few laps too early.
I need a ladder. I'm trying to get a ladder.
GT class, you can see
Guys, I guarantee none of these other guys driving today are trying to acquire a ladder at the same time as being part of this race.
Maybe save a little bit of fuel here. I think you've got to time your move, right? You don't want to make a move going down into one of the chicanes.
Thank you, Ollie.
Go on, Jimmy, make it top 10.
Corner, or if you're really brave and terrifying,
that's our ball win.
Indianapolis, because then you can break away going through the Porsche curves.
It's all right, P12.
Shifting like one light later for the remainder of the stint.
Please, no Punterino, Jimmer.
I can tell you what, the number
For the roof jar.
Yes.
Thank you, Kaz. The roof jar is, it actually leaks. Am I doing one stint or two? I'm only doing one stint at the start, aren't I?
Hey Jimmer, I'm looking at competing in a 24-hour karting race or at Le Mans later this year.
Yo.
Any advice for a newbie to endurance racing?
The first red on your LED, the plugin that you have.
I heard, and this might be wrong, but I heard that to get a fast time at the Le Mans circuit, you have to basically purposely crash the car because the start-finish sign is after the braking zone, or in the braking zone. So if you want to get a fast time, you have to commit to sending the car off the course, basically.
Sorry, we didn't document that Arnage had been into the pit.
I'm not sure if it's still like that, but I heard that once.
Had a driver change. Yiffy Yi is now at the wheel of the Arnage competition car.
Welcome to Ladder Acquisition, the stream.
Oh, okay, so they've done the drive-through, so we didn't see that.
We had GR.
Thank you, SFA.
They've dropped down the order. They lost 10 seconds in the first sector there. Did have a note that Peugeot was stationary on track a second ago. So I think there might have been a little bit of a...
I'll go downstairs in a minute and give you a roof update. I put my heating on as an effort to try and like dry it out.
Not sure where he is.
It's all I've got.
Or whether he's... I guess he's not in the States because it's sort of barely morning there, so that looks a bit more like middle of the day sunshine.
Thank you, everyone, for membering. I love you.
Yeah, well,
to make it look like it's daytime.
I do need to fix the roof, though, Shippy. You are right.
As most sim races get carted off to.
Or the doghouse, as it's otherwise known. Yeah,
Please, no Punterino, Jimmer.
Thank you, GT Race.
Do you have a team for next week's race?
I do. Dear Jar Gang. Yeah, this is like the modern streaming now.
Please.
My donation goal is for my heating bill.
Jimmy's roof be like
the game kicks you out because you are unsafe.
My roof do be like that.
So unfortunately, Rocket Sim
I don't know. I just don't have one.
That is also what Franco Colapinto is risking right now. With that connection issue that we see him blinking, he's sitting there in 10th position. If the game decides that his
Jam the
connection's too
Bumbleberry
bad,
preparing the 4D experience with a leaky roof.
Exactly. It might rain at Le Mans, you know. So this is sim experience.
If he's glitching so badly, it runs the risk of just dumping the server for everybody else as well.
But also, more than that, if you're following a
Did
car
Rocket
just
die?
like this and it disappears and then it reappears again, you have no idea where it is, and it's incredibly scary.
You've done your fair share.
Thank you, Josh.
My connection's awful at home.
Well, okay, so you're dealing with this blinking
all the time.
No, I've had it before. Where like you don't sometimes you don't realise that you're having such an aggressive technical fault because everything looks normal on your end. What you're seeing is fine, but then what's going out is being distorted, is being warped, is being.
Oh my God! See, you just drift the car into the corners.
It is a nightmare. We've got a drive-through penalty coming in for car 100. I thought he was going to say car 1 then. That was for causing collision, and that is Arnage competition, what we saw earlier on in the race, on the race up towards turn 1 against GR Esports.
And we're on lap 9, and it's the first opportunity for these LMP cars.
Meanwhile, in the basement, why am I knee-deep?
Much easier here.
Chat, we might be on the same bit of circuit. Oh no, we've already been overtaken, I think. Yeah, we are. It's a red line, so we've already been overtaken.
Well,
Please no Punterino, Jimmer.
Thank you so much, Fernando.
While I am used to meeting with Barry Arso lap record at Le Mans karting circuit incoming.
Easy, mate. You're going to win it. I don't think it's going to be okay, Mr. Brisket. Thank you for the 5, though. Oh, that's going to be tricky.
Project House, return to shed.
Yeah, I think it is. Where's Shed Gang? We're going back. Move the basement back.
Please, no Punterino.
We've not had any, like, gamer moments yet.
To the roof, in Yorkshire we say B-rate.
I don't know if it is going to be, man. I'm participating, I'm just not driving right now. Exclamation mark stints.
Please no punterino, Jimmer.
Oh!
Just finished my first ever real-life races at the Speedway in New Zealand Street Stocks, using the number 87 in your honor. It's a contact sport, so I got punted into the wall, but it was fun.
GG cameraman. Oh!
We need one of those blokes at Dave Station to help give some roof fixing advice.
How?
And that's really unfortunate contact because it's only a light kiss on the wall, but just the angle is not that rear wing off.
So they've had to do pretty much a whole lap.
We see that in real life, don't
That would have been well fast down the straight, though.
Right-hand side, going up to the Dunlop chicane, you rattle along the wall.
Thank you, James. Appreciate it, buddy.
Often the rear bodywork off, and actually quite often your race.
Yeah, chat. POV. You just created the Peugeot LMDH.
So Max has now cleared all
I think it's time for a LeMans wrap with Jimmer.
No, it's not. We're nowhere near time for the wrap yet.
Cost him too much time.
And also, Alex Smolyar in that Ferrari will be relieved that Max was not where he needed to be because he's trying to fight off the BMW. And
Tu oi iwozai angle mother broadband. Bartaba kailai big bunda. Sweet bean soup.
So the ProDrive factory Aston crew will be cheering that on just inches behind the R8G Ferrari. Roman Grosjean, the boss of R8G, will be racing as well. He'll be taking part in the Le Mans 24 Hours Virtual as well. And Lassie Sorensen,
please no punterino, Jimmer.
I've been watching you for a while. You've inspired
Thank
me
you,
to
Tyler,
buckle
mate.
down and take my sim racing more seriously. Thank you for everything.
I never take it seriously, but I'm glad you do that, my guy.
Is James Baldwin in the 63 AMG Petronas car?
Yeah, he's been.
Wet rig for full immersion.
He's been hanging on.
It is going to be wet rig.
Of course, the cars will be getting a little bit slower. This will change up a little bit in the night. At the moment, you know, the undercut is coming in early. Obviously not for this stop.
Thank you, Jimbo.
When I come home feeling tired and beat, I go up where the air is fresh and sweet. Up on the roof, I get away from the hustling crowd and all that rat race noise down in the street. Up on the roof.
Is it wet out there?
Roof go drip, 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 drip. 787 Beaker brap, 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 brap. Dad go to the shop for milk and not come back.
Have been given a warning by race control.
Am I going to have to turn TTS off?
Zeep, neep, beep, beep, beep.
God damn it.
There is Arnage's Yiffy, the Chinese driver who so nearly won the Le Mans 24 Hours a couple of summers ago. The car that was in the lead for WRT.
Please no puntery, no Jimmer.
In the S's on the
Bonjour, Jimmer. You don't need ladders. Just use milk crates. Shed gang, shed gang, shed gang.
I could probably just like get out the window, you know. Thank you, boy.
So Yiffy with that penalty. I was sort of waiting for
exclamation mark, pick up the damn phone, it's the roofer calling.
I'm so glad that didn't do anything.
To real Le Mans as we could possibly make it. So of course
I'm still doing my speed run for ladder acquisition.
Is top 10 possible?
And of course,
yeah, I think so.
The world's biggest sports car racing teams, names, and driver names racing each other throughout the day and the night and into the next day. And fatigue is going to be definitely a part of that.
$5 to hear bish, 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 bish worth it. Are you my daddy?
I could be.
It's just me and Lewis McLean right now.
Yeah, for a couple of hours.
We're doing the hard yakka.
If you want me to be.
Yeah, 22 and a half hours. 23 and a half hours.
22 and a half hours. Goodness
pretty
me.
much broken the back.
Jimmy, what's your reverend overlay called again?
SimHub.
They are very prepared.
Oh my god.
As well.
Change of lead for the first time. Porsche Commander 1-2 because
pit stops.
Yeah.
I had the TTS so I could listen to it while driving, but now it's going mad.
From first, James Baldwin from second. Sasha Lehmann's gone in for Alpine. Also in Panis, Team Redline, Felix Rosenquist, R8G's Matthias Best, Floyd Van Wall's number 4 machine. So again, 2-car teams, not necessarily putting both cars in together, but Redline have. R8G have.
Yeah, Max now down to P5 after his stop. If you do want to watch matches on board, he's streaming over on Twitch. Exclamation mark Max.
In addition to the fact that they produced.
Quality is quite nice, actually.
I'm not going to say they produced.
In Chrome, right-click twice on YouTube video, select picture in picture to be able to overlay.
Who produced the speed.
No, you.
Josh Rogers, who produced
Oh, we're down to P13 now. We're really dropping.
No Punterino, Jimmer.
Somehow,
Exactly.
not just thousands or hundreds, a country mile.
Now, chat, those who have just tuned into Max's stream, I think you'd agree that it would be very cool and good of you to encourage others to tune into Max's stream, right?
Yeah, I mean, obviously
I quite like the Ferrari actually. Right, so that I do like the Bimmer too.
Last year when they were battling with Team Redline, who managed to get them on over.
No Punterino, Jimmer.
A bit hard, so they would have been determined to make that fuel mileage. A little bit in the first round of the LMPs, where they were
It does do that. You are right. Oh god, yeah, I am going to turn down the honk. You're right.
Yesterday was incredible.
No
Again, having a few
Jimmer.
chats with various people from the
Well,
LMP,
look forward to not seeing you next week, cause our team Buzz the Tower Racing will be in bottom split in the BMW Hybrid.
Yo! Not wrong with bottom split, my guy.
In the race.
Please, no Punterino, Jimmer.
Too much into it as Porsche
Chipping in so you can fix the leak smile.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
These are the first.
The leak is spooky.
First pit stops, and quite a few teams will want to come in a little bit early to get out of the traffic. Now you might think, well, Redline came in early and then were in the traffic because it was very, very busy in pit lane. In fact, much busier now.
Transfer student shows up, and she has these bonghongola hoogas. Big wongays onga hoogas.
Decide whether everyone's going to come in with them. Yeah, so
This is how loud the honk is right now.
Oh, actually, yeah, we were also. I don't think it'll be reading up.
This is a test donation for £50.
They're on the same tyres. There's no.
So I'm turning that down a bit.
For them on this stint. They can obviously change.
Sorry, I think I also just like completely overrode someone's donation. Sorry, thank you.
Crucial stint to see how far people are actually going on fuel.
Ferrari on Ferrari. This is the battle we want to see. This is,
Look at me being clever. Look at me being responsible, boys.
And Gustav Grimberger's the Simsa
Please, no Punterino, Jimmer.
House Submarine Simking, where you at?
So Oliver Beerman ahead of Gustav Grimberger, the only.
Yeah, shout out to John. John's a good guy.
Got all sorts of different nationalities.
Please, no Punterino, Jimmer.
Great Britain has more
You have a very
drivers
nice
in the race
roof
than any
fussy
other
there.
nationality,
People
and
pay lots of money for those sorts of
apart from
things.
French drivers,
Would you like to see more of the roof fussy?
Say so often at Le Mans that this is Britain's biggest motor race of the year in terms of
Please,
crowd attendance.
no Punterino, Jimmer.
Ah, there you go.
I hate the fact that I clipped Max's stream.
I know, it's especially if you're a Lewis fan. I can imagine you being like not enjoying it, you know.
Phenomenal crowd appearance, but as all the pit stops cycle through, with Lauren Heinrich now back out of the pits in the
Thank you, Cam.
Porsche, then the two co-anda cars will return back to their position just outside the top three.
Oh yeah, Bicycle is also streaming her stints! Exclamation mark! Bicycle in the chat.
Plug the
You can
link
watch.
with our money smile.
That's actually a good quality stream as opposed to the the Max stream, which is a bit lacking there.
Depending on how many laps they can run, and again because of that extra fuel burn on the formation lap, they will
Thank you,
be
Delighted.
not just a couple of kilometres short, but an entire lap short. So I'm sure we will see them coming in just a lap or so earlier than expected.
Please,
and the GT
no
stint,
Punterino, Jimmer.
14, probably
What
even
is
I
your
could make
favorite of the
14
new
laps.
LMH
15
cars
laps with a
being announced
little
and
bit of
tested?
driving with this
I read you. I did just sort of answer that. I said I quite enjoyed the Ferrari.
Nurse as much fuel out of the car as you can.
I did like the Bimmer as well.
Please, no
But I don't
Punterino,
know.
Jimmer.
I'm interested to see how they'll play
Glad
together.
to finally catch you live. Big love from us.
A higher roof. Thank you, Jack Star, mate. Appreciate it.
Esports, we see it in motorsport a lot, and we'll see it in sim racing a lot. That it is
Exclamation mark team for my team.
to extend that fuel
Leak
mileage out
repaired
and not lose time. And there are ways
banana
that you can
banana.
save fuel without losing time, because you're going.
Thank you for repairing my my leak there.
Gustav Grimberger is also doing another one of those things, which is catch up to somebody
Please,
and
no
sit in their
Punterino,
slipstream.
Jimmer.
Now, it
Does the roof
start
fussy
to
come with
slowly heat up
Jambles
your brakes
Wrangle
and
board?
start to slowly heat up your
Depends.
tyres, but you have long
Depends how much- it
straights
depends
here
what
to bring
tier
those
you are on
temperatures
OnlyFans, you
down,
know.
even in the turbulent air behind a car in front. But what it does do is when you're in somebody else's tow,
Oh, fucking hell.
Smart move turning down the HONK.
Thank you, Jonathan, very much for the actual £50. Thank you, man. And the reduced noise honk. Thank you, man.
It actually has a double benefit because it makes you quicker for the same amount of energy burned, it makes them slower for the same amount of energy burn. That's how the slipstream works. It accelerates the car behind and
Jimmy
slows
got the
down
drip.
The car in front.
Drippity droop
you're
to
making
Borton
him
Blue.
burn more
Good luck,
as
Jim.
you say.
Thank you very much, man.
There
That's
it
very
is.
kind of you.
Oh,
look, there's lots of people there. Am I there? Am I there? I am, look. Wait.
Just click Max's stream. You win this one, Shed Boy Jimmer. Good luck.
James Baldwin behind the wheel, and he is firing on all cylinders, trying to get himself back up involved in the mix.
Yeah, definitely. and once everything settles down, of course, after the first round
Jimmy,
of pit stops,
I clicked on Max's stream in the middle of math class yesterday. Not cool, bro. I am now a walking meme.
on the LMP car, and the Oracle will do it without massive degradation.
Oh, thank you, man.
Unless your balance isn't
Please,
great and you
no
leather the
Punterino,
rear
Jimmer.
tyres.
Got cut. Cut him. Cut that guy out.
Free practice at Mexico City right now. They're quick.
I've not seen the Gem 3 car. Honestly, like, Formula E for me, I've sort of been a bit more like,
No Punterino, Jimmer.
There's James Baldwin at the bottom. There is Max Verstappen at the top, because Max
My soul is damned to the underworld.
Thank you, AR Guitar. Appreciate it, mate.
And I don't know how
So there he is.
Please no
We've got a link to his stream here.
Think of me while you remain dry in your house.
I think I do know. So the pit lane time.
Thank you, Eric. I will remain dry.
10.4, and the pit lane time for the number 23 was 1 minute 7. For the number 20, sorry.
When
Man, how cool is it? I know.
I
know we meme a bit on the whole Verstappen thing, but like, how cool is it that like a current reigning F1 champ is in this race?
I can remember only a few years ago Jimmy being the standard driver, and now he is one of the pro on the team. Go team, Molly, go.
It just shows you how the sand has fallen.
Who is your fastest driver in your team? Also, this is for your roof fun.
I don't know if it's Mohammed or Michele. They're both very fast.
The reason why is I think it's because the
But it's not me or
we saw
Bicycle.
him in the pit lane. It was really busy, and I don't think he was able to get out of his box.
Exclamation mark Max. Where is Max? What position is Max in? What car is Max driving? Is Max driving now? When is Max's stint? Is Max winning? Max.
Max.
Thank you for linking Max's
might turn off the
stream. Very
TTS.
good quality. It's really weird that it doesn't show
Almost
on
it.
any streaming services.
It is weird, isn't it?
Stopped half a lap early. Okay, in this stage, yes, you're right. So he's been getting out of the pit lane, and I'm sure that was very frustrating for them. And you and I had a conversation about this, and I was saying, you know, where you've got a multi-car team,
What are those feet doing,
in
though?
the first stint,
Oh,
and this is just, you know,
Now we're
without
talking,
any
chat.
practical experience to back it up, I would have thought coming in 2 laps short of 10 might have been a really good move, because then your fuel stop is also a little bit shorter, because you're not topping, you're only topping up the tank, it's not completely empty.
Oh, you
So
take a place.
You don't actually spend any more time in the pit lane now, but you have the potential to lose less time being stuck behind other cars. Even the race leader, the very first car on track, can have that potential to get stuck behind other cars, and it doesn't. You know, later in the race, it doesn't even have to be a prototype.
Don't try and silence. I'll do what I want.
But later in the race, could be anything. Well, there is.
Is that the Peugeot?
The 93 car in the garage. That is really bad news.
Chat, it's just like real life Peugeot reliability.
Use product cups to collect the roof fussy seepage.
We've had the Mexico racing team back in pit lane. Obviously, Legion of
Yeah,
Races,
I could do that.
Phantom squad, they never really started this race, and it does seem as though Peugeot might be having a couple of problems as well.
They're not shown as
Is
being
Max in this split? Is Max in this split?
Would recommend shifting a bit later on this lap to try and
He actually is.
keeping the track position.
Grimberger's just got a little bit too much of that sausage curb on the inside. In real life, that would have probably put him head on into the wall.
P12, go on. Go on.
But here in the game, you can just about get away with that. With takeoff and landing, not quite the straight line that he was hoping for.
Please, no Punterino.
Did also just see that there was a
Max is on his maximum, Max driving, maxing his skills.
For an unsafe release.
I've got to try and remember which of my buttons here are the passenger select button. I think it's this one.
Max was definitely blocked in the pit lane. He had to reverse and
Please,
lost
no
quite
Punterino
a
Jimmer.
bit. We have been told that the Peugeot Esports, it was just a disconnection which they can.
Get fucked, Eric.
They will lose a lot of time, and they won't actually be how it works in R-Factor 2. It is awkward, yes, but the lap that you've disconnected on, you're effectively still on. Which means you have
Everyone
to go,
stop
even
with
if
the
you're in Porsche
Maxism.
curves, you have to then go out of the pit lane, drive all the way around, and then complete that lap time, which means you won't actually start getting timed until you have completed effectively an out lap to then get back involved in the race. It is brutal, but that is
Never
how it
gonna
works,
give you up, never gonna
hopefully
let
we'll
you
see
down,
them
never
back
gonna
out
run
on the
around
track
and
at
desert you.
least trying to get their way to the end of the race.
Thank you, BMM. I appreciate that.
Twice, and
BFM
we
even.
are
3
still
times.
only
Please,
5
no
minutes in.
Pantorino, Jimmer.
LOR,
Use
JMX
gloves to
Phantom,
protect her
that
V
Aston
card.
Martin
Then buy.
never connected,
I did.
Did not start the race. So those of you who are following at home on your pools,
Yeah, V card very important to keep.
That is out. Scratch them. So that Indonesian lineup.
Thank you, Vicky.
Leaking roof can win. Need more roofusy in this stream.
Rocket Sim Sports
I'm gonna go
did
check it in
make
a minute.
in And then got bounced out pretty early on as well. So 22 also.
I think it's stopped
out of the
raining.
race. They are officially retired.
Which is good.
In the pit lane, and we haven't seen it, but in the pit lane and losing now 2 laps to the leaders, Mexico Racing Team. So I'm not entirely sure what has happened with them. Luis Diaz.
When is the Marla car on board? When is the exclusive Marla car on board for an hour?
Could be a sizable repair.
When is Lewis's stint? I love Lewis. #hammer time.
He's driving every car all the time, mate. That's how good he is.
That was the one where I was like, maybe then. Also, I believe Jakobsen rejoined the game and is about to leave the pit lane.
Yeah, he is now shown
well.
as in the pit lane on the timing and scoring, which means he's reconnected. But they are now a lap.
I want to wait until they pit. So once Spike's pits, I'm going to go and basically. So that's me trying to talk. I need the stints. Someone press exclamation mark stints.
Please, no Punterino, Jimmer.
Jimmer, hopefully you have an amazing 24
Thank you, CJ, mate. Appreciate it, dude.
For the lead here, half a second in it. Lasse Sorensen with that Pro Drive Fire Aston Martin.
Please no Punterino, Jimmer.
So
Jim, super Jim, super Jim.
And these
Jim.
nose to tail are
oh my god
from the rest of the field. Through go a couple of LMP cars, but these guys were.
Here are some rubs to rub your roof. Good luck in the race.
Thank you, Leo, mate. Roof will be rubbed. Guys, if you are enjoying the stream, by the way, I appreciate you hitting the like button. Why not subscribe as well, everyone? I could gain more subscribers, and isn't that what every young-ish man wants?
Incredible what they are, what they're putting up right now. Of course, there could be fuel mileage gains. We'll find out a little bit more as to how much they're burning at the moment.
Oh!
And of course, your pro driver might not be, as fast for some teams as your sim.
My guy in P18 and almost taking out the fucking leaders. What a legend!
You've got to deal with the position that you're in. I mean, I'll say that, but Jeff Giassi, this is not me trying to dish on Tauscher, by the way, but Jeff Giassi and Phil Denez are incredibly fast on the sim. We know how fast Giassi is.
And Giassi is 4th, so the second of those 2 Proton Commander cars behind Alex.
Youngest men want roof picks. Yeah, I guess they do.
Having lost the gap to the lead group.
Oh, Bacho, I completely forgot to ask you. Oh my god, I was so busy.
For a couple of minutes. Remember to pit request and also 94 liters when you refuel.
Did you want to radio Bacho? You're more than welcome to do so. I just completely forgot. It's at a point now where I'm just like, oh yeah, Bacho will do it. He'll have fun. I have no plan. You're welcome as always. It is quite last minute. No, I got your Max song reference. I just hated it. Thank you, Ben.
In 3rd place, is it? James Baldwin.
Please no Pantorino Jimmer.
Hope the roof doesn't get too bad. Be careful whom you get in to get to fix it, though. Good luck for the stints.
Yeah, I know. Well, let's go find a roofer now.
Incredible progress. Incredible stuff.
Please, no Punterino, Jimmer.
Made a little bit of progress on
the roof may be leaking, but as long as the cars and Simrig are safe, then all good.
Also, that was live.
Oh, it wasn't really. It was really
The roof might be leaking, chat, but the racing is still real. All right. Thank you, Mr. Macca.
Fussy have a non-revance? Asking for a friend.
Chat, if we get 40... How many likes are we on the stream? Well, how many likes are we on right now on the stream? 12. Thank you, Andre.
Just came home from spectating a 24 hours race just to watch a virtual 24 hours race.
This guy's got his
smiley face.
At 3k likes, I will show you more dripping roof pics.
No Jimmer.
Oh, I love you,
How am
man.
I supposed to roof without you? Now that I've been roofing you so long.
Before Alpine's hypercar arrives, so that is going to be a huge.
See, have you noticed how me and Dave have basically become the same person as time's gone on?
Twitch, playful face. Nah, I'll live. Good luck, Jim.
I can use some follows on my Twitch, man.
Turbocharged races. So great to see them coming back, and they will then, of course, be represented in Formula 1.
I guess after my stints,
you
Bacho,
are a massive inspiration for the next generation
in the evening.
of racers.
Endurance racing.
Oh, thank you, man. That's very kind. 3k already. Right, okay. I guess I'm gonna go.
Please no Exploderino Jimmer.
I'm gonna try not to.
Do you think that ChatGPT will take over the world?
We don't know what that is, so hopefully not. I'm in the car, Tomo. There's a stint sheet somewhere. Exclamation mark stints. What? That had a take, I've not heard. Yeah, sorry, Bacho. It's about... When do I end? I have a stint somewhere. I know I've closed them.
And is this Max in the room with us now?
I should get out of the car about 1:30 in the morning.
1 minute and 4 seconds in total time pit lane versus the 1 minute and 6, 1 minute and almost 10 for others.
How much for the roof fussy bath water?
Oh man, that's expensive. Well, we got the likes, so thank you guys. You added me?
They've still got the... Again, when you come out fully laden, you've got 2 laps.
Oh, no,
6,500
they saw us.
2,400 likes. Come on, guys.
Instead of being 5 kilometers, it's 13.5 kilometers. That's a significant amount of tyre wear. Of course, you know, in your normal life, where you expect your tyres to do 40,000
My dad and I plan to enter the Boneyard GP close to us. You inspired me to strive for my dream to drive.
Awesome, man. Well, I hope it goes well. It's not about becoming like a fucking prototype or a GT3 driver. It's just about getting on the circuit. You can do that for... It's still quite pricey, but you can do it for a lot cheaper than, you know, doing this sort of stuff. So, yeah, guys, on my Twitter, I've just retweeted them. They found us. Right, I want to go get you some roof pics.
And maxed all over.
Do you reckon it's going to be worse or better than it was before? I really hope it's not worse.
Like the real world and virtual world teams,
or even spending weeks and weeks and weeks.
You currently have more viewers than any of the official streams, Jimmer.
The studio is pieced together, that everyone is in the right place, months in advance, making sure that we've all got the right this, the right that, or we just show up, sit down, and talk.
Please,
we have the easy job here.
Buy a man fix roof. He day. Teach roof man to a lifetime.
The race leader for Porsche Co-Anda from Max Verstappen and Jamie Baldwin right behind him. The top speeds between the two cars, not much in it. But
get to the fucking roof pics I'm about to blow.
Verstappen's car looking more controlled at the back. Baldwin's got a lot more oversteer going on, so the fact that he's sticking right with Max is actually quite impressive. And again here, battle for the lead. Is it a battle? Is Lasse Sorensen, having caught Alex Smolyar, is he actually doing anything other than sitting right there? I know, you know, even just sitting right there takes enough out of you and a huge amount of focus. But now, the moment I say that, he actually looks down the inside, just shows his nose a little on the run to Indianapolis. Now, whether that's to get just a sighting line for exactly where he is on the track or not, I'm not sure. But either way, right now, I don't think he's feeling the need to try and make a move.
I agree. I think if there was a requirement to have made a move at some point as the Graf ATRS car comes through,
if there was a requirement for Lasse Sorensen to have gone for a move, I think he would have tried something a bit more drastic. I think he is more than happy to sit there. I think he might try and get through to take the lead before they go into the pit lane, because I suspect these two will pit fairly soon. What lap are we on for them? Because I think we might be seeing them in.
These guys
not
are
this lap, but
on
next
lap 14. So
maybe this lap actually. Depends how much they've been burning.
Well, plus of course it's 14 of the race. It's actually their 15th lap. Although they don't use a full lap's worth of fuel on the formation lap, maybe half a lap. There's no point having half a lap's worth of fuel as you go past the start-finish line, because that only gets you this just in halfway round the lap. Now Lasse Sorensen drops in.
Smalley are not though.
But okay, so let's say that ProDrive Firer could easily do 15. But they're going in early while the pit lane is
empty.
And
as I said before, I'm having a bit of a chat with them. Through the day, undercut is the talk of the town, and I think that's where we're headed.
We've also seen the undercut.
Yeah, it's definitely getting worse.
Yeah, in the pits, coming out faster. And of course, there's a lot of race to play out the fact that you owe, quote, the opposition.
Where is it?
1 lap on fuel.
Yeah.
You know, in 23 hours, if you need an extra lap on fuel, you'll have to work out how to do it. But you've got 23 hours to creep somehow in a middle of the night stint to creep 1 extra.
Look at that dripping Rufusy.
If you do that, then suddenly all bets are off, and you've got that track advantage. Now, Smiley didn't go in. Rudy Van Buren hasn't gone in the 71 BMW Team Redline car. The Sim Marinello.
We're gonna have a little snackles, and then we're gonna
Ferrari, that battle that we saw,
get little boots on, I guess.
10th-ish. They haven't gone in either, but in have gone
pretty much everyone else.
Yeah, and both Proton Co.
Nothing I can do about it right now, though.
That's a disappointment for me, because they have had to stop together. They didn't stagger it, one in and then the other one in. The 2 Proton Coanda Porsches that were 3rd and 4th, and there they are, they've had to stop. So even slipstreaming each other and dropping a second a lap to the lead pair, they couldn't find a lap on fuel.
I'd be concerned if I was in that Proton Coanda car right now, being like, maybe this ain't it.
We're not fast enough, and we're not parsimonious enough. If you can't win it on speed, and you can't win it on fuel, how are you going to win it?
But let's be real.
There's more than another hour left.
Yes. And there is that, and also, you know, we've not really spoken about it too much. It was lightly hinted at earlier on. This is another 23 hours left to go, and let's be honest, we're in the virtual, yes, but the virtual, you know, French countryside, where it does typically get a little bit wet.
In the famous words of Racing 24. It always rains at Le Mans. It does almost inevitably rain at Le Mans. Some years, oh my goodness, call Noah.
Oh yeah, no,
Some
I remember.
years, barely even a drop of moisture, but I mean, it is the summer. It's the summer in the middle.
All the moisture's at my house.
Northwest France. But you know, the Atlantic is still only an hour away as the crow flies. So yes,
my hot water heater is in the attic. Yeah.
The forecast says
I need to go up there and have a look, I guess.
Will be rain this afternoon. What rain does, though, is
we're going to do that, I think, after my stint.
It spins the lottery wheel. It's not always your friend.
Yeah.
You can't rely on rain being your friend. If it sets in for a long time, and ask Henri Pescarolo about this, if you...
I think it's the weekend, so no one's around, and I'm also busy. It's fucking annoying.
Enormous difference. And
it's just me in the house, so...
legendary Le Mans wins have been in the most appalling weather, where back-braking and opposition-braking stints have been put in. But we don't know that it's going to be A, that hard, or B, for that long. It looks like there could be showers in the afternoon, and there could be showers tomorrow morning as well. The teams will be updated. They've had a 6-hour forecast.
Please, no Pantarino, Jimmer.
So that will take us from
Roof dripping wet. Everything reminds me of her.
14 plus 6, 2000, 8 p.m. Central European time.
Yes.
And then they will have been given pretty much at the start of the race.
Please, no Pantarino, Jimmer.
Going into the night as well for
Dear
the
sir, I have been requested by the Nigerian Roofing to contact you for assistance regarding Rufusy. Please deposit 1 meter in a Nigerian bank.
That sounds like that's definitely real.
We've had a phone call saying
use Fuxape on the roof, mate.
Okay, I'm gonna do that, mate. Tapping them.
Men are just best guess territory.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So we'll wait to see what comes.
We'll see if we can bring Michael Fish onto the broadcast and see
no
what happens.
Punterino.
I think
spirit of Michael
BS comp in the chat.
Is leaking Le Mans
I
ring.
think realistically, to do my best.
It could be.
Oh, he's just doing a little bit of studying.
My guy's literally.
This is with the satellite going faster. Nice. That I appreciate. I did get a message from Matt Strand from Satellite Racing to say about the.
What a legend. My guy reading. He's reading is going faster. I'm always ready, dude.
Last minute, obviously, it was never planned they were going to have 3 sim drivers and 1 pro driver, which is what landed them the 6-minute penalty. But they're going for some extra strategy, is what they were saying, to try and find some more time and more space on track. Clearly, it's reading a book about going faster. I wonder if. What who wrote that?
Was that you?
I'd hope. No, I'd hope it was someone actually competent in the world of sim racing. It definitely would be me, as we can see the 71's in the pit lane.
Yes, 71 is in, and so too is Triple H. So our leaders have both pitted now. So Alex Smolyar came in on his 15th after his 15th lap. So that's a sort of. That is a long stint, because that's 15 plus the formation lap. So that's crept it out to essentially 15 and 2/3 of a lap's worth of fuel. So
I might ask Max Verstappen if he can come fix my roof.
The race lead because he stopped a lap ago.
So why do I paint my males? I don't really paint my males very often. I tend to just take out the envelope and read it. Ha! Funny joke. Got you good there, didn't I?
1 hour into the 24 hours of Le Mans Virtual and a dry start to the race. A bit of a tight bunch in the GT field and an electrifying getaway, as you might have expected from the man who has won 2 consecutive Formula 1 World Championships with his aggressive starting and his super aggressive racing. Max Verstappen taking the lead from the front row starting Coanda Porsche.
Boss did not care.
Up into the Dunlop curve for the very first time. He set his stall out early. He wants to win Le Mans. He's talked about the fact that he wants to win the real Le Mans. Right now, the virtual will have to do early on in the race. Problems for one of our GT.
That wasn't us.
We didn't see that at the time, but losing ground.
That was a nice little duet there, wasn't there?
Car rattling the GR machine. Arnage earning themselves a penalty. The Fire Aston Martin from the Pro Drive team working its way very.
I don't know if we're going to get the rain or not.
Past the Porsche Coanda cars and up into second place, chasing down the early race leader Alex Smolyar in the 888 Ferrari.
I know there's a little while yet by the but when you get about 3 laps out, let me know.
In qualifying. This time getting caught out in the race and a long, slow return to the pits for them. First round of pit stops.
Guys, Bikespeed is actually streaming right now, her own perspective. I mean, seriously. Exclamation mark Bikesker, and you can go watch a Twitch stream.
Porsche Coanda out front. Max Verstappen in the #1 car, struggling to get cleanly out of a very busy pit lane when he stopped, and that cost him a couple of seconds. And there you go, look. The stress and the strain of trying to be
Chat, what did Max say just there?
Is exactly what everybody is going through in this race. Well, thank you for joining us for the start of the 24 hours of Le Mans Virtual. This is the way they are after the first hour of the race. Porsche Coanda, car number 20, the fastest.
Oh, bother.
Max looks like the kind of guy to upsell you on your roof repair and then ditch you halfway through the work.
No, he would.
In third place. Lots and lots of position battling going on throughout the field. You can see how tiny some of those gaps are, and some of the cars having a very good start to the race. We lost, unfortunately, 3 cars already. LOR JMX Phantoms, GTE Aston Martin never connected, and Angus Fender for Rocket Sim Sports was disconnected by the game. He had a glitch. His connection was unstable and they were dropped out of the game early on, so that car is out.
P12. Okay, not bad.
In their LMP2 car, or their LMP car, and so too Peugeot Esports, they are back in the game as well. So we have lost 2 cars. Satellite Racing making their pit stop
good here maybe, but I don't think it's going to really work in there.
Cars in GTE coming in.
I don't know where it's coming from.
After the first of the front
I assume it's just wet.
So they have stretched that fuel, and that's actually something that Satellite have done in the series so far on a couple of occasions.
My goal is to not like fall back, try and maintain position.
Martin Haven and Lewis McGlade in the commentary booth at the moment here in Motorsport Games HQ, and here is the man who leads the race, Lauren Heinrich. 18 laps in the books, so we are on the
good luck with your stint, Jimmer. Probably not helpful because I don't know how far he traveled, but I know a roofer.
I haven't seen anyone overtaking there yet.
Floyd Van Walber's car is in. That's the next view.
Thank you very much, man. Appreciate it.
We expect to see some of our leaders in LMP pitting as well shortly.
Did also see that the GTE.
You know a roofer. Well, yeah, I mean that's good.
Switched. Firer. Obviously, it was sent undercut, etc., etc. They pitted in a lap earlier than the AAA RHG car that is now behind them.
So we are in at the next pit stop.
Taking over the front of the GTE field in the ProDrive Firer.
So the undercut, for those that don't watch a lot of motor race and
remember to go back to your 6.2 fuel
usage. If you stop earlier and come out, you've
got sent hard. Shit. Any damage?
So we target 15 laps this stint.
The overcut is you stay out longer and
so
save time by or save time in the pits by not going into the pits as frequently.
We'll confirm at the end of the lap.
444, hard to cross the nose of the Ford Zilla car. Now, second stop. What we're expecting is these stops will be longer because it'll be a full tank of fuel, same time to come down the pit lane, but plus 20 seconds for tyres. And we don't think that anybody, particularly this time of the day, is going to be able, realistically, to triple stint tyres and still keep up any kind of pace whatsoever.
Yeah, obviously just taking a look there as to what the 966 had done on that second stop, and it was 1 minute and 30 seconds in pit lane, obviously with the driver, the tyre switch as well, potentially a driver swap as well, which will just be a part of the pit stop. This is Brad Meesports going for a move on the number 2 team red line, straight down the inside. Rosenqvist struggling just a touch.
Back second at the moment, yeah, they had a bad stop.
Just a touch.
Now then, couple of slow
is this Gordy?
Last time round. Panis Racing, 1 minute 37, and Will Chigurtha for Williams Esports. Were they both serving? No, that was separate from their penalties. Their last stops were 1 minute and 30 rather than 1 minute and 6.
Please, no Punterino, Jimmer.
Thank you, Alex.
When is your stint, Jimmer?
Yeah, about 45 to 50 minutes time.
As well. So that pink and white 16 car now with Darius Andre at the wheel. Mitchie Hoyer into the 444 Next View Van Wall Sport car. ARC Bratislava.
Yeah, I would turn that off if I could.
So
but
he's staying into double.
Double.
Then a change, a
double.
You have to take a long run up at this in the 24 car.
Are you going for it?
Yeah, I am going to. Not in 24, rather, in the 39 Graf car. Lubov Ozretskaya.
There you go, bang. First time. It's if you're a professional.
One of our.
Thank you,
hello,
thank you, Shippy.
Pro, are you pro? Planning adding pro to your pro channel name? It is incorrect at the moment. Thanks.
Damn it, sorry, I should have put pro, shouldn't I?
We didn't have an Iron Dames team. I really
thank you very much, and Alex as well.
Kind
of member too. Thank you, man.
Absolutely rubbish at sim racing, but we don't necessarily
good to be a pro.
Have to have their pro drivers as their pro drivers. They could use young up-and-coming pro female drivers.
Mia Rose in
that's clever.
Did very well in the Le Mans Virtual Cup. She'd be a great one. And
some pro sim races. I'd really love to see it. And you know, they've got a GT presence, and they will have a hypercar presence as well from 2023's World Endurance Championship onwards. So it'd be really great to see that. You know, they've done
with a leaky roof.
If you can see it, you can aspire to be it for female racing.
So my goal for this stint,
6.24.
just keep it consistent. Try not to get many off tracks, if any. And yeah, 50, low 52s, 51s. If I can do what I did in practice, that'd be nice.
The sim racing world. So more pit stops coming through. Our first stoppers have
Thank you, average gamers.
Jimmy Baldwin, Max Verstappen both in. So Lauren Heinrich and Maurice Schuring now 1-2 for Porsche Co-Anda.
It also not get rained on.
Up to third in the 53, the non-delay.
Gonna go and grab some lunch for a bit, so I'll be back in like 15-20 minutes.
Will Chigurtha, who's
Copy.
the drive-through for Williams Esports.
Copy, mate.
4th place on the road at the moment.
Yes, we'll have to wait and see where they are. Obviously, we're expecting some driver switches through this one. Obviously, the reminder that
Thank you, Racing RN.
Went 1 lap further on the previous stint, up to lap 10. This is at the moment the 20th lap. I think they've all pitted on the 19, so it has been a 10-lap stint for Renault.
Is Max gaining or not?
We were kind of expecting on that second stint, and I would suspect that now Porsche will be in.
I know, Badger. It's like some weird fucking fever dream, isn't it?
Between the two, that's what I would suspect anyway.
Now, if they're not, that means they have gained a lap in each of the first two stints, and then suddenly. Oh boy, then we've got a hare and tortoise race.
Oh boy.
Somehow,
I wonder who's going to be in.
Have to work out how to
I wonder if I'm going to get put in with against the
are
esport guys or not.
Getting on for as close as you, but can do an extra lap on fuel, they will save themselves 25 laps by the end of the race.
Yep.
And that is nearly 3 fuel stops.
Yeah, I mean it's the amount of time that you can save if you can go
yeah,
to
no,
one
you're
lap
right,
for,
it's more than 1 an hour, isn't it? Yeah, no,
That's just about gaining. It is super tight, like at the top, you know.
Not quite, but almost twice now. I want to see if their Porsche was actually going to come into the pit lane there.
Well, we'll see it on the timing stream.
Exactly.
We will wait and see.
If Lauren Heinrich comes through there, surely he's got to. I would be amazed if Porsche Co-Anda stay out. There you go, they are in the pit lane.
Very few driver changes yet. Max Verstappen stays in, James Baldwin stays in. Thibaut Lartilieu has taken over the Alpine car number 36. Franco Colapinto stays in at number 4. Who else? Matthias Besch is in the number 8 RHG car. He stays in. Felix Rosenquist stays in. Matteo Hommler stays in. Thibaut Casubon has taken over the 65 Panis car from Jaap van Uyten. So it's a combination of some fresh drivers and some who are going clearly for a double-double, a quad stint. But a quad stint, what, 40 laps, let's say? It's about 90 minutes in the car, so it's not a vast amount of time.
It's about it's just because obviously
so we're driving in the GTEs. There's no LMP ones this race.
It would be like say around about 2 hours, which for me I would say, and I've kind of
Jimmy Bimmer, that's right.
Some teams I've seen this switch up where a lot of teams.
Oh mate, I'm not nervous, but like I'm in this point now where like I know we're in the cycle for me now, and I'm just like okay, starting to try and get my brain in the right place. My Brian. And
I'm not sure that's the best way. I've always said
I need to sort of set my stream up as well when that happens. We've got a little while yet, but
3 hours in an endurance race, 2 to 3 hours is perfect. Anything over 3 hours is too much, and anything sort of under 2 hours is almost pointless.
But it's a mental strain, isn't it? That is absolutely the destroyer. Once you get into that 3rd hour, that all of those synapses just stop working.
Exactly.
So well.
Well, you can
my
see
brain.
The 20s come out comfortably clear of the.
I wish I didn't go for the drop top all the time.
Has the number 1 dropped into the clutches of the AMG Petronas team as well? That is the number 1, and that is the AMG Petronas team as well behind.
There's only 0.3 of a second behind them at the line, so there is Max Verstappen in the inset.
And Rogers behind.
I've never actually heard of this guy. Who is he?
And obviously, like you said earlier, in Q1 yesterday, the qualifying session before we went into
two-time F1.
He was 7 tenths
Please no
faster than anyone else was Josh
Jimmy's
Rogers.
new name, Jimmy Probent. Canada loves you, mate.
Thank you, Carl. Thank you, the entirety of Calendar as well. Calendar? Canada. I can talk! Shut up! Leave me be!
Sort of territory you're in, or just an absolute
He's a Minecraft YouTuber, okay.
But these are
is that Dream?
cars. It's not just that he got the best out of the best car. They're all the same. Okay, the setup is fractionally different, and you can see that in some of the cars, and that was clearly the case. Josh Rogers just had that number 20 Porsche just had a rear end that the red line cars could not match. Josh Rogers takes over.
Can't match that rear
20,
end.
And Matt Beckham takes over car number 23. They were 1-2.
Thanks for inspiring my love of sim racing. After racing for over 10 years in karts, sim racing offers some of the best racing I have ever been a part of.
Thank you, man. It does, doesn't it? It's super intense.
Competition BMW, which has to drift out wide there, so part of being able to make your way through traffic is understanding what your car can and can't do. The other part of it is understanding what the GT cars can and can't do.
Not much of a draft, is there?
They can and can't stop,
oh my God, that.
They're going to go when they start to release the steering and come off the turn. Because if they're going to run all the way out to the white line and you're outside there, you're going off.
Yeah.
So Baldwin chasing down Verstappen. Fordzilla, where on the grid?
Oh, can't
16th,
even something like that. Yeah, they were way down.
It's 966. Alessandro Ottaviani.
Have they pitted though? Do they owe a stop?
Yeah, which, like I say, for their run within the Le Mans Virtual Series, the 966 has kind of had a bit of an up and down. They did have a podium in the first season, which was at the
Baldwin versus Verstappen's been a pretty good.
This season, they had a retirement in the first round. They've not finished.
Pretty good story this year.
At all through the season. This is not uncommon, though, that this is the round where some teams were top 10. Everyone will remember, and yes, we will bring it up more than once on this broadcast. So sorry, but I think it's the most
I am racing, yes.
we've had in the Le Mans Virtual Series, when, of course, 79 Axel, they had no top 10s throughout the season. They weren't even really a painful way of putting it.
Imagine a 24 hours of Le Mans and BeamNG.
Everyone would be out already.
Wow, was it an
everyone would be just ruined already.
And boy, were they happy.
So happy. We were as well.
Yeah, the streaming pictures we saw of them just going absolutely mental, because they were all based in Kuala Lumpur. They were all in Malaysia. You know, in this little pocket of enthusiasm, quite a large pocket as it turned out, when it seemed like things were going to suddenly go, all the friends and family were rammed in there. And again, you know, yeah, the team in Shanghai, we were looking at some of their social media posts of their setup. You know, they've got their sim rigs. Each driver has their own sim rig in this little room, and then there's a ring of tents behind them. So they're not even leaving the room to go to sleep. They're just going into a tent, going and having a kip, coming back out and getting on with it. So in speed, a great
I am driving in about 40 minutes or so.
That massive enthusiasm, being a tiny little unit in this vast
tiny unit is my
China that knows nothing of any of it.
My Tinder username.
I mean, fantastic. It's fantastic to see that enthusiasm, and you know, something that probably is only even remotely financially possible in the sim racing world.
Well, this is the thing, is like, yeah, sim racing, this is but I'm sorry if people disagree with it, but you know, I've commentated enough sim racing, I feel like I can just throw it straight out there. This is the biggest sim race that is on the planet. It does not get bigger than, you know, with all the teams, all the manufacturers, everything that's in it, all the drivers, pro.
Yeah, 11, nice.
Whether they're pro in real life, pro in sim racing, whatever it is, there is so many massive.
Oh, they're clutching in.
You know, motorsport.
How is that a thing still, man?
And then you've got all of us behind the scenes, the amount of work that goes into it. It's absolutely incredible. It is the biggest event, and some teams really throw it out there. I wonder if we can ride on board and remain riding on board here with Lasse Sorensen, who's lost the race lead to Somalia, because I want you to listen in as we head into this second chicane on the Mulsanne, because he was doing something which I thought was very interesting in the first one. I think he's clutching in to cut the edge. Let's have a listen in. Yeah, so when that dies completely, I think it's a little bit of clutching in just to let the car roll up a little bit before shifting down.
I don't know how I feel about that, man.
Extra little bit of fuel saving, so we've got it back to race lead. I know the Triple Eight's called back up again, but that will build up.
Yeah. And the other deal is, look, he's not using all the revs. He doesn't need to, because he's sitting in the slipstream of the Ferrari.
Yeah, they do it in iRacing as well, Niels. It frustrates the arse off me.
Aerodynamic tow rope. So he is saving fuel by allowing the Ferrari to go back in front. No, after you, Claude. I mean, it is absolutely calculated. He is saving fuel. Now, he didn't get an extra lap on the Ferrari last time round. But if he's
it's definitely a sim thing. You would never do it in real life.
Than the Ferrari did, then they might be.
It would do weird things to your car.
To get an extra lap in
clutching in, so basically in the braking zone, he's using the clutch there to completely kill the revs and to save fuel. And it's brave to do it, as Lewis says, because it completely moves the weight of the car.
I've got to say,
so he's off the throttle earlier,
and it takes away engine braking.
And losing no ground and saving, you know, an egg cup full of fuel with every time he lifts off that throttle.
I've got to say, is beyond impressive for so many reasons. Because clutching in and kind of letting it roll into one of the chicanes miles, that's fine. Because you're kind of, by the time you start braking and then shifting down, you've got the engine back as you're turning.
Please, no Punterino.
When you've got
Thank you, Lucas.
Hi, Jammer. I lost a bit my fire for some racing. I still love it, but I don't have any motivation to race. Do you have any advice for me?
By the way, speaking of the pit lane, that potentially they are trying to work.
I think you just need to do what you want, man. Like, if you want to drive, then drive. If you don't, then don't. Don't force it. Otherwise, then you won't enjoy it. Find something you want to drive, even if it's just driving offline. Do that. I think competitive racing can also, like, get on your nerves after a while, you know.
The endurance racing spirit, it's the Le Mans spirit to get to the end of the race.
And yes, like so many cars at Le Mans, no matter what your hopes and aspirations at the beginning, Le Mans is a pretty cruel mistress. It's really tough.
Yeah, but if you, the idea, Nick, is if you get that wrong and you go into the braking zone, and suddenly you then like it's basically like heel and without, it's like downshifting without heel and towing. If you get it wrong, you get the as the engine comes back in.
Their only remit will be.
If you have the clutch in, the rear wheels, as Lewis said, are no longer being driven. So you use downshifting in the car and the engine to slow down as well as braking. It isn't just fully braking. Give it a go. If you're in a sim next, find the clutch to like a button or something, go into a braking zone and try and make the corner in your usual braking spot without engine braking.
The Ferrari had damage.
No,
Punterino, Jimmer.
I don't know.
Didn't the racing get rid of clutching in because they claimed it would break the clutch because it's just used for starting?
I saw
you would destroy the clutch in real life.
They were leaving, but I don't know why.
I don't think it was a 3 minute stop. I think we're looking at the overall time in the pit lane, because its last stop that I'm reading on here was a 1:28.8.
Okay, that last pit, yeah, right. So that will be the drive-through as well. So that's the total, including the penalty. Okay, right. So
they removed it from iRacing. Thank God.
You're right. So I had the wrong column clicked.
I know, Richard, mate. It's almost like we're in 2023. Fucking hell, mate. I can't believe girls can do things too. Oh my God, shit. Oh my God. I never knew. I'm so surprised still hearing comments like that, even now, man.
Fire has had a problem. Oh, Lasse Sorensen and Smolia. What? We didn't even see that on our live timing, but both of them.
What? Oh, and Sammy Matty Trogan also shown as stopped.
What has happened here? So we've got the Sammy Matty Trogan, of course,
the leaders.
Williams Esports. The two that we were talking about there. So the fire that we just saw, I did not even realise. When we cut back to the pit lane, I thought it was because we were getting ready for the rocket thing. It was because they went back to the pit lane because they were having an issue. I think there has been a disconnection or something in the same sense for Lasse Sorensen and for Smolia, for REG and ProDrive Fira.
Holy shit.
Team still in the pits. Project One were just in the pits. Simsa are just shown us on an outlap. Project One were shown as.
Show us the standings for fucking GTE.
A couple of glitches. 888, 95, Lasse Sorensen, and 11, the Project One.
We're back in P8.
Wasn't right at the front of the field, but they've had problems as well.
Holy shit.
So we're looking here at, again, you know, Oracle Red Bull Racing, you're looking here at Yuri Kasdorp, the 99 Red Bull livery car, just going ahead of the P1 Esport car of Oliver Rasmussen. They have had so much trouble. Talking about teams that have had problems, Peugeot have had their problems, of course. That's where Haley.
Oh, Yuri's going to be behind us. He'll catch us. He'll catch me on my stint, definitely.
So let's catch up with what she's got to say.
That's huge, man. Aren't they like in the championship contention?
Peugeot Sport driver. You've just slipped.
Turn down gain. Turn down gain. Turn down gain. Turn down gain.
You're used to your race suit. Just about jumping in the car, but can you just enlighten us what happened just a few minutes ago as a moment of stress here?
Yeah, unfortunately, for some reason, we got disconnected via some internet problems. So it set us back 2 laps, which is never nice in the first hour of a 24-hour race. So I guess now it's going to be a recovery race for the remaining 23 hours, but we'll do the best we can to make up the most track position possible.
Can you just tell us about the preparation prior to the event?
Tell the preparation, guys, prior, if you don't mind.
I don't have a sim at home, and I haven't spent much time on the sim, so as a team we've been here for about 4 days just doing some team building with the Peugeot Esports boys and trying to get up to pace, and it's been a good time. I think the performance seems to be quite good. So it's been a good week, and now we see the result that we'll be kind of working for throughout the race.
Slight setback, of course, with Valentin catching COVID. So Elliot stepped into his shoe, did a great job of qualifying.
Oh yeah, I forget. Like, I think her name's Haley. She can like speak like flawless French and just like falls into it sometimes. It's like, oh, gee, that surprises you.
He's obviously done a great job, and he's also been helping me a little bit together with Maxime and Malte to get the performance where it needs to be. These pro sim boys are really incredible what they do. Just like what we try to do on track. I respect them massively, and they'll be the ones kind of guiding us through this 24-hour to get the good results.
Just prior to this interview, we were talking about Mission H24.
My nails are black because I painted them black, VK Gaming.
It's the lead car for this virtual Le Mans. Could you just tell us, is that something that you would like to try out?
I mean, it seems like it's getting a lot of momentum. It's something that the ACO and the WEC are looking heavily at introducing in, I think, 2025. So, you know, we'll see where the championship and what direction it goes. Obviously, I plan to be on the grid, and I'll drive whatever they give me. But it's really nice to see motorsports going into...
Paint them Marla colours. Ah, I should have done that, man.
Fantastic. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, the shorts! Oh, we're back into some more shorts.
Ticking all the boxes there and getting everything done. Let's hope she didn't touch anything while she was there as well. Peugeot Esports are back in the frame, but again, you know, for them, it is going to be a long race back to try and get themselves into contention. Overall, Josh Rogers leads for Porsche Coanda from Max Verstappen and Team Redline, with Jack Baldwin, AMG Team Petronas, that number 63 car right behind. Fordzilla. What a start to the race, from 16th on the grid up to 4th position. Matt Backham 5th for Porsche.
How many laps of fuel has Bicycle got left? Should be on her stream somewhere.
What's the difference between GTE and GT3?
I think it's just aero and a bit more power.
Team BS competition, that BMW up into 2nd position. And that's actually ahead of Jeff Giassi in the second.
Mine's still in storage at the moment. Yeah, 32.
They didn't qualify very strongly, Team Bears competition, but they've been.
Yeah, also that GT3 is ABS. GTE does not.
That was good. That was good. They got their first podium last time out. Did the BS competition car. Let's see what happened to the Le Mans Virtual Cup machine.
Oh, big sense.
I believe Sean Arnold did get behind. It got squeezed out quite a significant bit.
Nah, I think that's fine. I think that's fine, mate.
Thank you for your advice, Jimmy. Here's some motivation for you. Max, 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 super max, max, super, super max, 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 super max, max, super, super max.
I mean, those lyrics hit hard, man.
Just in case there are any penalties coming through.
I know I grew up in a difficult family, and those lyrics, man. Oh my God, the sun's come out. Please dry my Rufusy, please.
Last season, they're presently in 9th with 39.5 points, looking to score some decent points to end this season. And I was chatting to someone who's been helping out, well, not helping out, but has been chatting to Ibrahim Khan. Ibrahim Khan's actually been helping out in the world of sim racing because it's one of the real world drivers, not in this race, but aiming to take part in it next year, which is John Bennett. If you do need a pro driver for next year, I'm sure it'll be one that will jump behind the wheel because he's mighty fast in the sim. Got to give a bit of shout out to some friends, you know. See if I can get some people that I know on the grid, you know.
There you go. Well,
it pays to know.
Oh, yeah.
There are a few that could definitely earn a place here. And of course, with 2 pro race drivers,
Vaporosy. God damn it.
To fill, pro racing drivers who can also pedal a sim. On board with Mac Backham, sim exponent.
I am driving soon-ish. I'm only driving for one stint though, and then I'm off until like the evening. Well, I do 2 stints at night. I'm happy with that. I prefer driving at night actually. This car feels nicer at night.
Championships and disciplines across a number of different platforms. I mean, and that's one of the delights I think of being a sim racer, is that you can do things that they used to do in the 1960s and occasionally in the 1970s, you know.
P13 soon, yep. Back again.
Those guys would do 2 or 3 different races, maybe race in Formula 1 cars, maybe in touring cars, maybe in a sports car race at the same race weekend. But
because I want to watch the whole race, really.
do a World Endurance Championship or a Le Mans Virtual Series race. You can do a single-seater race. You can do a
the way I see it, I don't know. I've got weird brain. I think it's kind of like I like to try and make this event as interesting as possible because I think it's so cool this event happens. As a sim racing degenerate, I love it.
Good luck today, Jimmy. Have a good time out there.
Thank you, Adam, mate. So, like, I want to just show everyone that the entire race, like an onboard, is cool, I guess, when I'm driving, but I don't want to take someone else's.
Popular car opinion. Mine. Ferrari F40 is one of Ferrari's ugliest cars, and the Liberty Walk modded one is a massive improvement.
Only 2 races. All right, quite long.
What?
But yeah,
he does have to fly between them and do all of that.
Yeah. And that's the great joy.
I guess
you know,
that's wrong, but that's okay. My unpopular opinion is that the F50 is actually ugly.
Please, no Punterino, Jimmer.
Hey, Jimmer, I just wanted to let you know how much of a true inspiration to my life you are. Good luck. Hope you have a good race.
Will go, right, we're 2Ks down on the straight. I'm off to Indianapolis for a couple of hours to find out how we're going to find it.
Yeah.
What? I mean, you know, beyond your wildest dreams as a real-world racing driver, that you could do things like
I like
that.
how
All, you couldn't rebuild
the F40 LM, that's it.
To go and do that. And secondly, you couldn't be in Indianapolis. And
chat right now hearing Chris's opinion.
Sim racing cars just will take it forever and ever and ever because you can just reset all the controls anytime you want to. So it's a phenomenal rate of learning. And that's why we've got pro sim racers in the field that are in their 20s and 30s, and also that are still in school. I mean, barely out of short trousers, and not because they're postmen. You know, 17-year-olds, 18-year-olds.
Okay, I guess my unpopular opinion is that Lamborghinis became uninteresting after the Murcielago.
Doing it like junior karters coming up into single-seaters since they were 6 or 7 or 8 years old. But getting in far more hours behind the wheel, far more hours than anybody could ever do in karting. So they come in at you know, in their mid-teens, fully formed.
Oh yeah, no, and it's trust me, it's what makes you feel old.
That's not a hot take. What have I got?
Punterino, Jimmer.
I'm trying to find hot takes.
Yes, skip it, dob.
Okay, mate. Thank you, Wild.
Behind the wheel. As we see Michi Hoyer trying to find his way past Matthias Besch. And Page is continuing to have a problem in that number 28 machine, the Yazid Veloce. So there's movement backwards, but there could be movement forwards here for Michi Hoyer.
Yeah, Michi Hoyer with the bit between his teeth. This is the battle for 9th place. Matthias Besch, R8G. Michi Hoyer gets the slipstream on him. Down the straight they come. And Michi has been involved in the...
That's a good hot take. V6 F1 sounds good.
In the first and the second Le Mans 24 Hours Virtual.
And doing the whole season to both.
Straightforward pass. Came up with speed. And again, you know, the cars are the same. The aero package is the same. The engine power is the same. The tyre choices are the same. They're pretty much forced by the fact that soft tyre won't work at this time of day. But you can do things with radiator blanking and brake blanking that is survivable because there are not enormous concerted stops here. You've got time to cool the brakes.
Do I have enough? I think trying to make a race car for the road is pointless because it will suck on the road and it will suck on the racetrack.
That was a great move on Fordzilla.
Again, I think it's a particularly hot take, but
Timo Latia up to 5th ahead of Alessandro Ottaviani. So Ottaviani's gone from 4th after the stops down to 6th position.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too worried if I was Fordzilla right now.
I don't think they are either.
But for Alpine, for Tom Latia, I mean, they didn't qualify where they wanted. They qualified in 10th place. And they were saying
that is a James May take. We're getting older now.
Of course, that is the car where we'll obviously see, we saw Sasha Lehmann at the start, we'll see Leo Boulet, and we'll also see Colin Spork, 2022 Formula Sim Racing World Champion, behind the wheel. But again, they are a very, very strong team at number 36. However, they are one of the 4 teams that's on my naughty list, including the 2 that we were looking at earlier.
Is that because they didn't send you freebies?
No, which, I mean, to be fair, if there was a naughty list of that, there's quite a long list. Our nice competition aren't on there because they've sent me some nice t-shirts and all, that's fine. But no, they're on...
Pink and white?
Yes, they are. Bright pink, bright white. No, they. The reason why Alpine are on my naughty list is the same as why.
I guess my actual
obviously
my actual hot take, or what my actual unpopular opinion is, I think drifting is boring.
Why?
Unless you're the one driving. To watch, I'm just like, I don't give a fuck.
It's the liveries. Because they've got two cars, each of them have two cars, and they both have identical liveries on both of them. It's not good enough.
No.
Where's my dummies guide?
Now, I wonder if that starts to explain. I wonder if Fordzilla
Please, no Punterino, Jimmer.
But the thing is, I like watching Alexi.
F1 cars look slow and cumbersome.
I don't know why. Like, it's like maybe I just don't like watching like broadcasts.
I was going to say, it almost seems like as though he's got his pit limit,
normally flashy rear lights would suggest the pit lane speed limiter is on, but he's going too quickly for that.
Going on here?
He's stuck in gear potentially, which can happen, if your shifters fail.
I think he's making it round cleanly to the pit lane, so it looks like less of a handling problem. But
Sounds like he's in a pretty low gear.
Again, there is only one strategy to this stage: stay out of the pit lane and don't hit things. All right, that's two strategies, but it is one thing: stay out of the pit lane and don't hit stuff. And they have not managed to stay out of the pit lane. In fact, they've not managed to get into the pit lane. They got into the pit entry road and the car just went straight on. So I wonder if he's got a slightly glitchy connection as well.
It could be.
Destroy. Hey,
of course, you will be able to start it down. You'll be able to get it on.
I like them all.
Some people might say maybe you can only activate the pit limiter in first.
Do you quit?
That is the case in real life, but not in RFT. You can actually activate the pit limiter in a higher gear than first. So don't worry too much.
I tell you what.
They are in pit lane, but obviously you can have some.
Yuri's in that 99. He's going to be catching bicycle pretty quickly.
In pit lane, by the way, so they might have to be returning to pit lane for a drive-through. But they are thankfully in. I'm not told as to yet. I will have to send a little message to my contact within the Super Veloce camp to be understanding what exactly has gone on.
Marco Pecci has brought it back without hitting anything.
How many laps the bicycle, guys?
So the least damage inflicted on the car possible, and that is good news.
Did get told, by the way, Max Verstappen had a bit of an issue on his computer, and then a spin courtesy of it.
Of that glitchy connection.
Yeah, so I don't know what's happened to them.
Lee Battle, we're watching here in GTE.
Okay. What I'm going to do then, chat, is I'm going to start my RF2.
Ibrahim Khan right behind him, as in right behind him. There is the BMW BS car, not quite in shot there, but as the helicopter pulls back, we will see him.
Nice.
Jeff Chiassi in third place for Proton Coanda. BMW Team Redline 71. Lorenzo Colombo has taken that over.
Oh, Project One. Sorry,
that's
P1 Esports. P1 Esports. Sorry,
it is P1 Esports. Okay,
that might be out of the race because I believe that could be a rear wheel. If it's a rear wheel,
Rasmussen.
If it's rear wheel, that is done. That is out of the race. You will not be able to. Well, you won't be able to get it back into pit lane because obviously it would have destroyed the diff where all the. That's P1 Esports. P1 Esports. Sorry,
it is P1 Esports. Okay,
that might
where were they?
Because I believe that could be a rear wheel. If it's a rear
they're
wheel,
below us.
If it's rear wheel, that is done. That is. Sorry,
yeah, they're out. They're out, I think.
Third place for Proton Coanda, BMW Team Redline 71. Lorenzo Colombo has taken that over.
Oh, Project One. Sorry, that's P1 Esports. P1 Esports.
Now,
I'd suspect that it is a rear wheel and that car's out.
Yeah.
That would be that is my gut feeling. I think it's gone into the wall at the end, backwards. Ripped the rear left off, and has left it sat there beside it. So I think that
car is Slemp.
Well, let's take a look at the replay. This is down into the Indianapolis. That's the right-hand section. Oh goodness! Got on the inside and
that's a real. Oh, it's on top of the car.
I did get confirmation from Yassi Veloce stuck in gear.
Okay, so that will be a problem with the
F. I mean, that's good for us.
Itself, for some reason, his flappy paddles, although they're flapping, aren't connected properly. He did have a couple of those. I mean, most dramatically of all.
Fucking Haven, man.
Le Mans 24-hour virtual, where we had to have that in session, live on camera, rig change.
Simon Pagenaud.
Yeah, Simon Pagenaud, who was racing there for Penske.
Making sure everything is.
Having rehearsed, but having also borrowed a friend's rig and then rehearsed how to hot swap it while the car was out on track. I mean, just.
It was incredible.
Whoever thinks of things like that? I'll just go and borrow a mate's. And then had spent time
preparing,
setting that spare rig up for him as well. Let's take a look at Max's spin in the second of our chicanes.
Okay,
yeah,
so
that's a glitch as well, isn't it?
You could see he had a little bit of a screen freeze there.
Yeah.
And then as it's come back.
we'll see this very clearly from on board. Bang gets held, and as soon as it does it, it kind of...
It's R factor 2, man, still.
The only way to do it is if you actually hold your input at the exact point
Still.
that it is. How can you do that? Because everything's so dynamic as you're leaving corner, you're releasing pressure. Typically when it does that, you also either lose force feedback or you gain like everything in force feedback, which is not good. And so then you have to hold everything in place. By the time you come back in, obviously the wheels from that point would have gone from sitting at, let's say, pointing 5 degrees off to the right, and now they're pointing either dead center or 15 degrees off to the right, or whatever they move in a single millisecond. Bang. One way. That's obviously what's going to cause the car to spin. So very unfortunate there for Verstappen, but yeah, it's having a couple of issues.
Yep, part of the real world, virtual world.
Got all my stuff sorted.
Well, back with our lead battle, Proton Commander Alex Tauscher and Ibrahim Khan right behind him.
Yep, okay.
The SBMW.
You cannot escape the Beast Charger Jimmer.
That's hard to mistake for anything else, and I'll give them kudos. And actually, we're talking about the Brabham, as we said, Brabham Esports car, the green and gold, moving up the order again. The Brabham, so distinctive from head on, from that angle, rear 3/4. This could be anything because there are a lot of green cars, and there is 111.
Okay.
And no left rear wheel as we get.
Jimmy, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, you can start to join the server.
Okay.
Category for our second retirement. P1 Esports, the Danish team, are out.
Does the link you gave me for the race server work in game, or do I have to be out game for
I
it?
will just say, I am disappointed. I thought the marker of doom would have either been one of those big red markable pens or a high.
Be out of
Yes,
for
it
it.
is, and I don't know where it is.
Oh, okay, it's not. Okay,
I don't even know where my Sharpie's gone, which is normally in my briefcase and has not made it here. So, marker of doom. The marker of doom
it's
has
a ballpoint of doom.
it's been, well, it is, yeah. It's the it's the 2020 Bobsleigh World Championships in Altenburg, Germany. Biro of doom, yeah. Snappy title, one that may not catch on.
Very smooth.
Ooh.
Let's see what happened to the 20. Of course, our race leaders, Josh Rogers, they've lost about 6 seconds. Too much curb going through the final chicane, the final of the 4 chicanes, and that's what sent Josh Rogers round. Has been perfect. Has that team for an hour and 40 minutes, but it only takes 1 minute for you to have a
spectate. You still join as a spectator, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. It's been a while, I'm an old man now.
Yeah, whatever. I'll get you next time, Broadbent.
Right, what do I need to set up here? I need to turn this off. I want my footsies. Where are they? There they are. My sim hub still isn't showing yet, which does somewhat concern me. But it's here, so I'm gonna try closing it quick and then Okay, no, we're in game. That's good. Make sure it's assigned.
On track to have sim hub working when you do drive as well.
Copy. Do I have to assign the setup as a spectator? So it's assigned already for the car, but
It's assigned already to the car.
okay.
Yeah, you are riding with me now.
Good. I want to hit passenger now, don't I? What? Do I hit passenger now? Or it says, it meant to say drive, it says passenger now.
Yeah. Also, you have to select the camera yourself, the one that you're driving with.
The what, sorry?
The camera.
Okay.
Now you are no longer riding with me. Yeah, now you are.
Please no Punterino, Jimmer.
Good luck, Jammer.
Thank you, turn 1. Right, I'm gonna have a wee quick. Just gonna pop the wee quick and I'll be back. Yuri hunting. Just had the fort. Yeah, 2 seconds, I know, yeah, sorry.
You are no longer riding with me.
Yeah, I'm just setting a button. What haven't I used yet on this? I want to reset FFB because I know this game is stupid. Where is it? Am I being stupid? You in chat.
Best of luck to you and the team, Jimmy. Love the content.
Oh, sorry, thank you.
Hello, Jim. Have fun
no.
today, and remember that no matter what happens, you'll always be a champion to us.
Thank you. I'm hoping it'll be a fun race. That's what I really care about. Yuri hunting though.
Which wheel rim are we using today?
I'm using the Asher rim, the sort of Formula style one. Oh god, how do I get rid of those? I forget. Tab? There you go. Yuri doing some fat sniffing. Weiska's a bit slower than she has been, so it makes me think the track isn't quite there either. I'm using... Actually, you know what? I'm not going to take it off. Bye, Yuri. Thank you, David.
Good luck, Jimmy, to you and the team. Greetings from Hungary.
Greetings, my guy. Rear camera's off center because the game's weird. The dash won't be blocked when I start. It'll be it will have my details on. It's just it's not going to work until I get in the car, basically. Someone donates 1 million. Yeah, I'll punt Max for 1 million. Nah, I don't think I would actually.
All box this lap.
Copy. What's the fuel target?
6.25.
Yeah, getting ready for the huge crash. Yuri's faster than me. I won't be able to keep up with him. Yeah, we are a pit stop though, so it'll be P9 I think when we come back out. If I can stay inside the top 10 of my stint, I'll be happy with that. Really happy with that.
Please no Punterino Jimmer.
Good luck, Jimmer. We see you at Brands a few months back at Brands in your Supra. Thumbs up, nice exhaust, embarrassed smiley face.
Thank you, Chris. Best exhaust, mate. Absolute cannon. Thank you, Victor. I doubt it, mate. So my like pace goal is like sort of mid to low 52s to high 51s. If I can do that, I'll be really happy.
They're way slower than what we practice with, so I would expect too fast lap time.
Okay. Track is slower, so maybe not that then. So I guess if I can get 52, I'll be happy.
Please, no Antonino. Jimmer.
Good job, Bicycle.
Thanks. I drove a little bit higher TC than in the practice server.
Okay.
Just because of the grip.
What's it on now? Is it on like 4?
5.
Okay.
I don't know if that resets after pit stop.
Okay, I'll check.
Good job, Bicycle.
Thank
Good
you.
job.
I think I'm still on 3 penalty points.
No pressure. I'm going to double that, mate. Easy.
If you double that, that's good.
You will be neutral when you start.
Good luck, Jimmy.
I can just press escape now?
Wait till he exits pits.
Let's go, boys! Try and fit out where the script is in the first couple of laps and where it isn't. Track temp's 48. Oh, I've got Peril behind us. He's gonna catch me. Oh, it's Slippy out. TC's on 5, it just doesn't show on the dash. And we'll break early that one. Very good. I don't mind if I lose a bit of time to David behind. My goal was to stay in the top 10. Just be safe and consistent. Feel out these track conditions, they're a bit hotter than we practice with. Feels okay, feels quite slidey. I know David behind me is going to be quicker, so just not letting that get into my brain too much. Not bad out that. $22 hours left. Nice and easy. Just vibing, feeling fine, chat. Feeling fine. Lift and coast could have quite an aggressive fuel number we need to hit. Also just short shifting quite a bit as well. I'm okay where I'm shifting, can I shift later or is this okay for fuel? Shifting like 6.2 at the moment.
You can shift later, 6.4.
Okay, so that's on the blue light. Yeah, I know he's going to catch me quickly. It's okay, I'm not bothered about that. Daytona 24 is next week though, mate. Car's feeling slidey. Nice. This is good pace. Well, good pace for me, I should say. Fuel needs a bit of work. I won't slow down for the LMP2s, no. I just try and make it clear I am on circuit, you know. Just thought I'd give a little bit of an advantage to Davey there.
I will go for a bit. Good luck.
See ya.
Just got on the curb in the wrong spot there. Silly boy. Come on, Jimmy. Don't make those silly mistakes, boy. Not much I can really do there, unfortunately. Please. The bimmer is slightly, yeah. Oh my god, Jimmy. But I'm driving like a helmet, so I need to unhelmet. Oh god. It feels so slidey. Right, let's settle into it. Come on. Three and a half attempts in the first sector. I don't want to keep upping the TC though. We're already on 5, I think. Yeah, it's already on 5. 630, fuel's bad as well. What's going on? Track temp's still unaffected though. It's getting cloudy. Spooky. There's no grip. It's okay, Jimmy, come on. Remember, mid-52s are okay. Fuck me, Jimmy. I don't know what's going on. Fuel spare though, I guess. Embrace the suck. Oh yeah. Why no charge to carry? I know, we made a mistake there, didn't we? Well, I knew I'd be losing second of that, man. There's a crash? Who's crashed? While David is catching us, Lee behind is not really, so... Yep, good. Good. What is going on with this car, mate? This feels like a lot slipperier than earlier. I'm having sort of a tough time adapting to it. Do you have any hints or anything?
Try to be as clean as you can. Tire life will come back. Tire grip will come back. If you stop sliding for 3-4 corners.
Jimmy, for fuck's sake, please, just drive like you drove yesterday. This is not good enough. Trying to just be really wary of the tyres now. We had a good first lap, and then it's just sort of fallen off a bit, but let's try and just get back into the 52s, yeah? That's our goal, I think, for now. Even now I lose 2 temps there, I feel like I'm doing that pretty much the best I can do it. Well, closer. Oh, this is awkward. Like, the pace isn't ideal, but I think, you know, doing well. We've not picked up any off-track penalties yet, which is good. Car's in one piece. We are falling behind Yuri pretty substantially, but to be honest, I expected that. Guy's fucking rapid. David has caught us by a bit. Again, kind of expected that. Not much we can really do about it. We are keeping the gap to Lee, though, behind, which is... I'm happy with that. Fuel could be a bit better. What you're seeing right now, chat, is some proper copium. Good job, Jimmy. Gib. Trying different things in here. I can't quite get this corner right. It's like the tyres were really nice at the start and then just have fallen. Like I overheated them something right at the start and they've just gone to shit straight away. I have such little like ability to turn the car there as well. I have to be so soft. Like driving a go-kart. Even there, like it's trying to oversteer. Oh. Stop sliding! Oh, whatever. I got one. Slap me, chat. Too fast. I just don't feel any confidence in this car. Track temps come down by a degree. Come on! Now we can do it. Tires are not old. Come on! It just doesn't rotate. I have to think we were just practicing in better conditions, you know. Setup's fine. I don't know. I think honestly, I'm just driving badly, guys. You know how we do things here. The pain. Fuck me, this car's trying to kill me everywhere. Dude. In third gear and it's trying to fucking kill me through there. It feels so bad. I'm actually going to turn the TC back to what it was when I was practicing and see what that's like. Maybe it'll be better. Maybe it will rotate better. Well, really, for these events, you go for a setup that is fast, and you just have to learn to deal with it. Do I get bored? No, not really. Especially not in a car like this. I can drive however I like, Anders, mate. I'm trying to understand what the problem is so I can solve it and then go faster. You silly goose. Yep. Yep. I think the time was better. That felt better with lower traction control. Just so crazy how slidey this car is. Not pit stop time yet.
When you don't slide, you get up. You just have to avoid you sliding and you will be competitive.
I'm trying to save a bit more, but it's difficult.
Hey Jimmer, just tuned in. What did I miss?
Me ice driving a bit. What's that keep happening? Fuck off. Too early. I lifted there to make sure I didn't get a cut track. Why is my fuel so bad? I'm saving so much. They're only stable because I was slowing down for the guy to not hit me. Like he squeezed me right to the inside. Too early. Davey is catching slower now, but still catching. Just go around the corner, cunt. You can't even like, even there, where it's like a tiny bit of load, it's still trying to slip away. .24 is what I'm aiming for. Max is streaming! Exclamation mark Max. I'm not defeated, mate. I'm just struggling a bit. I think the pace is... I think I'm actually driving okay. I think it's just the temperature's not quite there. I almost matched Binska's best time as well, so... Binska's best time, sorry. So I'm not a mile away, but... I'm nowhere near as quick as the eSport guys. To be expected, but you know, it's always a little bit disheartening when you see the gaps just shrink or grow, depending on where they are. Try this. Nope.
Hi Jimmer, watching your stream with my 5-month-old daughter. She knows your voice and is cheering you on.
That's
good
cute.
Luck and good
I won't
racing.
say the naughty word again then. I'm putting in like the minimal steering there, and it's just it just doesn't want to stick. I'm not quite getting fuel. I don't think I'm close, but.
You need 6.25 to finish the step.
I keep getting like 6.26, 6.28. Do big lifts now.
Yeah, if you do 2 big lifts, you get fast.
Please nerf Punterino, Jimmo.
Thank you, Andrew. And it will be hopefully 3 laps at the line, whoever's next.
Yeah, he's gone.
Yeah.
Please, no Pantorino. Jimmer.
Please, no Pantorino.
Keep your chin up, Jim, on the old bean.
That's better. Good fuel too, 6.18 that lap. Cat temp's gone down a bit more. Apparently we've got a massive flat spot, but no idea when that happened. Thank you, Andy.
Greetings from Australia. Feeling a little down, but your content always helps pick me up. Hope you're doing well.
Sorry you're feeling down, man. Well, I'm feeling down now because I just fucked that lap. Like, you don't know when you lock up. Apart from when it happens, you're just like, oh, I'm locking up. I don't know why.
It's just a game break. It's soft.
Go into the corner, please. It's sliding everywhere. Like, it's sliding fucking right when I'm turning to that right-hander. It's sliding left as I try and transition. It's all over the shop. Slid there as I try to turn into the fucking chicane. Like, it's just everywhere. I've got 2 laps remaining. Who's in next? Because I've not had anyone on board with me yet. I'm just doing one stint, aren't I? Okay, well I've got 1.8.
You need to pit this lap or what?
Maybe, I don't know. I'm just checking the fuel.
No, you're fine.
The rear looks very unstable on throttle, yeah?
Yeah, it feels awful, mate, honestly. It feels nothing like what we drove in practice. It's going to be close on fuel. Are you sure?
Yeah, you should level like 0.2.
It's so shit.
You did well to hold that. Big mute.
Yeah, didn't lose the place to Perel. I'm quite happy with that. Yeah, I'm having a bit of a... I'm not having great fun with how the car is. I'm just trying to keep it in one piece. I think, despite maybe not being, you know, not being the best feeling car, we are still in P8. As Yogurt says, you know.
Please, no Pantarino.
Well, I think we will be.
It's terrible. Drives like a pig.
That's what you have to do to go fast. You have to e-sport it. It's really odd, like it begins rotating at like slow speed, then it just stops like halfway through the corner. It goes alright as the rear slides round, and then as you stop it goes, oh, and you just get stuck. It's very odd. But you watch the eSport guy get in now and just fucking blitz it, so... Bono, my tyres are fucking wrecked.
Have you selected them?
Yep. Well, no, in practice, it's never been that way. It's never been like you wreck the tyres straight away. I didn't have any sort of significant, massive moment that would have wrecked the tyres. They just decided they were wrecked. Cool, boxing.
Select 94
I have.
93.
It's all selected. 93, Patel. Yeah, sorry about
94, 94 litres.
94. Yeah, I just couldn't, I don't know, mid-stint it just felt awful. It was okay at the end, but it was so slidey. I don't know if anything's changed or I'm just being a helmet.
Sometimes R-Factor 2 is like that. Different weather, different temperature, different rubber, and the car goes a bit AWOL, but...
Yeah, that...
All is good.
Bit of a frustrating drive, but... Hey. Sorry if I'm a bit moany mid-stint. I always get a bit frustrated when I'm not quite sure what's going on. But yeah, got the car around in one piece. Did an okay best time. The stint average wasn't the best, but... Oh, yeah, still in P8, I think. Yeah, roughly on par with Biosca. That's about happy with that. Right, let's sort this out. Do you want to see how sweaty I get during one stint? Oh, yeah. If your man ain't sweaty, why even bother looking at him?
So make a little race update, please. What position?
I think we are P9, P10, P8, some around there. You should be able to catch the people in front now, or at least close up a bit.
Hey, Sean.
You may fight on pit exit next lap, but maybe not.
Just get the stream back up for you guys.
With who?
Ferrari. I don't know if
Having
they
done
did
2 years worth of real-world experience, champion in the Praga Cup, which is effectively a little prototype, little LMP4, if you like.
Impressive machines, aren't they?
Yeah, and you know, maybe Le Mans is not such a pipe dream anymore.
Yep. Well, like I said, he got up to grips with that GT4 car pretty quickly, given they left on a lot of assists that would be slowing him down as well. He did a really good job there, but it would be great. Hopefully we can have a bit of a catch up with him at some stage. But here we look back at the RHG team. One of the RHG teams that looks like the number 18. This is the car with Roman Grosjean in, who is 7 tenths behind ARC Bratislava in the predominantly yellow colours just ahead. So Grosjean trying to get himself a little bit further
back
up the order. See the medium tyres on. That's what we're expecting the teams to use all the way to the end, really. Medium compound tyres, and we can see Roman Grosjean in that number 18 car trying to chase down ARC Bratislava. And just ahead of them is Alpine as well. There is the Alpine car next up the road. So
where would you say that was best?
As their proper driver.
You can't
was it up here?
Graphic, but behind him
or was it down
is
here?
the recovering 53 Williams, which was our champion on the first Le Mans Virtual. That team of Polish drivers. They are the fastest car out on circuit. They did
difficult stint, yeah.
3:24, 10 seconds faster than Grosjean, and at least 5 or 6 seconds faster than most of the rest of the field. Brzezinski is aboard that car. Jakub Brzezinski, one of the proper esports pros, and they had to take a penalty early doors.
Oh, okay.
For having to change their driver lineup.
Thanks, B. I always forget.
That was just a 30-second
I forgot.
Caught up with a disconnect, and so they were given a 1 lap back. They couldn't give them 2 laps back because that would have put them in the lead of the race. So they are kind of probably half a lap behind where they really should have been before that disconnect happened.
I'm looking forward. Yeah, I mean, so the reason it's a short stint is because there's rain forecast. I make it up later on.
Stick Williams, every time we've come to the 24-hour, they've got a fantastic track record here. The AMG team.
Could you join this
group?
One piece of shit, lap one.
In terms of this
who are you and who?
They've always kept that car
sleeping, and I saw him come.
So they always seem to save themselves for this race. And
where am I going?
Axel, whoever you are, you should die. No, I'm just talking.
Footsteps. AMG Team Williams now.
I know. You can just go to
where
we are.
Monza, which was their podium so far this season. The Williams esports car is the other car, the number 5. We just saw heading out of the pit lane. They are always the last to stop, having just followed the 2 Porsches into pit lane. Here we see the Ford Zilla car.
Where he came from, my God.
Chasing down Jesper Pedersen in the Floyd Van Wilburst car. Floyd Van Wilburst have been on the podium both times in the 2 runnings of the 24-hour Le Mans Virtual so far.
2 seconds.
They will be looking to make it 3 in a row, but to hold on to that 5th place. Oh, we've got a spin here. Ben, that's coming into the Ford chicane. That is the number 86.
Any idiot can drive a well-handling car. It takes a pure championship winner to guide a car handling like a pig with no incidents.
Or Fisichella.
Jimmer, thumbs up.
Please, no Punterino. Either that or they'd
just sweat.
Hit a curb a little bit too hard, but we'll pick that up in just a second.
Yeah, that was Gus Bowers, wasn't it, who has handed over to Ritson until it'll be an outlap.
Sorry, I've been asked to join Discord quick.
Please, no Punterino Jimmo.
It's not the car. The nail polish puts extra 2 grams on the tip of her fingers,
You're
which
right.
makes it harder to get the right feel when counter-steering that, trust me.
Max Verstappen aboard the number 1 Team Redline car, the car that wasn't on pole position, but almost before the first kink had the lead of the race. Very aggressive start from Verstappen to put the Redline 1 car into the lead for 8 laps. early problems for some of the cars in the middle of the pack, just trying to settle themselves down. They've been qualified by the pro sim drivers, and then the real world drivers were doing the first stint. So lots of shaking up of the order.
Yo.
Good job on the stint, by the way.
Our Le Mans virtual cup car,
yeah, production wants to set up
an
interview for the stream.
Sean Arnold tried to go around the outside.
Do you have Skype? Because they want to do it through Skype.
But
I might. I need to.
At that point with Lauren Heinrich aboard the wheel.
But do you like where I just went?
Right, there's a lot. Give me 2 seconds. A lot of voices. Right.
I guess it's more Mika, so.
Okay, that's fine. I'm not sure if I have Skype. Yeah, Skype in 23 exactly. Let me have a look. Is there anything else I can use? It isn't Skype.
I don't think so, because they want to do it for the production. I think they have to use Skype.
Right. Okay. You're gonna have to give me 2 seconds then. While I
Yeah. No rush.
while
No
I
rush.
try and get it. It's thinking about. There you go. It's Skype time. Oh my god. It is 2010 once again.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess then you need to try and find whichever your Skype ID is.
Yeah, I know. I've got no idea what any of this is, man. Like. Also, chat can hear me, so sorry that you're having to wait with no audio. Actually, I can probably give you audio. I just don't want to have too much going on in my small brain. Oh, wait a minute. Logged in. Can you see what I'm doing? Am I giving away my world secrets? No, I'm not. Good. Oh, I don't know what that is.
Bit unnecessary low speed,
It says here if you just click on your profile picture in Skype, and then you'll see like profiles.
How much?
Yeah.
Then it will show a Skype name something.
Okay. Give me a second. I'm just trying to log into it at the moment.
Yeah,
I struggle to get the nose in the last 4 corners.
Ago.
Probably is lower rubber.
Welcome to the Boomer stream chat.
We expected more
That's-
fun than in low speed. More, I meant more
Please, no Punterino, Jimmer.
with rear of the building up.
The kink in the middle of sector 1, with LMP2s, you have to stay alert.
Why are you signing me out? Oh my god. I don't know what my feckin' password is. Oh.
What was your lap time last lap?
Please
Because-
no.
Full
Punterino
traffic.
Jimmer.
51.5. Well, I had traffic.
Okay.
Lifted in
Yeah,
Indy.
no, it was for. I wanted to know some reference.
Just. I hate this so much, chat. I hate this. Sorry about this. This is really unentertaining.
They are now up in 5th place, having had a few pit stops as well. So
The problem we
far,
have
so
is the car is
this
wooden
no
on throttle.
fluke for Team Fordzilla. They've done a really good job to work
Anders,
their
yeah.
way
Yeah.
up the order.
What
They've gained
TCD
11 places
2.
now, and they're only 12 seconds away from 4th. And 25 seconds.
Nothing bad happening. I'm just trying to like find all my old accounts so I can log into my Skype. Because
For the number 4 car.
where is
Jesse
everything?
Benson aboard that machine. He's the team manager of Burst. Floyd Van Wool is Van Wool is what used to be Bicoles. They have now created a hypercar, which we will see in WEC in 2023. They've renamed Bicoles Van Wool as a tribute to the manufacturer of Formula 1 cars back in the 1960s. Floyd is the big sponsor. Burst is the team, and Romain Grosjean there having a chat.
Oh my god! It's like I have to go through the 800 different verifications to use a program I'm going to use fucking once and then delete afterwards.
No, he is still driving. Shows how much capacity he has to do other things. I didn't think he was looking at the screen for about half a lap there.
That's what you can do when you're a parent. You can drive and talk behind you at the same time, basically.
Yeah, yes.
You talk from experience.
Yeah, confirmed.
I literally use this app once a year and it's for this.
Yeah, the last thing about Floyd Van Wall before we switch elsewhere,
They
there
do
is the
like
Romain
their
Grosjean 18 car being driven by Grosjean, not watching the circuit, is that the number 4 machine has always been on the podium in the Le Mans 24 Hour. So before we went to the highlights, we had a spin from the GR Esports car. Now this was Rickson just going too fast.
Yeah. Wow, okay.
Carrying too much speed into the first part of the Ford chicane there.
That was a lot of speed carried into
I just had the classic re-enter your password. Cannot use old password. No!
Oh, it's just far too much speed.
He's just got that a little bit wrong. To say it was his outlap.
Two left. That's an L.
Time coming up to that part of the circuit, and presumably he's gone back now into the pits to get that car fixed.
Yeah.
User.
Yeah, so
oh my god!
Second position in the inaugural 24 hours of Le Mans Virtual.
So it's like change your password. Okay. Enter your PIN on your PC. Okay. Now enter your Microsoft Authenticator code. Okay. Change passwords. Password confirm. Okay. Log in. Enter password. Password. Okay. Enter your authentication code again. Oh my! Just let me in to this program. This is my biggest challenge. Le Mans easy compared to this.
Especially when you've been.
But at least you know you're not going to get hacked easily.
An absolute, as you said, a fantastic track record, but it's been just shy of being on the top step on both occasions. So Tom Dillman, I'm sure would be.
What do you mean enter password? I've done.
This weekend.
So Dillman has been replaced by Franco Colapinto.
Well,
that's not bad, is it?
Quite the replacement.
Oh, I'm in, boys. I've made it.
And a fantastic year, as we said, recently appointed Williams Academy driver as well. Here we see Felix Rosenquist. It's Chris Lullum actually has jumped in the car for them now. A man who raced in British F4 and was a
right. Who am I adding?
Multiple champion.
I think they just need your Skype ID and then they'll call you. So
okay, I don't have a spare webcam. Are they going to use webcam from Zoom?
No, you can leave Zoom if you're not driving, by the way. So you can leave the Zoom.
Okay. But the Zoom's on my laptop, so it won't be the same camera. I won't have a camera basically.
Yeah, they want at least something, I guess, with the camera, because they'll put it on the screen or on the broadcast. But like, if it's the laptop, I think it's fine, no? Or I don't know what.
But I just the point is, I just spent the last 5 minutes trying to get into Skype on my PC. And now I'm going to have to do it again on my god damn laptop.
That's unfortunate.
Whatever, mate, you're loving this.
Studies at university in Oxford Brookes, and again, not far away from where we are here at Silverstone. No, I know Oxford Brookes very well.
Oh wow!
Yeah, I tried.
Visited there, then, have you?
Yes. Yeah. I had an ex-girlfriend there. Yeah.
Just a bit different.
No, I did engineering there for a term.
Could use my phone.
Decided it was far too hard.
I think I've got something up on my phone.
But good place, Oxford Brookes, good university, and plenty of very, very famous engineers and drivers from there. Pat Simmons was kind of the leader of the engineering facility for many, many years, and they're great links with the likes of Williams. And look at the closing speed here. Yeah, he's got a different engine. That's mad.
This is going to be a change of position. Not at this chicane. He's going to wait for the next one.
Authenticator up again.
So that's Pescarolo that we're riding on board with. Pescarolo Esports.
Welcome to high stakes Le Mans racing. High stake authenticator fucking code entering.
No straight line speed in comparison to that red line car.
Not at all. And look, there we go. See you later. They're just going to go steaming past and might even be able to take the racing line into the next chicane. They actually are. There we go. Job done.
Wow.
Well, my thing is the same as it was last year.
Easiest overtakes Chris Lunham has ever had to make. They didn't come quite.
Yeah, I don't think they have a memory that lasts that long.
This car racing.
Now, when you've got a lot of downforce set up on your car, the effect of the slipstream is much greater. So the Pescarolo Esports Monaco car feeling a lot greater speed than he has in fresh air, because the hole that he's sitting in means that the difference between aerodynamics, downforce when you're not in a hole and when you are in a hole is greater. So really feeling the effect of the drag there. Potentially could have
51 mid.
Are you catching up in front?
Matching the pace of the Ferrari in front.
Why is there a Pornhub link on my fucking laptop? What the fuck? Let's not show him that.
I'm just struggling with the car on entry. I don't get the and then on throttle we don't have rotation. So.
I'll send him the Pornhub link. What the hell was I doing last time I was on Skype? I was having a great time.
Stress Jimmy is less Jimmy. Heart.
I know, he's pushing.
Let's try it again, boys. This time let's not show him. Let's not show him the roof. The roof porn. Let's try again.
Well, it's Alahan.
There you go. Oh, mate.
I'll send this through to them, and then I guess they will just call you.
Yes. My God. Right, let's put this down somewhere.
At GTE at the top of the hour, we did see the 71 machine at the head of the standings. They've now pitted. So we've each, the top 5 have each got.
I'm having such a tough time here with my life.
The 71 car has fallen back now to 5th in class, and it is those 2 Proton Coanders that are top 2 in the standings. 77 ahead of 88, and then interestingly, Bruno Spengler, the BMW team BS competition car, is 3rd position. So best of the BMWs, which is very rare.
Okay, that's fine.
Not the red line car, but actually the BS competition run machine. BS Borough Sud, the agency that look after the communications of BMW and have a
Right, chat, sorry about that. My God, I had such a horrible... I'm going to get off this Discord call now, by the way.
Good luck with your interview, I guess.
Thank you. Sorry, I had a whale of a time there, mate. I enjoyed our time together.
Yeah, for sure.
Many of those cars in the GT category having issues.
My God.
Some of the frontline cars are having issues with connectivity and various other things.
Yeah, I mean, who would have expected...
I'm so sweaty as well.
A team that hasn't won, a team that hasn't been in the top 10, and a team that only has 1 podium to its name.
Why am I so sweaty, chat?
That just goes to show Le Mans and how much, I guess, the practice these teams, taking nothing away from those teams.
I've got to try and look nice for the interview.
This race can be. It's a race of its own. You put the championship to one side. It's its own race, isn't it?
We also know that in GTE you are close to doing hour stints, but you're not quite there. Yeah. So it could be, and we do see this in all of our races, that there could be an element of strategy there. The 71 car is a minute.
I know, Yog. I was like, wait a minute.
So the leader, 77, is a whole minute ahead of the championship runaway leader in the 71. Yeah. So I'm saying that 71 are stretching their strategy to do one.
Holy shit!
But losing a minute, you know, how long to pit stop it? It's got to be close to that. We're only 3 hours in.
Well, we 1 minute and 27 seconds.
So they've lost a minute in 3.
Okay, this has to come off.
To do everything, fuel and tyres, D station as well. That top 4 definitely wouldn't have called that one, and again taking nothing away from those teams. This is a grid full of talented drivers up and down the field. It's impossible to call who's going to finish where, but looking at the stats alone, you would definitely not have guessed that.
It's all right, we're only 3 hours in.
Top 2 did 50 mid.
Plenty to shake out.
50
I know,
mid
well,
low.
I'll replay that in 20 hours and go,
Spengler 51.9. Delorme
this is one of the
52.0.
Alpine cars I think we're looking back at. Is
Bonito 51.0.
That's
Karsdorp 50.7.
Now being chased a little bit, we can see.
None of us are like that fast.
In
But
towards Arnage.
probably only Elhanet behind us.
Maranello
This Spanish racing, isn't it? So that's
the guy in front of you, 51.8.
37.
Eran is the only one.
Yeah, I know.
And there you can see Spanish racing in
So
the
basically,
But what I don't know is if Elhanet is doing
15th.
I don't know, man. We cannot do anything.
14. I know.
Like Pescarolo are hanging
forget
on to Team Redline.
The rest is
further up,
basically
behind. So since being passed,
Similar.
they've been able to.
Except Yuri as well.
Andre's been able to tuck in behind Chris Lullam, and
yeah, well,
working with him
except
now
for
to try and
252
close
that could be
Josh
Scarfic,
who is next.
We are
Philippi out for the nice commentators.
Hovering at around 10
Are
seconds.
or are not?
We are.
After that,
So
the
basically,
closest
where we
battle
are
is
is our
between
base.
Jesper Pedersen and Georgi Dimitrov.
Currently.
They have swapped places though.
Sound muted.
Dimitrov we saw going by. Yuri Toman for RHG is trying to chase down Tom Lartilu, who we did mention. He's in the other Alpine car, the 36 one. The 37 one is ahead of this car here, the Panis racing car.
Pierre-Louis Chauvet aboard the Panis Racing 65 machine at the moment. So he is the one of two of the pro drivers. Plenty of single-seater experience.
Yeah, raced in Frecker this year. Was really great to have him in the championship. Pierre-Louis Chauvet came in and was able to help out a team and pretty much put them on the podium straight away. It was a real fantastic job done by Pierre-Louis Chauvet. Turned the RPM team and helped them find a huge amount of pace.
He's actually been in single-seaters since he was 16 years of age. So he's been doing French F4 since 2017, and yet he's only 20. So it's really
crazy, isn't it?
an amazing amount of real-world experience already. And of course, being a Frenchman, focus to be able to race at Le Mans for real has got to be high on the priority list.
I imagine that would be the case, but one thing he definitely proved last season is that he can get his head around a car very quickly and can catch up on experience as well. It was really great to get to know him throughout last season, so we're looking forward to seeing what he does next. Actually, hugely talented driver. Many of them in this field, of course. We could talk just about what these drivers have done, and that would probably take up around 20 hours in itself. We're watching Enzo Benito, BMW team Redline, trying to close down Yuri Kazdorp, and that is going to be for 5th place. Here is the Marla. The Mohamed Patel has now taken over from Jimmy Broadbent. They are running in 9th place so far.
Now, I think that would mean that the Marla team's being run by BS competition. There are times where the Marla car is a Williams run machine, Marla being a commercial sponsor, and sometimes it's a BS competition car. But I think with the entry list that we have, it's a BS, a Buro Sud car, especially with Jimmy having the opportunity to get on board. And Buro Sud have got a great relationship with him. It's a big old car, isn't it? We are going to go, of course, in the real world of WEC. We are shortly going to be moving across to GT3 spec machinery. Next year in WEC, there will be no GT Pro category. The GT cars will be exclusively for GT Am, and we will still have the GTE car, but it will only have an element of amateurs driving them, and then we'll move across from the GTE car to the GT3 Le Mans spec. So they're based on a GT3 car, but with specific regs for the cars that compete in WEC. So that's to refocus all of the manufacturer support to hypercar, really, because we obviously had great manufacturer support in GTE. And the idea is that with Ferrari now in hypercar, BMW coming into hypercar, that the focus is on hypercar as the lead category, rather than at times it really felt that GTE should be the lead category at Le Mans, with such competition, Corvette being involved as well, and such support as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a really exciting couple of years, isn't it? The next 3 years, this transition period is going to be mega. I mean, even now, the announcements going out, seeing the teams release their liveries, their driver lineups, already the buzz around not just World Endurance, but Le Mans is absolutely fantastic.
Sports car racing generally, you know, we've got we've got stacked 13-car hypercar field for the full WEC, but that doesn't include BMW, that doesn't include Lamborghini, because they are focusing, at least early in their development, on the American IMSA series. But when they come to Le Mans, we would expect to see extra cars from IMSA join the WEC field, and those could be mega cars. It's not going to be just a random manufacturer. We've got Cadillac over there that could bring over 1 or 2 cars. Certainly, I think BMW have said they're not coming over this year with their cars, but should in the year following. And Grosjean is partnered with Lamborghini. So, I mean, yes, WEC looks amazing, but then we don't know yet how more amazing Le Mans will look.
The fact it's already sold out says it all.
Yeah, I know. I hope we get a job. Because if we don't get a job, then we can't be there.
Yeah, whatever. I'll see you next time,
It is true.
Is that a hint on air, is it?
Yeah, if you are listening.
It's going to be absolutely fantastic. I'm sure those with tickets are already buzzing for it. And what a way to build up to it with 24-hour Le Mans. Many drivers we're going to see racing at that event, racing in this one.
Hello.
It's going to be absolutely fantastic. And this
turn this down a bit, I guess,
to get us even more excited for what's ahead for the centenary this year.
That gap between De Jong and Browning at the
Skype call is pretty intense, isn't
it? Now just over 10 seconds. It got down to 8.2.
Well, when they tell me to shut up, I'll shut up.
At around 10, just as I say, it's gone to 9.9. There it is.
They were listening.
They were listening. And then there's a 13-second gap to Graham Carroll. Remember when we came on air, so an hour and a half ago, that was when the pass happened. So in an hour and a half, Luke Browning's found 13 seconds over Graham Carroll.
That's pretty impressive, isn't it? So great stuff there from Luke Browning to be able to gain 13.5 seconds there.
Well, Alex Brundle has been doing a tour of Oxfordshire. He was a few moments ago at Mercedes, and he's headed south of Oxford to Williams and their esports centre.
The race starting.
They forgot about me. They've gone to an Alex Brundle thing now.
Esports. We're here at the Williams Esports Lounge.
Take my disco. Oh, god damn it.
2017 British GT4 champion and race starting.
Now what?
Esports. Will Tregurtha. Will, how did it go for that first stint?
It was pretty tough. Everyone here is really quick, but yeah, we had a drive-through to serve at the start of the race, so we dropped back to about 27th, but we've made our way all the way back up to about 12th, I think. So going good, pace is fast, and yeah, I think we're going to do quite well here.
I can hear it. I'm there. I can hear the broadcast.
Impressive. Very much open for business now. The Williams Esports Lounge.
And all my equipment is there, and the camera's on, and the mic was showing is there, and
available sim rigs for hire for events. Everything we can sort of accommodate on. And on the left.
I can't hear the cast now. They've gone to the video bit.
One of the old F1 pit walls. Got our 2 engineers here. Running through all the data, all our live timing systems, all the race feeds.
No, it's on my laptop, so it's not on my headset. The camera I'm using is the one you can't see that I'm pointing at right now. I can't hear production now. No, I couldn't hear. All I could hear was the program.
Gives us a good opportunity to control our race and do a bit more.
Well, I've just had my stint. I'm quiet. I can like enunciate. There you go. Look. Hello.
And the 53.
Okay, I can't hear them. I can't hear anything now on the Skype call.
You and the team when you're in the car.
Almost too much. We're in constant communication. It's a bit easier when we're here working from the factory, but obviously it's quite
Felix now afraid to get on the Discord call. in case I start throwing some weird links at him again.
Sponsors on board, we can come to the factory. The sim rigs are exactly the same as I use at home, as Jack uses at home, so it's quite easy for us to just drive down here and get going.
Rigs available all the time. Best of luck for the rest of the race. Will, when are you back in?
I think I'll be back in about an hour. Thank you.
So I can hear like Ben talking now.
Live timing is showing that a couple of cars are stopping on circuit.
Wait, why are we P12?
Including the 23 Porsche Coanda and the number 4 Floyd Vanwall.
What happened?
We are watching the Aston Martin D-Station machine that seems to be okay right now. But a couple of things going on out on circuit. Marla as well. And again, ProDrive Fire Esports. So something happening out there, and it may well require an intervention.
He stopped.
And this is D-Station in 4th position, being chased down by Kazdorp. Kazdorp was having to push hard because he was being chased down by Enzo Benito. Where is Benito? Look back, there he is in the big BMW. But this is for 4th position proper.
Yeah. This is after a fantastic
he disconnected. God damn it.
What's going on the timing screens there, Ben? This is a really good start from D-Station, but Yuri Kazdorp has now completed the chase. Has to put in a lot of effort to do this, and Kazdorp is now about to put a move here on the D-Station car. They move aside as one of the LMP cars, one of the Orica cars comes charging through. But are we going to see a move into Mulsanne corner? Let's jump on board then with Yuri Kazdorp, who's
That's such a shame, man. It's not over. It's just that we're going to lose a lot of time, which means that like that top 10 dream is probably gone now. But 20 hours to go, you know. But frustrating.
Good stuff going on here between Remy Delorme for D-Station Racing. Of course, they ran a competition at the 24-hour of Le Mans.
It's like an RF2 moment, you know, like just mass disconnections for no particular reasons.
Competition, and the top 2 drivers are the 2 ones competing for D-Station alongside their pro drivers. But we're side by side, Ben.
Yuri Kazdorp round the outside now. These roads, these virtual roads, are where Remy Delorme will drive on a daily basis. He is driving from Le Mans. He was the man that won the competition. He ended up winning Sebastian Buemi's race-winning helmet that he has sitting beside him in his rig. We had a shot of that yesterday, and
because the race is very competitive, S18, mate.
Roads incredibly well. Usually having to overtake trucks and cars and people going to work rather than being able to race around them. But doing a really good job for D-Station. I think that is why we've seen. There is that helmet. Look, absolutely stunning. And I think
Discord.
that's why
Okay, cool. Well, good.
A step up in performance from D-Station here at Le Mans, because it's a bit of a specialist circuit for half the team.
I think you're exactly
It's fucking Skype.
And Remy Delorme has done a
But it's the same sort of thing. I'm not going to have a camera.
Winner of the Le Mans Virtual Activation
This is on my laptop.
2022. And you can see the prizes Ben mentioned behind him in the background, and the even bigger prize here of racing in the 24-hour Le Mans Virtual for D-Station. They do drop to 5th place. We've got pit stops.
Oh, they can wait. Hi, chat. It's me.
Team Redline in. Graham Carroll does
sorry to not give you any attention for a bit.
So that is 2nd and 3rd place in. It looks like any problems that we were having on circuit has now stopped, but there's the number 1 car. Just as I say that, we can see the 1 car is in, and that's it for its pit stop. So Luke Browning has brought that number 1 car in for another pit stop. We'll expect the Porsche to come in next time around.
Yeah, so Graham Carroll also in there as well. The cars that were affected by what seemed to be some kind of disconnection issue, 7 cars, including the number 62, so Brabham East.
Yeah, what a shame. So we've
affected was the number 23, which was Dane Warren in the Porsche Coanda team. The number 4, Pedersen Floyd Vanwall Burst, also affected in the LMP category. And then if we look at the GTE category, it was the number 10 Marla Racing Machine, would you believe? And we also think we saw Simsa.
At what point do people, or at what point does RF2 actually think about, you know, having a stable online series? Every year it's something. Every year.
So they lost a huge amount of time.
Well, it's good that
it's 7 cars.
They will then present to race control and say, look, we lost 4.5 minutes, so can we get our lap back? And we've already seen that race control have been able to do all they can when it seems to be a random disconnect. And we've seen that earlier on in the race. And so expect that those teams will have similar treatment. It doesn't solve all of the issues because, as we said earlier, you really need to.
Yes, that's nearly 20% of the cars had issues there.
MP car, you need to lose about 6 minutes to be able to get 2 laps back. And if you're a GT car, then you need to lose 8 minutes.
Please, no puntery, no jimmer.
4 minutes to lose 1 lap
Needs
back
to go back to racing.
It never was an iRacing this race. This has always been an iRacing.
To make it as fair as possible, especially considering that all seem to happen at the same time.
It's funny because like RF2, you drive it and you start to think, yeah, okay, yeah, it's nice to be back, and then like you do this and it's arse again.
Back out on circuit.
That's the most important thing, that all teams are still running. We haven't lost any further teams from this race. And
it was a Skype problem, you're right.
We'll now be investigating that. Whilst we were talking about that, multiple pit stops going on, Porsche Coanda now bring the number 20 car into pit lane, and on his outlap, Luke Browning has just done an enormous second sector, 120.8. That's the best second sector we've seen so far in this race. So they are wasting no time in getting going.
No, iRacing doesn't have rain. Yeah, that's true.
And here is a reminder of the order.
So whilst we're in
just no one's got it right.
Coanda don't have a 1 minute 25 second lead, but they are still at the head of the field. Lots of pit stops happening right now, so very difficult to really say exactly where we're at with 60 laps. What we do know is those that have been affected by that latest disconnect. There is Porsche 23 down there on 20th position. They will now be on a very different strategy, and it's just going to mix things up further. Peugeot Esports had an internet issue at their facility in 23rd position. And in GTE, we got the 77 ahead of the 88, Proton Coanda Esports, with BMW Team BS Competition in 3rd position. That is correct. That is exactly how it stands. And those that were doing a good job earlier on, RHG 888 now up into 8th position.
Even Gordy got hit. Yeah, I know, mate. It's just, ugh. I don't know.
Half an hour ticks along.
I might go and change my shorts. I've got a severe case of Sim Racer Swamp Ass going on. We had a disconnect along with 6 other cars.
Porsche Coanda machine. Interesting how frequently Coanda are changing their drivers every 20
But it's good.
laps.
Server RNG is a part of real racing, you know, so.
Basically
I'm back in a sec.
For the first, what, 2.5, 3 hours? And now Browning's been in there since. They've got 2 other drivers that haven't done anything as yet.
Yeah, well, I wonder what the planning behind this was. I mean, of course, some of the Coanda drivers might be all together, and maybe they've just decided that they just want to keep themselves fresh almost by jumping in and out. But who knows? Different teams, of course, want to play this one differently. No doubt that some teams would have gone through this 24-hour strategy in full and decided which one is the best. But it's definitely an interesting point there, and we'll monitor it as the race goes on. But Luke Browning has brought that gap down to 7 seconds now whilst those pit stops were going on. So he's taken a good couple of seconds out of Josh Rogers. And once again, he's now just set a personal best first sector as well. So he knows he's got a real good chance here to take big chunks out of that lead. And it's now down to just over 6 seconds as we watch the battle between Romain Grosjean. Is this one of the RHG cars? We can see just trying to pick up which one this is. Is this the 8 or the 18? We'll confirm that in just a second. But making its way down the Mulsanne Straight. But going back to that battle, 6.2 seconds, and it will come down even more, I'm sure. As,
and it wasn't
Josh
done
Rogers.
In the pit stops. It wasn't.
No, it was on the outlap.
It was on the outlap. So the pit stops were within 4/10 of each other between De Jong and Browning.
Now,
but it was all down to that, just
it was that
fresh tyres, boom.
Yeah. Now this is the 8 RAG. That's a car. They're about to put a lap on the 62 Brabham car. Ahead of that is where we find the number 36 Alpine car, which has Colin Spork in, so they are 2 seconds up the road. So this isn't a battle for position yet, but there's 2 cars in between them, and after that, they will then be facing the back of Alpine Esports.
We've got our correspondents out around Europe getting the lowdown and having a look behind the scenes at what it takes to be part of Le Mans Virtual. Alex Brundle has visited Mercedes. He's now down at Williams HQ, and we have Hayley Edmonds out in Paris, in Versailles with Peugeot. Let's go to her now.
I'm joined. Put in an enormous effort to make us feel like we're actually in a garage of WEC. You know, you've even got up the walls from the box there. Why this decision to take part in the 24 Hours of Le Mans Virtual? And it's your first esport event.
Yeah, exactly. As you said, this is a great setup. Here we are at the heart of the Peugeot headquarters, Peugeot Motorsport. So the workshop is just next door, and we wanted to be involved in esports in a proper way. The competition is hard, the level is incredible, so we have done this setup in the same way we work in the real life. So there is the virtual race, the real race, and we try to duplicate our setup with the real box, the real trophy, the 9x8.
You mentioned this trophy, of course, 24 Hours of Le Mans. I mean, Peugeot has an enormous history with this legendary race. I mean, this year, you're starting off with the virtual one, and then 6 months down the line, you're going to be taking part in your first real one in the 9x8. It's going to be a big year for you guys.
Yeah. 2023 will be a tough year. We have started with WEC a half season last year, and now we have this full rush until Le Mans in June, in 5 months. So in January we had nothing, so we wanted to start with the virtual race.
Punterino, Jimmer.
Involved Gustavo Menezes, one of the
Jimmer, how can the race officials not flag the race and do a restart lap? Not fair for people who disconnected at all.
The thing is, people disconnect all the time, you know.
For the esports, and it's a good way to launch the year, let's say.
And keep them busy.
And if it's 1 or 2, you're like, okay. But if it's like 7 at the same time, that says to me there's something that's gone wrong with the server somewhere. And it's something that maybe should be investigated. But I don't know. It's up to them, really. If they've obviously decided it's not enough to do anything about it, so it is what it is. It's annoying, but we can't do anything about it. So
to come into WEC at a very tricky time, because for years
what can you do?
There's been really very little competition against Toyota. And suddenly they've come in, and yes, they've got a maybe 1 year advantage over many other manufacturers, but still there is so much going on in WEC that they're not just coming in and going to have a big flag flying over the Peugeot.
No, I mean, you say that though, that yes, that might be. We'll come back to that in just a second. This is Red Line, just to pick up on this. This is Chris Lulham going past a 444.
It is like a mechanical failure, but if you imagine in real life, if 7 cars crashed at once, it would be a red flag.
You know, this is there's more people, there's more buzz around the world.
G means like a gamer, and R means racer, I think.
Than there has been for a little while now, so this is probably the best time to enter that, and I think Peugeot got it just right with getting that year's advantage. Yep, it might not give them a lot on track, but at least they're there, they're part of it, they're comfortable now as a team, and now they can go out and try and compete and get some wins.
Very different philosophy on that Peugeot car without a rear wing, which might not work on many of the WEC circuits, but the feeling is that it is a car designed for Le Mans. The focus from the French brand is to win Le Mans.
Oh, God!
If they don't go really fast just around
Jesus!
So be it. It's all about the Circuit de la Sarre. Le Mans, about 3 hours from Paris.
This is
I'll be back.
Slalom looking back at Johnny Edgar, and got to say what an achievement it is for him to be taking part in a 24-hour race. Less than a year ago,
the Skype jump scare again. I know.
With Crohn's disease and had to pull out of the FIA Formula 3 Championship after the first round. 2 rounds later, he was back and had a run of top 5 finishes in the last 3 rounds.
Is Skype going to cost us? Is Skype going to disconnect us again? That's the question.
Johnny Edgar came back just as strong as he left. In fact, got his best results. It was an absolutely fantastic.
But I'm logged in on Skype in both places. That's why you go there too.
Secured him a seat at MP Motorsport for this season. Of course, very tough disease to battle with is Crohn's disease. And for Johnny Edgar to be taking part in this event, got to say massive congrats to him to come back from that and compete as well as he did in FIA Formula 3 and now this in the 24-hour Le Mans Virtual.
A Red Bull sponsored driver can see him joining Redline pretty soon.
Well, I think he would definitely suit it there, wouldn't he? Oh, anytime I see that number 2.
Yeah, but I like hearing it on the PC. You know, it's
what we saw earlier.
You remember the Edgar family, I'm sure, from many a generation.
I saw Johnny Edgar in a kart. Oh, we've got a spin there.
That a Fassbender moment there.
That we saw without a rear wing or a panis. They look very similar, don't they? It was definitely one or the other. Now that was coming out of a chicane. We will try and investigate who that is in just a second, but yes, I remember seeing. There we go.
Oh, really? Damage, proper damage.
That's the Alpine.
You do be crabbing though.
Car.
No, I'm going to say that's the 39.
Or is it the 30? Let's have a look as it comes round.
Didn't happen, Bailey. Never heard of
there
it,
was
mate.
some IDs. It's no, it's the Graph.
It's the Graph. There, you're right. Yes.
So Vincent Capilliere.
Alpine fans can take a breath.
And that's not just rear wing damage, that's suspension damage as well. You can see the car crabbing along the straight.
That's going to be a long journey back to pit lane now, isn't it?
I'm pretty sure that Vincent is supposed to be joining Bruno van der Stek on the French commentary at some point.
Are we still down on like P12 then? Is that where we are now?
We did mention how there were a couple of cars between them and the Alpine Esports car. That's no longer the case. They're now right behind the Alpine Esports car, make that side by side. And that is going to be a change of position as we approach Mulsanne corner. There we go. Change.
Yes, hello.
Just going back to that 39 machine, probably Vincent is one of the oldest drivers in the field. Not going to 100% confirm that, but at 46 years of age, racing from Le Mans, probably racing from the ACO because he said he was going to be joining Bruno in French commentary.
Yeah, that's fine.
Well. And he is one of the pro drivers. Not a huge amount of sim racing
I know, Chris.
to his name, but plenty of Le Mans experience, and the founder of the SO24 organisation, SAR Objectif La Sarre.
Cool.
Did do the last year's 24 hours Le Mans, but DNF'd.
We're interviewing, boys.
Going back to
it's happening.
What you were saying, by the way, I remember seeing Johnny in a kart, Johnny Edgar in a car when he was just, I think he was 3 years old. I was racing in the British Championship, went out of the Rara circuit where a lot of his family used to race. I raced against one of his family members as well at the British Championships. I think it was his uncle. Yeah, it was absolutely fantastic stuff. All of his family members pretty much race. They are a racing family, and he will not be the last of them, I'm sure. Here we can see the Marla team. Jimmy Broadbent is part of that team, of course. He's currently taking a bit of a break. Patel is out there in the car. I believe Jimmy Broadbent is going to be joining us on air. The Praga Cup champion, the man who recently tested a BMW. Jimmy, thank you very much for taking the time to join us. First of all, congratulations on a fantastic season last year. It's great to have you back in the 24-hour Le Mans Virtual. How's it going so far?
Yeah, I mean, going all right, and thank you, Chris. Yeah, nice to be here as a champion, I suppose. Quite surreal to say that, isn't it? It was going great until a minute ago. But, long race, you know, how long left? 20 hours, 14 minutes. And we've got Mohammed at the wheel now. He's very quick, so I'm sure we'll see him claw back some places. But yeah, not ideal.
Of course, you're out there in a BMW M8 GTE. You recently tested a BMW yourself, a GT4 car. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, that was amazing. The brand new M4 GT4 over at a circuit in Spain. I've already forgotten the name of it because my brain's very unique experience having to learn a new car, a new circuit, and also try and deal with the pace at the same time. The car was really nice, really accommodating with the team, and it was so approachable. I mean, to the point where I felt like I could have just, after 10 laps, I was already there, which I think is insane for a race car. So if BMW want to give me some more time in the car, then that'd be great. Put it out there. You know what?
And of course, your teammate from Praga Cup, Gordy Much, is also in this one. How does it feel to be racing against him now?
He said to me, "Watch out for me in the mirror, Jimmy." when he was talking to me earlier. But yeah, really cool to be with him and in the same race. Shame we aren't in the same team, of course, but cool to share the track together. And it keeps me on my toes whenever I see that Brabham car come up behind me now.
Jimmy, Ben here. You've obviously this year entered in this race as a pro driver rather than as a sim driver, and you've got that single-seater kind of LMP experience in the Praga car. Does that bring the dream of racing at Le Mans for real a little bit more realistically and a bit closer?
I mean, maybe. You know, I think it shows. You know, having the time in the Praga is really good for understanding what aero is and how it works. And anything that races at Le Mans, you know, even the GT cars have quite a big chunk of aero to them. And I mean, you know Ben, the Porsche curves are pretty much all about being committed and believing the car's going to stick. And I think I learned that this year, which is good. But yeah, I thought I'd go find you know, a very kind financier, and maybe I'll have a crack at it. But I would love a go. You know, I mean, I always say how lucky I am to take part in these races, but to do the real thing is always going to be a dream, I think.
And Jimmy, you recently, of course, purchased the Praga Cup car that you raced in, and you're starting a bit of a new project with it. Can you just tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, sure. I'll be glad to. So we sort of started this project called Team 87, and it's with the whole goal of the project is to do what Praga kind of did for me, which was to find sim racers around the world and give them a chance to come and drive a real car. You know, give them a chance to see if they actually that those skills do translate. I know they do already, but it's nice to sort of prove the concept further. So we're running our first year this year. It's still sort of work in progress at the moment, but the end goal is to hopefully have people driving the Praga with me. So.
Wow.
Yeah, a lot of work to do yet, but I'm really excited for it.
I'm looking for a drive, Jimmy. If you need a driver, yeah. I'm a bit overweight, but if you commit to me, I'll commit to you.
Before we let you get back to the race, Jimmy, just one more question. I mean, we've got a lot of people watching. I'm sure you get asked this a lot, but we've got a lot of people watching that want to do the same thing you did. I know James Baldwin did it, get from racing in esports up to racing the real thing. Just, you know, tell us in a few words how you did it. You know, where did the journey begin, and how did you manage to go from going to esports to the real thing, and how that felt?
Luck, mate, is what it is. No, I think it was, you've got to just be persistent, you know. I think Jan Mardenborough, is actually a relevant person to talk about, said once, if you want something, you have to make it your priority. Everything else is secondary to it. And you know, I did that with sim racing, and once I had the chance to do it in real life, I grabbed it with both hands. I know not everyone's going to get the chance the same way I did. I'm a bit of a YouTuber, so it all came about like that. But there's, you know, you can get into it in other ways. You know, go down to your sort of local karting circuit, do some rental karting. It's a lot more competitive than you think it is, and it will just make you a better driver. So take every opportunity you can, and just say yes to everything. I think it's the best advice I can give.
Well, thanks for everything you've done for esports as a whole, and now for, of course, for motorsport as well. Jimmy, you've done a fantastic job, and all the best for this season as well. Hopefully we get to commentate with each other again at some stage as well, but I'm sure I'll catch up with you soon.
Yeah, I can't escape you, mate. I'll see you soon.
Cheers, mate. I'll speak to you soon. All the best.
Always great to hear from Jimmy Broadbent and the commitment that he showed.
I'm back, chat. Hello.
To sim racing way before COVID or Le Mans Virtual or any of these things has really.
I was trying not to be too salty about the.
So influential on the success that we now see. The amount of followers that he has. Remember, was it which Le Mans was it? We passed a milestone. Was it last year? Or
It was the first one.
He passed a
The
milestone.
first one,
of
500,000
followers on YouTube whilst Le Mans was going on. We celebrated with him. I can't remember which year
that was.
That was
2020. Yeah.
Was that?
Yeah.
So the number 39
Audio's a bit low. Yeah, I know, like, I'm used to potato cam mic, but so I'm using this one for us. So.
He was crabbing along the circuit without a rear wing. This is why.
So what happened to this guy?
Down the main into the first corner. Oh, he's got an issue.
Oh
wow.
Oh.
So wow. Hello.
Oh my.
Oh my. I can't tell you what happened there. He obviously had some kind of.
I'm about to get sick, I think.
Technical issue. Don't look. Keep your eyes closed, Chris.
Yeah, his game crashed, I think.
Wheel disconnected.
Yeah, there you go.
You think the wheel disconnected?
That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's a real shame.
Well, he's
The unintentional fast bender.
Obviously lost quite a chunk of time with repairing the machine and getting it back as well to the pit. So he's down to 26th position.
Remember, we said it earlier in the first half an hour. Problems can come for teams. Some of them got it in the early stages.
He is right by the ambulance, so yeah. Thank you, Josh. Welcome on in.
Go off and get a bit of food. You come back and realise that there's been a problem for a team. Bruno will be.
I might order some scran chat. It's a bit early, but I've not really had any munch all day. I did go check out the Rufusy. It's a bit. It's kind of similar to what it was before.
So often you hear, especially in French mode.
It has stopped raining. Is it gonna rain anymore?
Chooses you.
Okay, so it's not meant to rain anymore today or tomorrow, which is fucking good. So that would be a good indicator as to where this water's coming from.
There is so much, not necessarily luck involved, but you can find yourself on the right side of an issue or the wrong side of an issue. For many years, that was simply just a safety car coming out on circuit. Were you in front of it or behind it?
Thank you, Will.
That could cost you up to 1 or 2 minutes per safety car period. And of course, then you've got the weather involved and all the rest of it. So, whereas in sim racing, there's a huge amount more
like
control.
It might have been. It might have been, Grizz. How you doing, man?
Your hardware at home, whether it's your steering wheel and pedal set, or your computer overheating. I'm sure we've seen that issue as well.
Yeah, Braden got disconnected, so they're down. They're one of the people who got DC'd.
Yeah.
Did the race ever choose you, Ben?
No.
Sad.
Chooses me, Chris.
Sad. Chris just laughing at Ben's pain there. You'd love to hear it.
Is choosing to walk in now, so I can choose to walk out.
Well, Martin's not paying attention to the schedule because he's not due on until 7 o'clock in the evening. Put your glasses back on. nice of you to say hello, Martin. Bye-bye. So Vincent,
where are we? What?
Back aboard that car, 26th.
20 hours left, boys. This is always the worst bit, where you feel like you've been here for a long time, and then you're just like, there's still 20 hours left.
Mexico Racing Team, who is the last of the running LMP.
This ain't it.
We have one retirement. The Lord JMX Phantom team never got started, and they in the GTE category. And then we also had Angus Fender do well. He didn't even do one lap, to be fair, and they retired as well. Now I think.
That happened before the start, didn't it?
Yeah. I think P1
Thank you, John. I think we're in the pits just for fuel now.
Because we haven't seen them out on circuit for a while. That's the number 111
yeah,
car.
I think you're correct.
But it's not official.
Oh, so what?
Until it's official,
what Hungaries are we getting?
Say they're at very big risk of becoming the next.
What should I get, chat? I kind of want some Piz.
ARC Bratislava on track. They are fighting with Arnage, who are there.
It's like banging. I think I might get some pizza. You know what I've been really into recently? Anchovies.
Down towards
Fucking
India.
love anchovies at the moment.
So those two are battling away with each other. Behind this, AMG Team Williams continue to come back through the order and have passed the Le Mans Virtual Cup.
Do a chat poll? No, because if I do a chat poll, I'll end up with some fucking shit, like, just crime against humanity.
However, on this lap, Luke Browning is 0.3 quicker than Josh Rogers. Josh Rogers in the Porsche Coanda, Luke Browning in the Team Red Line car in second. They are split by 0.3.
Bangers and mash on pizza. Now we're talking.
It is really interesting to see that Browning versus Josh
It's already happened. It's already happened.
Going in Browning's favour. Rogers was the fastest man in qualifying by a country mile. And since Rogers got in that car, that gap has dropped from...
Thank you, Fesseland. Cheers, mate.
Qualifying is one thing, doing it over 24 hours.
I found like, so I like curries and stuff, but what I've learned is you don't have a curry during a long race chat.
Some drivers are not good at qualifying, but are fantastic in a racing.
Maybe they should get Lego Technic to build them a new server.
Josh Rogers is certainly
That'd be
not the
nice.
opposite of that, but some, as we say, you can't go and set that exact same pace over the course of a 24-hour race. But you're completely right; they've really turned it on. Team Red Line, all side by side in the background. I think that's Brabham being lapped maybe once again by someone else. Either that or that's GRE.
Pick the lowest rating height. Stop. This is why I don't ask you things. This is why I don't ask any of you.
He was within a second of Marcel Sinchik ahead, but has actually kind of been a bit blocked there by the Brabham.
Get chat a curry. You can share one curry between you, chat. All right. Little bites.
Those two, and now he's lost some time. Here is the 23 car, so they are not even on my first timing page now.
We've had some pit stops as well in GTE. BMW Team Red Line yet to take their...
Do I remember that the buttons do on the wheel? Kind of.
Maranello. So the order is currently quite fractured there, but we'll wait to see once everyone comes in who is exactly where. But currently Proton are in second. Only 1.3 seconds
I don't know what to get.
The 71, the 77 car this is, but we are yet to see.
I'm such a fiend for pizza, like pizza and beer. Like I'm that guy. I'm so basic. I fucking love Desperados, which I don't care if that's not a real beer, or I don't care if it's not a real ale, or it's not brewed in dirt. I like the Desperados. They taste nice. I like the beers. That's all I want. So all I want to do with my entire time is sit down and eat pizza and drink Desperado. I don't care about racing anymore. That's all I want to do is sit and do that all day until I'm like 500 kilos and you have to roll me the fuck around. Why can't I do this in my life?
Last time round, he was quicker than Josh Rogers.
Okay.
What is going on?
That tells you everything you need to know.
Holy shit.
He's one of the
Wish I could watch the stream more, but have work at the weekend. Stinky shift work. Oh well, use it as a radio instead. XD.
Well, Mr. Chins, hello. Thank you for the £50, dude. That's going straight into the roof fund. Thank you, man. That's very kind of you. Sorry about your stinky work shift.
A really good job here.
And we are seeing the timing screens lighting up, actually.
I'm really sorry to hear that, man. That sucks. But hope you're having a good day regardless. No, mate. We're not winning. We're now P13. Good old disconnects. I don't know if they're trying to get our laps back or not, but...
With Dries Van Tour, Kelvin van der Linde.
Thank you very much as well, Indian, for that. Appreciate it, man.
And has experience in the top 10. It's got some work if they want to get that back this time around.
Don't pay too much attention to the timing screen on the left-hand side for the moment. We've still got cars on different circuits right now. Benito
what the hell?
owes us a pit stop in the 71, as does Sim Maranello in the 26. So that would put the 77, then the 88, and then the 89,
fucking
which is what we're seeing here.
Le Mans just posted this.
Effectively fourth position.
Yeah, this is a battle for position between these two. And we jump on board with Dennis Jordan, Alan Terzic.
I need a new screen protector, man.
PS competition, who, as we said earlier, took their very first podium in Le Mans Virtual Series.
Please, no punterino, Jimmer.
Red Bull Racing.
I wish you had come up with a pizza and beer ran during your interview.
Just like angry.
Trying to get back there, but they've got to get past BS competition before they can chase after those top 3 as we head down to.
It's on my Instagram. I put it in my stories.
BS competition using all the track and a little more on the outside there, but this is 2 very high-profile drivers going head-to-head at the head of the GTE field there.
The more virtual social team is on it at the moment.
We're ticking on to 4 hours completed here at the Circuit de la Sarre.
Thank you, Nathan.
The 3rd running of the Le Mans Virtual. Plenty of battles all over the field and plenty of racing still to come. 20 hours still remain. We're going to have a little pit stop shot.
Thank you, Adam.
Pit stop swap,
Pizza and Desperados on me.
That's very kind of you, mate. I'm not going to drink because I do have to drive later.
In the first 4 hours.
Adam, can you say hello in chat? I think I need to mod you, don't I?
Started 1 o'clock UK time, 2 o'clock in France, and Max Verstappen in the LMP category down the inside of the 2 Porsches to its outside and taking the lead. There is a lot going on in that first stint as the real-world racing drivers did the first couple of stints of the race and needed to try and sort themselves out from where their sim racing counterparts had qualified them. An early incident for the 86 GR machine. But it was a great push from James Baldwin in the AMG Mercedes. He hadn't qualified very well, but
Verstappen washed
to try and get up into first position. Verstappen spun, and the 20 Coanda car took the lead. And it was also Porsches at the front in GTE 1, 2, 77 and 88.
That's how you become a mod. You just buy me pizza and Desperados. That's a lie, by the way.
Caught the side of the Ferrari and spun in the Porsche curves. They are now last in LMP. And as soon as Graham Carroll got aboard the AMG Mercedes, he lost the position.
Thank you, Brandon.
Luke Browning, who had taken over
Wild Buzz? No. I've done like some sim racing Wild Buzz, but never like official stuff.
Ever since Browning, and we are about to see
like stuff with like the boys.
No, more strife down.
Can I trade you $2 for a happy B-Day? I'm 26 today.
You could have just said that in chat, man. Happy birthday. Guys, give Tim some love in chat. He's 26. He's on the wrong side of the 20s now. Oh, downhill from here. Do they police it? I don't know, but for me it's more like of a personal thing. I wouldn't want to do that anyway.
Detach from its car, and it's sent him into the wall at maximum velocity. Did get back to the pits, got a rear wing, and will be back out onto circuit.
Right, do I get just a pizza, or do I get something else? I mean, just like a pizza's a lot. They are very good pizzas.
And so here is where we are at after just over 4 hours worth of
I'm going to get a San Pellegrino because I'm going to get a pomegranate one because I'm a posh cunt.
AMG Team Petronas 21 back, R8G in 4th position, and then in 5th Alpine. Plenty of cars out of position after various disconnects and issues. Porsche Carrera 23, Floyd Vanwell Burst, the number 4. Big names at the bottom.
Have you even had anchovies before, or are you being a loser?
Jimmy,
you know.
have you already got someone dealing with a roof issue? If not, I can DM you on Discord with my bossiness details.
Yo. Well, right now I haven't. No. I don't know what the issue is at the moment.
Here for the pizza. BTW. Still better to let chat day seed rather than bloody anchovies from 19.
No. And also, like, I'm not sure how I feel. I mean, I understand people trying to be nice and offer that up and help me out there, but I'm not sure how I feel about letting someone know where I live. Because I know chat will be here for that pizza. They all want the roof fussy for themselves. So like.
Stuff that said Chris McCarthy on it.
Brilliant.
So I was like, thanks.
What party was that, by any chance? Was that one of those parties I wasn't invited to around Christmas time?
All parties.
Yeah.
No, exactly.
All parties.
All parties.
Do I get some chips, chat?
And I choose not to.
I feel like that's unnecessary. No. Don't get chips, Timmy. You've got enough there, mate.
Jumper guy in the corner.
I did almost do my my quiz in my comfy jump, which of course you'll be able to see. I think
I've been recognised in normal life. Yeah, I got recognised in the petrol station the other day. The guy was really nice. I was there like I was there fueling up the Nissan, and the guy just stops and looks at me, and I'm just like,
I think you'll do all right. I think you'll do all right.
"It's like, are you Jimmy?" I'm like, "Hi," and I'm just like, I'm there just
they will be, obviously, whilst you're over there.
in real life trying to be weird, but he was nice.
What's going on in your
He took a photo.
Yeah, remember you can interact with us, and this is not really a battle for the race lead. It is.
Kind of, but
it is. We can get really excited by it, but it's kind of.
Oh fuck it! It says skinny fries, which means that it's fine. I'm ordering it.
Really fight the Proton Coanda.
Explain that one, atheists.
Back into first position. It does seem to be going the way of the Porsches very cleanly at the moment.
It's kind of one of those ones where, as I was saying to Martin earlier, because how they're,
please no puntery, no jimmer,
and how things are working
Pizza party at Broadbent's. Let's go. I'll bring the crabs.
No, there's no crabs.
For a very long time, and then about 6 hours into the race, 7-8 hours into the race, suddenly you'll be like, oh, hang on, they've got like a minute 30 lead. Where did that come from? And
Obviously, I know skinny fries don't make you skinny boys. I'm doing me trying to. What's the word?
In the air as well.
Trying to justify eating more.
I think it's about a 50% chance of rain for the next hour. Not to go meteorologist on you. It's about 50% chance of rain in the next hour or so. And then the hour following that, it's about 75 to 80%.
What about like chips on pizza? What's the feel there?
It's lingering, shall we say?
Well, the shadows that we saw earlier on have gone now.
Yeah.
So it's the sunshine that we had has definitely disappeared. What do you think's working out better here? The flat-out Porsche strategy, or
yes, I got a lap!
This attempt from Redline to go long in the 71? It doesn't feel as though they haven't got the outright pace, and so they're trying something different.
I don't think that. Yeah, the BMW.
What?
A little bit on speed comparatively to some of the other GTs in outright lap time. But this is the whole thing with.
So, did they give us a lap back and we're still in the same place? Is that what you were saying?
Yes, but it doesn't really make a big difference because we lost like 3 minutes. Since I was like in the end of the lap and we got disconnection. So.
BMW Team Redline squad, I would lean more towards the going longer strategy.
Well, we got a lap back.
However, I just did a 50.7, so not all is bad in the world.
Kind of staying on that ship for as long as possible. This car's worked its way forward quite a bit. There are early issues for the Oracle Red Bull Racing Esports car, and issues a little bit yesterday. Dennis Jordan behind the wheel trying to catch down Alan Ters. It's two drivers that have seen each other a fair share in the sim racing world.
Italians are always fuming, man.
Also, I'm racing this guy for position, which I only realised now.
Give us a better clue as to where we're at.
Is he close? I haven't got broadcast, so.
We are 3/10 behind the Porsche down a straight.
Yeah.
So by the end of it, I will be half a second down.
Not so yet.
In speed.
Chat, we're fighting for P11.
Yeah, I'm fighting.
They're still going to basically win the championship.
No, we didn't lost that much.
Is that enough though?
Well, Antonovsky is 1 minute 10 in front, so we must have lost like.
Yeah, exactly. This is the whole thing of like.
Pretty much.
As much as.
Yeah, so we didn't lose that much.
Well, we're fighting for P11. We're not there yet. We're fighting for it, but we're there. Someone in the background's having some extreme scran.
We can concentrate a bit.
And in each category, I can't remember what the winning. I think it's 15 grand is the winning total for the class winner in the championship, and then
I almost saw a Veloce car.
The same amount for winning the race. So if you want to win the race,
thank you, Ridley.
Jimmy,
cheers,
I'm
mate.
about to do my first endurance race. Please impart some world championship knowledge on me.
Don't fuck it.
We lost a minute.
Avoid crashing, even if it slows you down.
I've got a feel
But we also
about all
lost a
this
lap
food talk.
for fuel.
Had food poisoning on Tuesday. Since then I've been living with Greek yogurt. Embarrassed smiley face.
You know, my guy has become the human equivalent of a straight through exhaust.
How do you advise overtaking a Porsche?
Order Tenacious D, drive-through style. Ask for one thing but half portion but order
How do you
several
advise
items.
overtaking a Porsche?
Okay, this is too many.
He's more than happy to be like, right, no, none of you, no.
Lewis isn't asleep, but he won't be listening to us, so
no one knows.
Okay.
No one knows.
I could try that. I do, however, want to consume. I'm not there anymore, chat. I can't hit him with the Orange Justice.
Lewis sharing rigs, and so actually even jumping in and out of the same rig.
I did actually, so I heard about this. So this
Come on, where is the Marla bias?
This is not a shared rig, but I was kind of wondering, because obviously we have, I can't remember how many, I think it's 164 simulators.
Okay.
There it is!
But somewhere in that vein, of course, there's
Come on, boys!
Which means there is quite a lot that are sharing.
Wipers.
There is rain coming down as well, so we do have some rain in the air.
Please, no punterino, Jimmer.
One of their drivers,
I appreciate that, dude, but the offer is there as you want it. I'll send details anyway.
Oh, thank you, Harry. I appreciate it, man.
Advice as well.
By another driver from the GR Esports team, because Yannick Bock had a bit of an issue with this simulator earlier on, and so thought, right, what do I do? And then basically went to his mate and was like, mate, can I borrow your rig for the day?
Come on.
Alex went, yeah, right, go on then. Off you go, son.
Windscreen wipers.
Oh, get it done! Get it done!
Now is the time to really monitor how these guys are driving. Are they able to lean on the car? Are they able to
yes, mate.
the tires? Or is it too wet? Suddenly, all of those planned decisions, all that strategy, that piece of paper that you were given, Lewis, gets ripped up and out the window. We've just seen pit stops.
Mohammed the GOAT.
Our LMP category. So everybody is pretty much on the same strategy there, those that were not affected by earlier issues. We've just also seen the pit stop from Sim Marinello and Redline. So they are now on the same amount of pit stops in GTE. But as if they all have to come in at the same time,
yeah, I've driven.
Raining, that resets their
I'll be driving later as well.
I will just say this rain right now is really, really not heavy. There's certainly there would have been the brief, oh, it's raining, and they'd be like, right, yeah, whatever. You know,
please,
get back on with it, focus
no
on with it.
punterino, Jimmer.
Top tip, crashing the car is detrimental to winning.
Tires.
No, look how much they're leaning on the cars still.
Shit.
That was a great shot, by the way. That was a brilliant shot. Love that.
It was almost like it was on one of those
20 seconds to 10th.
That was a little bit much, but yeah, I've seen something.
Go on, lad.
I was having a little bit of a chat with him in the broadcast about like
Exclamation mark stints if you want to see when we're driving next.
Something that I've noticed. Now I've dealt with R Factor 2 for a long time. It's about it probably would have been pretty much the entirety. Like it was about 10 years that I've been diving in and out of R Factor 2. It is quite old, but there's so much innovation, so much that's been changing all the time, as that was a little bit deep from the Panis car, and Axel's going to fly its way through. Slight changes on the cameras and how they're being used in this, and that going through the Ford chicanes was a great example of it. It looked fantastic.
Can you go inside these houses that are spattered around?
You can't go inside them, no. It's just a...
you can't look out of a window or anything?
No, because it'll be a one-sided texture, obviously to help with performance. That's so if you go inside it, it'll just disappear, basically.
Yeah.
But that is maybe next year. We need to have a house where we've got an interior model. They've got a lovely kitchen with a great view out onto the.
Oh, chat! I'm buzzing for my pizza.
About the rally photography is that the best.
I went to like my fridge to be like, what's in my gamer fridge, and I was like, oh, there's nothing in here. Olives and cheese from Christmas.
Gentleness, rain means nothing unless you give it consent to take your grip. Simply refuse to spin and you'll be fine. You're welcome for the help.
Man, this guy's should be a driver.
Angle of Arnage to what we have in the real 24 Hours of Le Mans. But of course, here at Virtual, you can put a camera anywhere. You don't have to worry about the danger of the cameraman being hit.
Exactly, which does, it kind of begs a question that I've had some conversations with when we looked at race control. The rain's come down a little bit heavy now. I did see a few spots.
I don't have any beer. I have like no, I've got a lot of alcohol, but I have no like mixer or anything.
7 years ago, might even been slightly less than that. About how camera operation is in sim race, because theoretically you can see everything in Swingman. And
now we employ the extremely advanced strat of sliding the car for tire temp.
That is extremely advanced. I should be doing that, man.
Don't we? And I'm like, because it looks unrealistic. It's removing.
I got anchovies on pizza. You guys are gonna hate me, but I don't care. I'm gonna love it.
Mentioned a half rain here in Central California. Watching you is keeping me dry. BTW hashtag no anchovies.
Obviously a loser. How dare you say that? Thank you so much, JT, mate.
They can still go into the wets anyway, but we aren't in wet territory right now. I don't think we're a million miles away. But I don't know if
Sector 2 is about as fast as it has been for the last...
Yeah, I don't see any changes coming soon.
There's not a massive change in
change position, right?
Performance. But that is a lot heavier there.
Yeah.
That's visible rain.
I can't see anything.
Like I say, it is turning up on the heaviness bit by bit as the AAA R8G makes its way up.
Mate, my arse is going numb, man. I need to get fatter so I can have a cushion.
Esports car. So how does, for those that don't know about sim racing, how does weather work? Is Jimmy Allison literally sitting there with like a volume knob going, more rain, less rain, less rain?
Oh,
more
He
rain?
wishes. He absolutely wishes. No, you know, so when you load into a server, if you were creating a server yourself, or even going into single player in rFactor 2, you will be able to create like blocks of weather. It is typically done
Details
in,
sent. Discord name is Jaffo the Great BTW.
Oh, thank you, Harry, mate. Yeah, I'll check that out a bit later on.
5% through, and then 100% through. What's at the end of the race, and then it will go right. Okay.
I did get chips, yeah. So chat. What meme do we try and get on the broadcast this time? What do we do?
Now, there are things that you can do like that, and so it is effectively live weather, or in this case, like what we're doing here with Le Mans Virtual, is we're creating our own weather forecast that the drivers are able to see and are able to understand, and it's done in our increments so they can kind of see what's going on. We'll get the next 6 hours of weather forecast, I believe, in about 43
Is it wet yet or just a bit moist?
I think it's just a bit moist, mildly moist.
It should be posted now, but you know me, just a completely different planet.
No, Kenneth.
Does feel like there's much more tiptoeing going on here from our two Ferraris. The triple eight.
No, I think the guy in temp seems pretty quick.
Having a connection issue and dropping to the tail of the field. They're mid-pack now in the GT field, the 8th position there. But this is a genuine chase between SF Esports, previously Velas, before losing that sponsorship deal. There is also a little battle going on.
Chat Velas.
WBS
Crypto.
Just 0.3 of a second between the two of them. So to push when you don't really know how much grip you've got every single corner.
Yeah, like I said, I think from what I'm seeing now, they are tiptoeing just a touch, but I still maintain this is not. You can see it there. You can obviously see quite a lot of raindrops. We're definitely slicks. This is at a point where you're kind of like,
oh, good.
I wanted to do one of two things right now. If you're in like Antonovsky's boots, like who we're looking at here.
Hey, as you know, I am the NFT guru. Yeah, you know that.
Or stop raining, because it's when it's in this middle ground, you're kind of like, oh, we're kind of close where it could be wet, but it's not really wet. But you know that if you go out for another lap, that you've got 13.6 kilometers to do. Of it maybe raining quite a bit heavier, and you're definitely going to get caught out. And if there is
it's hard to tell. That's a bit better.
In the wet than the Porsche curves in an endurance race. I don't really know.
The bit rate kind of ruins the visibility of the circuit a bit.
The pit lane's so close, and yet so far. That's a very difficult thing.
You'd be surprised. Some curbs in the wet are actually super grippy.
In RF2, but it has changed a little bit in the recent past. I've done Real Road 2.0 for the rFactor 2 platform, which has kind of updated how some things work. But right now, I'm still leaning towards the slicks.
3:27s are the laps that we're seeing at the moment from our leading LMP cars.
It's 3 seconds slower.
It's 3 seconds slower.
Yeah.
Interestingly, though, Rogers is dealing with this better than Browning. Here is Josh Rogers in the leading number 20 car, and the gap has come out over the last couple of laps. Since
where is it? I don't know where Max's team is. Where is Redline?
He's about to register a lap, and that is another couple of seconds slower than he managed last time.
Has something happened to BS competition, by the way? Because they just
we've just been overtaken.
WBS competition. Alan Teres is behind the wheel because he lost out to Dennis Jordan recently. Remy Delorme's also come through. Enzo Benito has just come through, and I don't believe he's in the pit lane. I think he's still out on circuit, and he is losing time.
Oh no! Third position.
Jimmer loves it
the
moist.
89 machine, and has yet to complete.
Thank you, Tristan. Cheers, mate.
Second
Love it.
sector of the lap. BS competition were being chased down so hard by Dennis Jordan. It doesn't say that he's stopped.
Oh, there he is. Is it a disconnection potentially? Is this him in the pit lane? No, we've got a few of the LMPs in there.
That's quite a lot of LMPs.
There is a lot of LMPs.
That's a Brabham.
Oh, I think we might have had a touch of a problem there because we're not going back to any on-screen action in the race.
So I'm not sure. We were talking of a few technical faults before earlier on. This could be on our end. We have had this before where it's been on our end, so we will not panic immediately.
Just having a look at the timing screens, they are starting to light up with
stopped on circuit. Yeah. So I believe we might have a touch. Like I say, race control will be passing us the information.
Are we going to get our time back or not?
At least.
Yeah. So we've got a red flag out on circuit, I'm afraid. Just as the rain started to make it interesting, Josh Rogers in the 20 car with a 6.5 second lead over Team Redline's number 1. And then AMG Petronas at the 63 in 3rd position.
Let's check in.
Many teams and cars have had various maladies, whether it be shunts or internet issues or disconnects. Peugeot Esports down there in
what did you do?
Position.
Connection loss.
No, everyone. They red flagged the race.
Yeah, I know. Everyone's just gone.
Plain sailing.
It's the most stupidest thing in the world.
Red Bull, we think up to 3rd position, but presumably BMW Team BS competition, one of the early disconnections, and therefore that's why they fell down a couple of positions. We've seen issues for the number 11. We've also had.
See, I don't have to roast RF2 on the interview.
2 disconnections.
It roasts itself.
They are down there in 14th position, but with a red flag, the only way that we can do anything.
Hi Jimmy, I don't know if you remember, but I'm the boy with the red Jordans at Supercar Fest in May. Hope you're doing well.
I do remember because I think you mentioned you had Jordans there, or I pointed them out. I forget.
Any mod recommendations for Assetto Corsa?
Anything from Race Sim Studio, but they do cost.
Red flag out so bad or whatever. Yeah, it's like fair enough. These things happen. Technical fault. I mean, it is incredibly hard to run a server here with this many people, this much going on. Yeah, there are some things that do go right every now and then. Maybe the server needed a bit of a reset anyway, for a bit of a breather.
Where's my pizza at?
Say, the first running had an incredible end to the race. It was absolutely enthralling, and I still maintain.
It's all right. Pizza's here soon, boys.
When the red flags came out, it spiced up the strategy something crazy, and yeah, this might be in the same boat.
Yeah, absolutely.
I needed it this early.
I think I said it earlier on. The unpredictability of Le Mans is
that shit has to cook. Let them cook.
Le Mans has
let them cook.
Such incredible racing because you just never know. And in sim racing, certainly when I became heavily involved in endurance sim racing, you always knew exactly what was going to happen. There was never any unpredictability because everybody is able to prepare so well. And the circuit conditions are so constant. There isn't lots of dirt and rubbish and the pollution on track that you get.
We're just letting RF2 cook right now.
That is why...
Pat your blonde head. Here you go.
Enjoyable to have.
It's pretty like
this. Right, we're going to take a quick break and just reset in just a second. We must always thank our sponsors for making this Le Mans Virtual happen.
Hashtag ad. Well, of course they do. The broadcast is put on by Motorsport Games, who own the game. Like, they're never going to say anything negative about it. Like I wouldn't if I owned the game. Oh yes, the hexagon. I haven't tried, I've tried barely any of the direct drive wheels. Tried the Fanatec, tried the SE2, and my OSW from years ago, and that's about it.
Please no puntery, no jammer.
Why does it have to be on RF2? iRacing seems better.
I mean, I don't know. Ask me. I definitely don't know. I got no idea, man.
Please no punterino, Jimmer.
I think it's time for a Dave Station interlude.
Dave hasn't had his pizza yet.
Designed to feed and fuel drivers and help them become the greatest champions. Don't you agree, champ? Pizza.
Oh yeah.
Virtual race, real power.
Pete Stop, is that what it's called? The one-stop shop for Pete's.
Not only for the great support that they put into all forms of endurance racing, but also that really very cool idea of developing a bar that we can keep fueled from the fuel that they create the
fuel for the WEC. So biofuel used in WEC, created from grapes, and we've been munching on them around the corner.
We have been, maybe a little bit too much for some, but it will keep us going until the early hours of the morning. I say it's such a fantastic thing. Obviously, we had all of our sponsors behind the scenes. They bring us.
Chat, do you want some petrol bars?
Crazy bits and bobs, crazy ideas. We had, of course, Lego Technic last year. You all built all your trophies and everything. So Thrustmaster stepping it up and being like, oh,
I'm just sitting on my phone, looking at the app, being like, "Come on, guy."
Let's try throwing this into it. Speaking of other ones of our sponsors, and speaking of Thrustmaster, there was that competition, of course, that you can find a little bit more by going onto the Le Mans Virtual Series Twitter and Instagram, everything on there, where you can have your chance of winning a Thrustmaster T818. You'll find out all the information on there, and we will do some read-throughs as to how to get involved in that competition. But it's always cool to go and enter and grab yourself one of those new direct drive wheels they've got.
Yeah,
I didn't get any of the energy bars, so I'm not energized, so I'm at a disadvantage.
And Thrustmaster recently getting involved in that kind of line, but of course one of the very best.
Time to send it into P1 at the restart.
Whether it be entry level or whether it be top end.
I mean, obviously.
I do have to say a huge thank you to.
I don't think I'm not sure we're still on the same lap or not. If we are on the same lap, this would actually be amazing for us.
Yeah, have to be nice to them now.
Well, yeah,
not that we aren't normally.
Always, always. They're actually based in Brittany, so only a couple of hours away from Le Mans. As a company.
I'm not sure what the reg is, though.
So a French company, goes without saying, and a local industry to Le Mans.
Yeah, like I say,
You think Ben looks like Elon Musk?
I use a Thrustmaster.
Do you actually?
At home, it's not me trying to sell them anything. I use a T300. I don't quite have a T818, but if you are Thrustmaster, send me one. Why not?
He's just outside.
Yeah.
What do you reckon, chat?
Go now. No, I want one. We've got one back here, which has got all the Le Mans 24 virtual branding on it, which I think looks absolutely amazing. Either way,
you know what? Actually,
because it was
maybe.
And to that point, obviously, we had a couple of issues, ups and downs, but
yeah, it's Elon Musk. Yeah.
Because. Firstly, let's
we should still have a timer on screen here.
Very, very ahead of the field. Max Verstappen did Max Verstappen things, was aggressive, got to the front of the field, led until he got held in the pits because of
Elon before stress. Elon before buying Twitter.
Why have Coanda decided to offset themselves over the majority of the LMP
Please
field?
Mick.
Why isn't this race on iRacing Jimmer?
Surely he's not going to have a great difference.
Because I definitely decided this game should actually be in BMG.
This might actually open up something so that something's going like, oh, actually, maybe we should actually rather go to the 9th lap or the 10th lap, whatever they can reach. And that was the kind of thing on the first set of stops. It was basically Team Redline came in one lap earlier because they wanted to get out of the traffic. Because obviously you think if I pit one lap early, then surely not everyone's going to come in one lap early. But when you're the race leader and then you come in one lap early, everyone else goes, oh, I'm going to come into the pit lane. You think, oh. Yeah, and that's exactly what happened with Team Redline.
They've just red flagged the commentators. You hate to see it.
Clean air.
Hi Jimmer, do you use a direct drive wheel?
I do.
I'm thinking about buying one, but I don't know if I can justify the high price tag. All the best, bro.
Okay, bro, I've had one for ages, and once you use one, you won't go back. But they are expensive.
There's not much right or wrong about it, at least not before the race.
So basically, there was a server crash, I think.
What we'll see now, though, when we go back to green flag conditions, is everyone gets reset. They all get a fuel tank of fuel.
Oh no, he's back.
This Le Mans virtual race is brought to you by my favorite brand of Chinese ice cream, Bing Chilling. For when you want your social credit to soar, think Bing Chilling.
I think they'll learn from the initial race start and kind of see where they might.
Who needs energy bars when you can buy Freddos?
Freddos versus Total Energy. What do they call it? Pete Stop.
It does feel like, though, that happened at quite a fair time. There was everybody was on the similar strategy, even in GTE, where there is a bit more of a split. We saw just before the red flag, Team Redline had made their pit stop. So it was only really people who had been penalised earlier on that were offset from what we're seeing. And so it doesn't feel like it's favoured one person over another.
No, which, like I said, there always will be winners and losers when it comes to red flags, when it comes to things like disconnection.
that's just the nature of things. And we say this time and time again when it comes to sim racing, when it comes to motorsport.
These bits are always so like.
We've got this real red flag. We've got a chance to dive out to our correspondents out there in the field. We've seen Haley over in Versailles in Paris, and Alex has been flying around between Mercedes and Williams Formula 1 teams. At those Formula 1 factories is their esports facilities, and Seb Hawkins is the manager down at Williams with Alex now.
We're back at
Quick update on the progress. We should be in like P8 or P9, but we had a DC as the same as 20% of the rest of the field, but they didn't. They gave us a lap back, but we still lost 3 minutes because of where he disconnected and how RF2 deals with reconnecting. Now the entire field is disconnected and it's red flag.
Yeah, I mean, as you can see, we've got as many members of staff as we can actually have at the lounge at the moment in time. And
very quiet.
Half of what we have around the world at the minute. The drivers. So as you see, 2 drivers here, but we've got
They invited me to that little lounge.
So it's a lot of time, a lot of commitment, and obviously bringing as many people as we can to be together, because that's great. But we're
good to go on the Williams casting couch.
As well at the same time.
Talk to me about how it's done. How do you keep all of these drivers together and make sure you've got the right drivers in the right rigs at the right time to make sure the cars keep moving out on track?
Yeah, so obviously, like every team, we're planning our stints, trying to work out time zones and where's best for which driver in the car at the time. And obviously, some of our pros have got different commitments and things happening, so just trying to balance that as best as possible.
Listening out for the pizza. He's near.
Got everything planned.
I can smell you.
Multiple Discord channels and servers and teams.
Can I put a wang on this?
And, it's just a case of everybody turn up at the right time. And
Jim, you'd be in P1 and the race wouldn't have disconnected if you'd had a Hatsune Miku waifu car this year. When will you accept who you are and embrace your inner weak?
I don't get to decide the setup. All right. Oh,
cheers.
Thank you, Chris. Chris dropping, well, I think it's €20 there. Thank you, mate.
How do you
cheers, dude.
select your drivers? I want to
with
drive for F1 esports.
Damn.
How do I do it?
Thank you, man. I tend to have a lot of the Miku liveries in iRacing.
Who's Afredo? When you can have a dick insider.
Which is always good for those that are pre-established, but ultimately there's a lot of talent coming up through the
my favourite cider.
People getting involved in sims and games very early on, so we're always looking.
Please, no Punterino Jimmer.
Taz horny tonight.
Jimmy, where's your $1 million strategy team?
Dead. Right, BRB, my pizza is here.
We're here to a place where drivers can show what their talent is over a space of 3 to 6 months, and sim racing grows as more and more people get involved in it. So there's plenty of people to choose from. So it's good.
Have you got a car underneath you this weekend?
I think so. Yeah, it's been good. It's been, we've had our hurdles at the start of the race and during the race, but I think so far we're looking like we're in a good position. So it's good.
Seb, thanks a lot. Best of luck for the rest of the race.
Fascinating chat there from Seb Hawkins and Lewis Williams. We see them obviously as Le Mans Virtual Series team, but their scope is possibly one of the biggest sim racing esports teams that there is across all the different platforms.
Yeah, they've got drivers at the front of iRacing, they've got drivers at the front of a set of quarter competition. Yeah, they did just release a few drivers from contract, or teams that drivers had left the team. Recently, for one reason or another, we're in January, so there's a lot of people's contracts are up. A lot of teams they've recently just picked up Charlie Crossland as well, who's come over from G2 Esports.
I woke up, I was like sleeping.
Please, no Punterino, Jim.
Oh, I can drive now.
Would you drive in the LMP if you had the offer?
McCormack, he's a fantastic. He's really come into his own. Want to see him on there. But like you say, Williams Esports are in that camp with quite a few teams that are multi-disciplined.
Quick plans. Jim ain't here. Bing chilling, 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 bing chilling.
Whilst we do have the same thing, we have multi-platforms. For those of you at home, you might think, yeah, but surely it's just driving. It's 4 wheels race car. Surely it's the same. It's not. Even things that are on multiple platforms, they will drive differently on each platform, and you have to get used to each one. Of course, you all know that. You've done your fair share of sim racing in the recent past. It's one of those things you've got to get used to as a driver and understand. And I think Williams are one of the teams that are at the forefront of being at the front on multiple platforms.
And they've just announced a brand new team manager or team principal at Williams Formula 1 team, James Vowles, who is an avid sim racer himself.
Is he
Used
really?
to be
very good in karts, and he now does a little bit of sim racing as a hobby. But that does also, when you're in the esports organization at Williams and you look at a new team principal coming in who is a fan of that, you go, brilliant, okay, we're secure, we're stable here. We run our Williams esports program for the F1 esports, but we've also got everything else covered bases. And of course, the team is used by other teams to run their cars. So you've got the Williams esports car, the number 5, in this particular race,
so
but then
the
there's
race
the
has
Williams
been red flagged.
AMG
Driving
car,
times were suspended at the moment red flag was announced. Nevertheless, the red flag time will not extend the duration of the race, so the race will be limited to the 24 hours initially foreseen. That's the first point. Second point is, for a matter of fairness, the lap taken into consideration is lap 71, 71. Cars will be single file on track for a formation lap, divided into 2 groups. First group LMP2, second group LMGT. The only thing which unfortunately we cannot tell you now is at what time we're going to be able to resume the race. We are working hardly on it.
To beat that one to death.
Chat, you're going to hate this.
So many times. But it is relevant. The fact that Max Verstappen is...
It's the anchovy pizza reveal.
Arguably the fastest driver in the world. He's won 2 Formula 1 world champions.
That's good though.
Yeah.
Vic, can you ask the question in the Marla chat about what the weather will be like when they restart?
Sim racing, and he cares about sim racing. You know,
They get a little bit of catch up on there, but not on the pizza, just for the crust afterwards, you know.
It means a lot more. He is determined, and it's having.
I didn't put any salt on my chips. That is a mistake.
Of course, winning an F2.
What was the race announcement? What did they say?
And he also has that same level of care. So we've got that thing. We've got this link in motorsport from drivers, from broadcasters, from team managers that care.
Chat's just lost that shit so much that my chat is broke. Why are you all such virgins? Enjoy the anchovies, man. I had to get some salt.
To actually care about.
Yeah, I think the attitude towards racing online, let's not say sim racing, but just racing online has changed so much since COVID, because people were able to access it and be educated by it. And whether it is a simulator like R Factor 2, which is used or certainly was used as a platform for those F1 teams to do extra practice once the testing ban came in.
I hope you said to the pizza guy smelling later.
They used this platform to then manipulate their models to be able to use as a test bed at their factories. Nowadays, software's been developed
no punterino,
so far away from that principle.
Needs peas, eggs, and
Pro,
pineapple.
But
Big
ultimately,
boy.
the base is still there. This is a simulator. There are other competitions out there that don't really simulate what you would feel in the real car at all, but they're still racing each other. They're still having a race. And I think whether it's that one or the
Put
other
Le Mans in Need for Speed Unbound. No cap, straight up
Serious question.
bossing.
Does it
For
actually,
real.
even if I be aggressive,
Tap down.
we will lose the positions on the straight, no?
Thank you.
But also, you like
Quick plans. He's gone again. Bing chilling, 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 bing chilling,
just do whatever you feel.
There's so much going on.
That's the important thing.
As useless as not being
same language. And it's that close link to motorsport, even if it is that okay, it still gives you that vibe, that understanding, and that kind of feeling. Right then, whilst we get our grid reformed and go racing once again, let's remind you of what we've had so far in about 4 hours and 30 minutes of racing before the red flag.
Right, I'm going in.
Jimmer, anchovy pizza.
Local
Seriously?
time, 2 o'clock, we went
Yeah.
racing. Max Verstappen.
Why wouldn't you have it? It's great.
From the second row of the grid, down the inside, before even he got to the first kink, that man took the lead of the race. And look how cool and collected he was.
If you think anchovies are bad, my mate used to put salad cream on his.
There were plenty of cars out.
That's worse, right?
The sim drivers are qualified, but the real pros were in the cars for the first stint, and that did cause quite a few little spins and errors. James Baldwin
Roads close,
was
pizza
absolutely
boy,
mega
find
in
another way
the
home.
Mercedes AMG car, getting himself up to 3rd position. Coanda have looked really strong. The 77 and the 88 in GTE, there and thereabouts throughout. Although
the catch-up is just for the
this was a big shot for Mexico racing team.
The crashed afterwards.
Around Sim Maranello and ultimately
never on the actual pizza.
Graham Carroll jumped aboard the Mercedes.
Oh yeah.
Luke Browning aboard the #1 red line, and Browning moved himself up into second position. They were 11 seconds behind Coanda Porsche at this point. When the red flag flew, it was down to 6. GR Esports have had a difficult one. That was the first lap out of the pits for Rixon and straight into the wall. It's not all plain sailing for our leader though, still having to be careful amongst traffic, losing a little bit of time, Josh Rogers there through the first chicane. This was a big one as well. Steering wheel detaches itself from computer, car goes flying, and a big
what is Ranch?
Of the graph machine.
Is it real?
Vincent Campilliere, I think our oldest competitor. But he is back out onto circuit, was back out into the race. And so we now will reset.
Oldest competitor. Obviously a boomer moment.
I believe. And we will reform the grid behind the safety car. We will do a warm-up lap, and then we will go racing. So that basically brings us down.
It's Cowboy Come, okay.
From 1st down to 20th. They were
now I know, thank
on
you.
the lead lap, and that includes Williams Esports 53 that had such a difficult start to the race, Lewis. They were 3 minutes and 15 seconds behind the leader. They'll now be on the lead lap in a nice queue. They'll probably still be 15, 20 seconds back from Josh Rogers once we get back going again. But
so we're in the same lap or
not? For them to enjoy. There are other drivers within that unfortunately have not made that one lap cut, and there are other cars even further down. But for them, and if we look into the GTE category,
Blue Doritos, like
GTE,
really?
Apart from Pro
Drive,
nice. Simsa and Satellite Racing also are all on the lead lap, so they will all compress as well. Oh no, that's not true, is it?
So this is the thing with what we're seeing here. I'm not going to. I was just trying to check to see what was coming in from race control. I will just say. This sometimes can be a bit of a long process. Normally,
please,
Le Mans Virtual, we had the two in the very first year of Le Mans
A
Virtual.
lovely cheese pizza, just for me, with anchovies. Keep the change, you filthy animal.
But 9 it's probably going to be slightly longer.
Come on now.
Because
there's no need for that anger.
Control, this is an unbelievable headache. It's a headache in the real life, but it's just as much a headache in the sim, because you've got to think, right, if we pull the result from there and then take one lap back to then try and bring it back to this point, and then we need to get everyone in position, and then we need to do
we're having like a little food party, boys.
It's a lot of work.
The healthiest dinner.
Try and figure out bit by bit.
So of course the result that we're
Home Alone reference. When I think of anchovies, I think of Futurama.
Leader, so the LMP leader, it doesn't reset that lap for the GTE category. So that is why we've got at the moment the 77 and the 88 on our timing screens are a separate lap away from most of the rest of the GTE field. So if we grid it like that, they will have a 1 lap advantage over the majority of the GTE field. The reason why it looks like that is because it's not based on the leader of the GTE and backwards. And if you did that, you would put the 77 and the 88 on the same lap as everybody else.
Chris, mate, your man's Ian. Why you got to say that?
So that's, as you say, it's a headache, because that's another headache I've just pointed out to them.
Yeah, because
red flag, because RF2
leave it where it's just sort of like,
has
a red flag,
similar server stability to my mental stability.
We were all talking about this a bit earlier. I'd rather be lucky than good, right? And it is a case that sometimes
I can't be good, so I have to rely on
to be lucky.
Yeah,
all of us in the comedy business in that boat. Don't worry. I'd rather be lucky than good. What that means is, sometimes you can be the fastest out there, but if you don't have the luck, then you're not going to win. But sometimes you can be the worst out there, and yet still, it just goes that way. And I say it might be that way for Proton Commander, but let's be honest, Racing Control don't want that.
We have activated our correspondence out and about, because
so it takes a while.
Perfect opportunity to get
I do 2 chews and swallow, mate. I'm efficient. It takes a while because I have to regrid everyone, and that takes a long time to do it.
Race to watch. You got to work, Alex. Are you there? Can you hear me?
I certainly can, and I'm standing here in the middle of Williams Esports, as I have been for most of this afternoon. It was so interesting to watch the game go down here, watch the engineers go to work immediately on what their strategy will be moving forward through the race. You can see them working away behind me. The work does not stop just because the game has. Both drivers as well, Will and Jack, immediately jumping on the test rigs and getting their maximum amount of testing done. Obviously, a bit of a change of the conditions before the red flag, so they want to get their head around that and try to throw the same conditions on their test rigs to immediately get.
I can't understand why you'd
team just over to the
if
left
you're like
behind me have
mid stint, you then go right. I want to go and get off, and then now do some more practice mid stint.
We get underway again, so it's all.
Just never level these guys. I think I'm too lazy to be like an esport guy.
Alex, so
also not good enough.
A question, because you've been to many Formula One factories in your time. You've been to many factories of WEC teams, and you know what they look like. You know what they feel like. How surprised are you at what these esports academies and centres look like in comparison to what you know from real world? How surprised are you at how amazing they look?
The clock will continue running, I think, like in real life.
Down at Brackley and here at Williams Esports are very, very impressive indeed. I'm looking at 25 simulators here, several of which are prepared for professional level racing. Mercedes had lesser simulators, but engineers everywhere doing their job.
He is just Mini Martin, isn't he?
And the amount
it's kind of cute. He's also very talented, right? Good driver and a good presenter, just like his dad.
The level of engineering is quite incredible too. It is absolutely sure that everything about this is incredibly real. It just so happens that the cars are racing on a virtual racetrack.
What is it that Jimmy Broadbent says, Lewis?
Please no Pantorino.
No.
I've actually got that here.
The cars might be fake, but the racing is real, and the people behind
He does also say that quite a lot.
Does he? No, he doesn't say that. Other people say that to him.
Yeah, but that's where it came from. Him saying it constantly. More from that later on, though. We're not going to jump.
It's far too.
I think I stole it from chat, honestly.
Thank you very much, Alex Brundle, for your little update down at Williams. It was nice to chat with you, and it is spectacular to think that all of that facility has been built up for this race.
I know.
That shows just how incredible this.
I'm a streamer. I've not had an original thought in my life.
To see the likes of Williams, the likes of Mercedes.
Even Please No Pantorino was invented by Coin.
That is a huge facility, connectivity for people to go racing in this series and this race kind of alone, because there's nothing really that matches it.
You kind of, same with a lot of things, is that you almost like design a studio and you build all of that for an event like this, and then you just happen to use it for the rest of the season. It's always events like this, or whether they were doing F1 esports or whatever. It's where you make your studios and stuff for these bits, and then you use them like later on and kind of keep hold of them, keep all that tech in. I mean, it's very, very impressive at both Mercedes, of course, Williams, and we saw it in speed earlier on, and for so many other teams.
And we saw in the first couple of years of the Le Mans Virtual that they also have these pop-up facilities. So it might not be something that is permanent, but in the museum at Maranello, Ferrari raced there with most of their teams in the first version of Le Mans Virtual. And as we've seen already from Haley, Peugeot are doing the same thing at their factory. They don't have a dedicated esports facility yet there, but they're making a really good effort to make a great show out in Versailles. And they did have a few challenges. They've had an internet disconnectivity. They also had a driver that had COVID, and so couldn't participate.
With our factor, I can't even be in the server to watch the race. I have to be out of the server, because having another client is actually bad for the server.
Who had the hard task of jumping in the sim rig just 2 days before.
That's like one of the big things. There's like server limits. Like you can have pretty much anyone watch an iRacing race. You can't do that with RF2.
How's it gone for you so far?
It's been going great. Really, I want to thank Peugeot for this huge opportunity. And yeah, it's going great. Good quality. We try to do the best as we can in the race. And
so, as a 16-year-old sim racer, what's it like to be paired up with pro drivers such as Gustavo and Malti? How does the dynamic go between you guys? Do you end up giving them advice?
He's 16.
We try to help each other. I try to give them advice on the sim. They give me advice also. And it's
so he's born in what? 2007.
To be part of the team.
My math right there.
Race with them, as they have a lot of experience. So it's really good.
So you're a 16-year-old sim racer, but you also race in real world as well. I mean, Do you think that you
Well, 2006, I guess. 2007,
do the
if
transition
it was
and
later on this year.
compete
maybe.
24 hours in one day?
I hope so. I mean, my objective is to be like a pro driver. That's what I want to do for later, and so I will do my best to get the best level I can.
We're all old boys. Don't worry about it.
Yeah,
Apart from people who are young, they're young. But we don't talk to them.
How much would you say the 24 hours of Le Mans virtual has been an integral part of changing the public and, of course, drivers' opinion on esports?
No, it's a huge step for sim racing, for esports, because
this guy is doing pretty well. It's quite evident that like English is not his strongest language, and he's doing a good job, I think. Got to give him some props there. When I was 16,
Thank you very much, Elliot.
well, I can speak English, so come.
Doing a sterling job out there in Versailles, and we've now met most of that team. The last member of that team, Maxime Breon, who I'm sure we'll talk to at some point, is probably one of the ones with the greatest story, because he is from Le Mans also, and it was him really that managed
no
Toyota
Punterino, Jimmer.
Gazoo Racing in that
I have
first Le Mans
T-shirts
virtual.
older than him.
I don't want to say were forced to enter, but had an obligation to enter the Le Mans Virtual for the first time with absolutely no esports background at all. But Maxime was an engineer for the Toyota Gazoo Racing team, and so kind of guided them in and raced for them and raced with them. And to this day, he still says 14th was his proudest achievement in sim racing. He, by the way, is now a Formula E development driver for the DS. Well, it's Penske now. I was about to say Techeetah, but Penske Formula E team. He's got a huge amount of experience, but just an incredible story from him. So we will, I'm sure, talk to Maxime later on. But amazing to have a 16-year-old in there as well.
Nice to see Jimmy having the same born in 2006. Freak out that I had commentating on F4.
He's a super talent, and like I said, it's great to have
Exactly
him
right.
racing in again.
His kids are so young.
Here in RF2, learning the ropes, and what bigger place to learn the ropes than here?
Yeah, being thrown in.
Here I am, you know.
Qualifying at such a high level.
Yeah,
I'm an athlete. Peak of physical fitness.
Right at the last minute.
You know, there's not many people fitter than me.
That one up and kind of found that pace immediately. I wasn't exactly slapped on the pole position, but we've got somewhere in the top 15, top 20. That's really, really solid in the simulator you're unfamiliar with, in a car you're unfamiliar with, representing a massive brand, being Peugeot, who've got everything set up for the next few years now, and kind of getting in with them a bit.
Cars are being reset onto the grid, and we will be going back to green flag conditions very, very shortly. Before we do, though, let's just remind you once again of how we've got to this point, the culmination of Season 2 of the Le Mans Virtual
Oh yeah, sorry, little burper there. Got quite a Badlands.
Now focus on the start of the Le Mans Virtual Series for 2022 in Bahrain for the 8 hours of Bahrain.
Red flag so hard we've gone back in time, boys.
Simoncic through again, and can he go all the way around the outside? Surely he can't. He's going to try though. This is going to be a mega move. And the BMW is going to be ahead of the Porsche, squeezing on pit exit. The Porsche needs to be careful not to cross the white line. There's traffic, huge traffic coming past, and they come out of the pit side by side.
We're in 11th, okay. That's good.
There is the smiles from Jerne Simoncic. What a drive it has been. Huge pressure throughout the race.
We are going to have a very scrappy looking start. The red line car from the front row of the grid, car number 1. Max Benecki qualified it on the outside of the front row, but it was already behind. Can Smolyar get his nose inside down into the first of the Lesmos? He does. Again, they give each other racing. Smolyar didn't go right out to the curb. Oh, is he? Yes, there is.
Medium tyres on the SF Velas Esports car. RG big in the barriers, the 18. That's a big shame.
I think that was Gordy from memory.
And it will be Team Redline, car number 1, that is in first place as the flag comes out. Victory goes to Jeffrey Rietveld and Team Redline. And we go, green flags wave, 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps is underway, round 3 of the 2020 Le Mans Virtual Series.
I'm going to have a stab at it.
Straight, so it's about what RAG can do in this section. Wow.
He's all over the Porsche. He's got much more of something, either get up and go or grip or both. They have managed to combine speed and frugal fuel mileage to take a convincing victory.
That'll do me, mate, for now. I can't need the rest of that.
This is the final roll of the dice for Johan Jajowski. He's going to take it, isn't he? It's going to be a drag race to the line. He's going to win this. He's going to make sure that the Porsche does not get back beside him.
The cars fan out over the start and finishing line, and we go into turn 1, and I think Redline has lost a position there.
Redline got knocked out of first place. I don't know.
Outside has the overlap into turn 1. It's very, very bumpy. It's very, very fast. There's no way through, but he tries to the cutback. Side by side on the exit towards turn 2.
Well, I mean, like, no, it's a thin crust pizza, so I can get away with it.
And they've done it. They've taken victory.
Please no.
In the Le Mans Virtual Series here at the 500 miles of
Should use Forza next year to host Le Mans.
They did it once.
They've done the double. Porsche Commander
One hand Chevy left in the box. Listen. Oh man, I'm feeling pretty fucking good after that, man.
Live the races in full on.
Hey, don't be getting aggro at me, Synergy, mate. Don't be getting aggro at me. I can't deal with this. I'm waiting for it as much as you are. What happened to my phone?
That would be about 18 hours.
16. No.
Hear my phone so I can order another pizza.
24. 24.
Oh, it would be 24, wouldn't it?
24 hours. Oh, it's half the season.
Right.
There you go. So once you're done with this 24-hour race, log on to the YouTube channel and you can spend the rest of your week watching the rest of the season. Because actually, the racing has been fantastic. There's been not a dull moment whatsoever. We are getting cars.
I ate the phone. Damn it.
A few moments ago, and we will be going back to green flag racing shortly. Presumably.
Oh, when Max lost his shit. Okay.
Still, or.
I would assume so. So normally they do carry the server. So what that means is the conditions that we have this kind of when we go through qualifying and all that. Like what I mean by that is, like say Q1 ends at like 5 o'clock in game time, and then when we did the All-Star races, like it carries on from.
I've done this. We did this for Gran Turismo, where we had to fill for over an hour when like the race crashed for whatever reason.
In game time, they are starting it at whatever time it should be.
This is where you earn your money as a broadcaster, man. It is difficult.
Carrying the rain over, rather than it being a restart of the race to being at 2 o'clock in game time, which obviously would not be ideal because then we'll be in daytime for a very long time.
I've been just told that the rain stopped whilst we were in red flag conditions.
Fair enough.
So we will have a dry track to restart.
Okay.
I guess that's possible too, isn't it? You know.
Yeah, why not?
Rain can start, rain can stop.
Yep, and we still are expecting.
Thank
you, Ben. We're still. The rain was actually expected to be.
This is as high as it goes.
Into, 3 minutes on, it's supposed to be heavier in that hour. Obviously, the 6th hour of racing. Whether that is going to be the case, whether that's.
I can do this for now, but then alerts will be super loud.
Yeah, yeah. And the rain doesn't have an effect on the reason why we had a red flag.
No, there is a lot of this where it's like, oh well. It must be the rain. It must be the rain. And I'm like, no, not really, because it doesn't actually increase server load as much as you think it does. It's not going to be the reason. We haven't run it in years previous.
Yeah, I mean, say what you like about RF2. I always think that the show around this is always really fucking good.
For a few reasons. Obviously, we don't have pros.
I mean, not quite as good as Gran Turismo.
Obviously,
but it's still pretty good.
In place to make sure that it was a consistent system that was. Kind of
such a good team as well.
Who's always being developed. Railroad 2.0 and some of the plugins that they've got to work behind the scenes is basically new for this season that they've been able to. Whilst Factory's always had wet weather, it's just being able to.
Please no Pantarino,
like
Jimmer.
This.
Water is indeed wet.
Shit. Well, yeah, but it's got rain though. So why don't we just turn it on?
I knew it.
It's not as simple as that.
Okay.
We're fine.
What we will have when we go back to green flag conditions is our leading car, and another opportunity to see Mission 24, a car powered by hydrogen. Known as the LMP-H2G, it's the first hydrogen electric racing
notifications will be loud, you say?
For our Le Mans Virtual.
That's right, Marius, mate.
By Mission H24 in a program in collaboration with the Automobile Club de West and Green GT. H2 symbol for hydrogen, G for
slow.
gas, because it's hydrogen gas which is stored in
its
tank.
Are there any onboards of this around?
This car runs on fuel cells and it produces its own electricity. Developed and improved.
I mean, it looks
Gen
pretty
2
depressing, but I think it's just out of the little show that
to
there.
date, it is also raced in Le Mans Michelin Cup.
Oh, shit.
And H24 is hoping to race in the Road to Le Mans in June.
Coins just bankrupted me.
in preparation to race in 2025 in the actual Le Mans 24 Hours. And usually, Aurélie Mallet is the driver of our leading car. He certainly was for the last couple of years when we were in Paris, and he was there. And he's the commentator on the French stream. If you are struggling to understand our English and you are
the production is great, but no gap. Lap times?
There is a
there's nothing right now, is there? Yeah, I mean, I think some of that is a bit of a limitation of the game. RF2 is like what they've done with RF2 to get around everything.
Is he going to come this year?
Is
I'm still no, probably not.
Why?
It's pretty impressive, but it's still.
No one has offered me work for obviously. No one wants me to work there. I mean, I've got to say, by the way, just
what Bacho said was a really good way of saying it. It's like the engine basically was
sustainability
cobbled together in like 2013.
There is a lot done in racing.
RF2 to be released, and it has always been like that. And the people who actually designed the engine for RF2 don't work there anymore, and no one knows how it works. So they're just trying to basically band-aid it.
Still that tinge from the public that it's maybe not necessarily the case. Having something like a hydrogen that is well known as a green, as a sustainable option, to have that in a race car and to have that as potential for the future. This is again, it's a brilliant step for electric racing, because you can't just have a 24-hour race where you come in and then you just plug it in for an hour and we'll go and have dinner and then we'll come back. Hydrogen's the only real way that you can kind of do something like that and actually have a car run a 24-hour race. It's a fantastic movement, and I gotta say, keep our fingers crossed that it does progress in the way that we want it to.
Yeah, absolutely. This year, Garage 56, which has always been traditionally the wild card entry into Le Mans with
to pay towards the broken sunglasses
like
from Monaco.
Thank you, Will, mate. Good to see you, dude.
Fully piloted by drivers that were
my guy driving around on 0% tyres.
This year, it's going to be a NASCAR, which is going to be quite interesting.
Thoughts on Chevy sending a stock car to Le Mans?
Yeah, I did wonder. I was like, surely it's got to have more downforce on it than a normal one.
It does. So that's going to be very interesting in the centenary year, in celebration of the partnership, I suppose, between America and
I think it's going to be very slow.
Close partnership between IMSA
but it'll be cool.
Well. Right. Haley is obviously, as we've seen, in Paris, and we haven't really had a chance to look around properly.
I think like
no Punterino, Jimmer.
Facility, so we've
you should get a second pizza for chat.
Chat, you don't get a pizza. So you don't like my anchovies. I think it's fine to say, like, you know, the
road car, the 508.
The production is fine. You can see the difference between them, you know.
On this. So come on in, and I will give you a whistle-stop tour of what happens in here. This is the production room, studio, etc. We have the 908 hybrid. This didn't actually take to a track competitively. This was the advanced model of the 908 that won Le Mans in 2009. For this model, which is a 9X8, well, it actually drew a lot of inspiration from that model. It was one that really kind of shaped a new generation of hybrid cars, and we find a lot of inspiration, but no rear wing this time, in the 9X8. Now we're going to move on behind here. As I said earlier, this is the actual box that they use for WEC.
Actual box!
Malte Jakobsen, you can see, is currently driving. The engineers are discussing here. Some little seats for any of the drivers that want to be seeing what's happening on screen. And there, place for them just to warm up. Come over here. Yes, Gustavo. Gustavo, don't you want a little Pete stop bar here, made with raisins. Here we go to fuel the drivers. I tried one earlier. It's delicious, sustainable as well.
That face did not say delicious. That face did not say delicious.
Come over here.
Wait, yes, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to do this to you.
Gustavo, don't you want a little?
But that face did not
Pete
say.
Stop bar here, made with raisins. Here we go to fuel the drivers.
Over it.
I tried one earlier. It's
Is that a face? Is that a face saying delicious to you, chat?
sustainable apparently as well. Cereal bar. Let's move on around here. Gustavo, come on, let's have a quick chat. Gustavo. You just got your delivery in.
Oh yes, I did. I just got sushi. Nothing better than mid-race than sushi.
Absolutely. So when are you back on?
R factor 2 is like cold yeller.
Most likely something around 8:30.
Around 8:30. Okay, so you're going to go off, have a little break, and then come back. Just how did your sim go, Gustavo?
Well, I didn't crash, so I'm happy with that.
Good news.
But it went all right. Obviously, we'll see where we are now after the...
Please, no punterino, Jimmer.
Slowly make up some time, eat some good food.
Ben is doing a great job on commentary. GL Jimmer.
Everyone is, man. Everyone's doing a good job.
I feel older every time I come here.
Yeah, I saw that adjust as well.
They fly. It's ridiculous. But yeah, no, they are giving advice, and all you can do is try to self-improve every time you get in the car.
Absolutely. We'll enjoy your sushi. See you back later.
Cheers.
Yeah, Gustavo Menezes. We're going to move around here and see if there are anyone else who... No, they're all... Oh, Maxime. Come on, let's have a quick word. One last word with Maxime. Maxime, so Virtual Le Mans 2023. How's it going for you so far?
It was fine at the beginning, but we got disconnected during the first hour, so we went back at the back of the grid lap for 2 laps down. But now we got the red flag.
Because
so
like, let me have my food. Bye. I'm hungry.
So as a sim racer, what's it like?
Speaking of hungry, where's my phone?
Motorsports driver?
Back in a second.
Well, we're a bit like you, because in the sim world we are always competing against each other. Sorry. So like it's just prestigious to do this 24 hours of Le Mans for the 3rd time. But yeah.
Oh, there we go. Well, I'll let you guys get on anyway. Gustavo's shout this evening. We'll enjoy and bon appetit, as we say in France.
Merci.
Back to you guys.
Well, they're having a nice time, aren't they? Lewis, let's talk about those shorts for a second.
They're interesting. They're interesting. I mean, it's sim racing attire. You don't have to be in a fire suit for any of this.
It's a thing, right?
I mean, I don't race in shorts. I prefer to be dressed normally, to be honest. Jeans and a t-shirt, which is not, I will say, for an endurance race, make sure you are as comfortable as possible, because the moment you're like, oh, this is actually uncomfortable, this, and you're doing all you can think about for about 3 hours is actually, I'm not sure this is comfortable.
And moreover, you get quite hot as well.
So hot.
So that's where the shorts come in. Bit of aeration, and...
We had it in the house.
Thanks for interrupting me there.
I think it was last year. Might have been the year before.
Who the fuck went?
Issue with our boiler in the house.
Lewis, the kind of guy to wear jeans to the gym.
And
all right.
Still, when I was doing a few races in the evening, I still had to turn all the heating off because I was like, I can't. When it could be -5, but you're still doing the sim racing. You're driving around and you're still sweating.
And there is energy that you are.
Turns out I now want to eat these chips.
Spelling.
Which I find interesting, because I've had some discussions with a lot of people about this, is I'm not necessarily sure it's physical, right? And that you can be like, yeah, well, surely it is, because obviously that's what you do. But wait,
speaking of gym,
watch.
I've been eating very healthy recently. My body is
in a practice stint, right?
They don't get temple. I don't eat any bad food.
It's kind of like, well,
yeah, it does.
Oh, not as much. Nowhere near as much. It's like you could do stints kind of casually in practice, but in the race where you're effectively doing the same thing, your heart rate is up 30 or 40 more than what it was. Like you'll see some sim races where the heart rate is genuinely in the 150s, even 160s, sometimes higher than that when you're actually in a proper race, which doesn't necessarily happen in practice. In practice, it's normally around the 100.
Fucking Gustavo. I've got sushi. I'm healthy.
All
right,
fucker. It actually does push that, and that's what
I know who I am.
The amount of focus and concentration. It's like doing an exam every 15 seconds.
Yeah, there's a mental stress to it.
Yeah,
but it is. You're not just sitting down, resting heart rate, sitting here, not really talking. What, 60, 70, something like that?
It should be around 60.
Yeah.
We don't talk about what it probably is, but it should be 60.
But sitting here, rig, racing, and remember, most of those guys will have direct drive, so there's a little bit of force in that so that you can be smooth with the inputs. Up to 100, it's at least like walking your dog.
At the very minimum, yeah.
At the very minimum, it's like walking your dog. So sim racing is good for you. That's my message. Buy a rig and you might lose some weight.
Sim racing is very good for you.
I've been trying. I've been trying for years. Right, let's go ahead and listen to some drivers who've got probably much better advice than I have.
Hi guys, Jan van der Heide here, driver of the number 62 Brabham Esports LMP2 car. It's my first time already taking part in the virtual Le Mans event, and again, just such a unique experience driving against the best of both real and virtual motorsport. So really looking forward to it again. Fingers crossed for everyone to have a clean and incident-free race, and hope you're gonna enjoy the show. Let's make it a good one.
Hello everyone, I'm Li Xiaofei from Enquiries Racing as a driver and team manager. For me, it's an amazing experience to have a chance to compete against the world's best esports driver and teams. and to learn a lot and improve ourselves. So wish everyone good luck and have fun during the race.
Hi, my name is Любовь Zikitskovskaya. I'm going to race Virtual Le Mans 2023 with Graph by ETRS Sports. So excited to share track with the best esport teams and racing drivers. See you.
Hi, my name is Nakib Aslan. I'm racing.
This really does have that vibe, doesn't it? You can go to 5 or 6
stores. It's going to be an amazing experience racing again in the 24-hour Le Mans Virtual. Arguably one of the biggest races out there in the sim racing scene. So super excited. Got the biggest name out there in racing industry, which is Max Verstappen. So there's one name to look out for and one name for me that I'll be aiming to.
I should do that chat about this.
So
yeah, guys, welcome.
To it and yeah, can't wait.
I'm looking forward to
Hello everyone, Jesper
racing
for Floyd Van Welt
all the
here.
best
I love
drivers in the
competing
world.
at this high level
See you later.
together with pros and sim racers from all around the world, and we are currently sitting P2 in the championship. I hope we can put on a great show for you guys at the Le Mans final. Have a good one.
Hi, my name is Remy Delorme, sim racer for Audi Station Racing. Driving for our WEG team with 2 pro drivers who drove Le Mans in real life is so special for me. Chavez has won the 24-hour of Le Mans 2022 in GTM class, and I feel very lucky and proud to be a part of this amazing team.
Hey, listen, all right.
Thanks everyone for
let's not be too harsh. Sometimes it's difficult to talk to camera if you aren't used to it.
Green flag conditions.
Wait, what?
Here is the number 20 Porsche, and he's got a massive jump on the rest of the field. This is a formation lap, apparently.
I don't feel that they are pushing 110%. It didn't sound
No, we're not racing yet because we were only racing when it comes to the green. When it comes to the line, the leading car's gone into the pits. The weird thing for me is these two are miles ahead of everything. Okay, they are going to slow the cars down.
I was going to say that
leading car's got into the pits. We're going to have another formation lap because look, where's everyone else?
No,
they are on track. They are on track.
Is it ARC Bratislava behind?
And maybe that's the problem. Yeah,
maybe there's been a bit of miscommunication because it's certainly not the AMG Team Petronas Esports car that we were kind of expecting to be in that position.
The third car in the queue is the 24, so that's
it's the Le Mans Virtual Cup car.
Yeah, Le Mans Virtual Cup car.
I didn't think it was yellow at least. So got the colour right. So
race control need to slow down that leading car, don't they?
Oh my God, sorry.
Really no.
Before we go, we're not going match green. The green flag has not flown then. So
you said,
we've
what's
got
going
another
on?
formation lap to go. We'll slow everybody down and get everybody bunched up. Whilst we do that, let's go back to Alex.
No, it doesn't because the clock hasn't started. Never mind.
We've dropped
what is going
out of
on?
the esports lounge.
I've tuned into the broadcast and everyone's like, what's going on?
The background.
Yeah, we are doing a safety car restart.
An interview with Jack Keithley, about to get.
So there should be one more lap in the safety car, and then we go green.
Jack,
so we're still a lap down, though,
progress so far.
I don't know, honestly. I don't think so. We should be on the lead lap.
Yeah, okay. So actually, this is good for us.
We're getting the car with changeable conditions, so a mix of that and dealing with the traffic. Anything can happen.
I want to see some big moves.
Good,
all right.
good or bad. So
supposed to rain soon, but we don't know when.
RF2 is like
how long are you going to be
because like you know before when they're safe
conditions out there on track as well. Is it going to be tough in terms of concentration over the next few stints? How long are you in for?
I'm just in for a single double run, which is essentially 90 minutes.
Ignore the green flag and ignore the penalties.
They always do in these races.
Jesus Christ!
And yeah, you mentioned changeable
we need car 77 to pick up the pace. We need car 77 to pick up the pace, please. Let's have all cars in single file 77. You're blocking everyone behind you.
They changed to green flag, and they told us there would be an extra lap in the safety car, so I had to hard
and
Motorsports
like everyone accelerated
like.
How are they looking after you guys?
People who play RF2 are like fucking Linux
still to do.
users, you know.
You're getting some sleep in, you're keeping hydrated, you're getting some food in.
Please no punterino.
Yes to everything. Got a lot of
Getting Hamilton at Hungary 2021 vibes from that.
My rig, so the moment they wake me up, I'm in the car.
I disconnected the cable.
Yeah, they've given us some great support overall with everything.
Yeah, my wheel
aside from just the driving.
Cable.
So
I wanted to
yeah,
practice
we are ready for the whole event.
Okay.
Let's chill out, check out this beautiful Williams Heritage Museum,
Car
and
77,
the best
can
of
you
luck,
please
Jack,
catch
for your
up?
next stint.
Car 77, can you please catch up?
Cool place to be. I don't imagine we're going to get Alex Brundle back now for a few hours. It's just going to be
Is Michael Mossy involved?
We'll try to fire one up. Let's take it round.
Can I just? You'll get here a lot quicker than.
Who's driving? Who's in our car?
Than his road car.
That is true. So we can see obviously the two leaders.
Yeah, Jimmy, to confirm you're on the lead lap.
The Porsche Commander,
banging.
Eastwood's at the number 20. The Josh Rogers.
But I think we always were, by the way.
Who
just
3
minutes
behind.
Not sure.
I've got Rogers and Browning being the top two, and then Botterhouse in third position.
I'm not sure we were in the lead
There's
lap.
a lot of lap traffic because you can see the Mercedes AMG Petronas.
I think we were slightly behind P1.
With not
Is it
only
possible?
the Le Mans Virtual Cup car, which is sat there, the yellow and
Well,
black
then
one,
we were like
but
20
also
seconds
one of
behind.
the GRE Sports. That would be
In
the
front.
86, the black and
Yeah, so we-
red
It couldn't be
GRE
more.
Sports
It
car.
was
We've
like
got to
2
deal
minutes
with
and
the
20 plus
pair
1
of
minute.
them before
That's
commending them on the
3:20.
attack.
So basically, we just gained back like
They
a minute
did
and a
actually
half
give
then, or
BS
2 minutes.
competition. We were speculating that they were
Yeah.
one lap down. They have put them on
Easy,
the lead
mate.
lap
See,
of
that's how we do
GP,
it.
so
That's the skill and talent
got, like,
of this team.
10,
Just get red flags. Easy.
10 cars on the same lap there. It does seem as though there is
I wonder how
an issue
long
with
it will
getting
take between
everybody
disconnects
into the
again.
server for this restart.
No.
So, it looks like
Hey,
they're
we've
gonna
had it
abort this
twice
one.
now, so it's
By the
not
way, it's quite
our
sunny.
time anymore.
We knew that it wasn't going to be raining when
you're on
they
the car.
started, but it
You
looks
are-
quite
you
nice.
like
I was going to say, it looks like a lovely.
This time you cannot
go
blame
there
me
as
though.
well, 'cause
So
I've stepped-
it's the
every
third
time I
time.
step outside here, I'm like, oh yeah, it is January.
Oh yeah.
So the formation lap and the
Yeah.
safety
I mean,
car
even
kind
when
of
we were
screwed
walking
us
around
over. So
Paris,
what we're
really?
going to do now
Really?
is we're going to restart this
To me,
one,
it's like that's bitterly
set the
cold,
grid
but yeah,
again,
you need
go
more than just
into
a jumper
the
to go
ear
outside
of corn,
and get over.
not do an
reminding me why I don't
in-game
live in England,
formation lap, we'll do that manually.
Well, I mean, yeah, but surely it's like pretty cold.
So the formation
Yeah, but
lap
it's also blue sky.
you're on
Yeah,
now will
there
be
is that.
It's not
aborted.
kind of
We are
blowing a
restarting.
hoolie.
Sorry.
Hoolie. Right,
What a lovely
who's
waste of
who's
time.
doing what?
It's a good game,
in
this, isn't it?
Our little boxes. Says
Job Van Oyter has changed his appearance a little bit right there in the middle. He's just become an orange jumper.
Why has he
It
done
also
that?
looks
That's really
good on
weird,
stream,
isn't it?
I
Is he
guess.
sleeping, do you think?
No, I think he's just thrown the jumper on there and.
You
has
know,
gone,
Jimmy, like
gone
my,
to do
um,
something else.
I'm basically resting my feet on the rig. I'm like lying down.
I mean, I don't
Yo.
know how comfortable you'd be going
In like a sleeping
and throwing
position.
that over and then sort of
Looking pretty comfy
continuing
there, man.
to sleep on the webcam.
You can't see
With
the
all
other
lights
side,
as well.
my
You
feet
can
are
see,
like
by the way, I
up.
just want to point out one person here, which is on the second row and about 5 along.
I can go for like
Damon,
the
of
two
course,
legs. I
racing
mean,
for the Porsche,
I'm not on the Zoom
esports
call
facility,
anymore,
as
but
is Lert Hartog directly above it.
here we go.
But Damoran's an interesting one because he obviously is a
Oh,
commander,
yeah,
hasn't been
chat.
for a while.
I call this the
Has
stirrups.
recently, moved from the normal commander team to being a full-on Porsche commander driver. I think that's a big step for Damoran.
But more than that, he's
Hello.
moved from Australia to Germany.
Has he actually completed that?
Well, he has for this.
I know. Yeah, he has come round before. I don't know if he's moving. I would suspect if he is moving into the Porsche Commander, he will have to probably move to Germany. That would be part of the
Yeah.
deal. But I don't want to put words in there, mate. In Porsche Commander.
We
But I
went
would
back and they went back.
suspect that would
It's
be
it's
a
not
pretty
been good,
good
man.
step. But I know he certainly visits.
Guys, one like equals one server stability.
Great for Damoran.
I wouldn't mind zooming in on some of those and just checking out what various people are doing in their various facilities, because we've seen obviously
their rigs.
We've seen all of these massive facilities from Williams, from Peugeot, from
Ben's like voyeuristic, and
Mercedes
then
as well. But
Lewis is just
there's
like,
so much.
I want to see the rigs.
fascination for me is the surroundings and the facilities that some of the very best sim racers in the world have at their disposal. Jone Simoncic, for instance, he's not in a multi-million-pound facility. He's at home. But what does his environment look like when he's not racing? Has he just got a kettle beside him so he can make a cup of tea, or has he got a girlfriend or a wife he needs to go and say hello to between stints?
Has he got a girlfriend?
There's so much
Chat,
more
do sim racers have
architecture
girlfriends?
in many of these drivers than
Of course they
this
don't.
hyper professional that we've seen from some teams.
See, I like when people put stuff in the background because it's stuff for us to look at when we do. Whether it is just Jimmy's board, he's
qual è il
something funny
ticino
on there.
bagnato?
Nothing too
No, l'ha
over
scritto
the line,
Paten.
though. Before we get there, nothing too over the line. It's got to be TV friendly. But I like seeing some people that put like stickers or stuff. There was a guy that used to come down. He put like stickers of Nicolas Cage or whatever on a chair in the background. He's like, oh yeah, well, why? But hey, it's funny.
Jack Keithley's normally got good wallpaper.
I can't remember what his wallpaper is, but he's definitely got Action Man curtains.
Okay,
I think his
thank you.
wallpaper's wrestling.
Brake bias?
No wonder they've
49
taken
million.
Williams and locked him in
No,
there.
we can't have any of that. I did commentate on Jack Keithley once. It was in 2020. And he won 21, and he won a race, And
I don't
his
have a
dad,
girlfriend anymore.
We cut to his.
I am a lonely driver now,
to
boys.
See Jack Keithley celebrating. His dad is topless in the background, swinging his shirt around.
But I love that's exactly what I want to see.
I was like, that's amazing. Like that, his parent, his father was so involved and invested in his.
What is a
girl?
And loves it, but still,
what is a girl?
I don't know if that
I don't
is
really know.
friendly, but each their own.
But I do remember the same thing with James Baldwin in one of his earlier winnings, because the family was so involved in the karting side of things. They'd all go together and win.
Yeah, it happened
together.
like
when he went into sim racing, the
middle of
father
December.
felt a little bit left out, so he would be downstairs watching the racing whilst son was upstairs doing the racing. But they would still be able to celebrate together, and that lovely moment where you take your headset off.
Bored.
I use VR, so you'd come back into the real world with your VR, look around, and there's your girlfriend or your mum or your dad going, yeah, well done, man. You just won this.
Come back. Okay, so
you just won 100,000 euros or whatever it might be.
I'm gonna hit you with an alternative version of that, right? I hit you with you take off the VR headset after a hard race. You finally win, and there's just an empty room because you're on your own. The house is exactly the same way you left it. It's dark because the sun's gone down, and it's just you and your thoughts. Nothing else. You put the VR headset back on and go back to the simulator world.
Things that you should upgrade, making sure that you've got a good computer, making sure that you've got a good monitor.
Please
and
don't
then got
Jimbo.
Stop!
Poor Jimmer frowned.
It depends on what works for you, because if you're on a wheel, which you may have picked up at the very start of your sim racing career,
Did she take Bailey? Yeah, Bailey was her dog.
Really comfortable in this. I understand exactly all the little bumps, the weird bumps and scrapes that it has. Those kind of things, you just get used to, and so that especially in an endurance race, you don't get shocked by anything. You don't. You're not scared by any bump or rattle and think, wait, where did that come from? You're in the rhythm. You're not distracted by anything.
Where's me water? Where's me bottle of water?
I will say, when it comes to parents and watching, hopefully,
yes. I guess they
Bailey
restarted
the
the
sim
weekend.
racing, and then you will support. My parents barely know what sim racing is, so that's a solid sign. They certainly never supported me when I was driving in it. So, but then I was never up for any major prize. My entire winnings in my sim racing career is €50.
My parents know a lot about motorsport. A lot
motorsport,
about
of course,
motorsport,
especially your dad.
Do they ever watch or listen to motorsports that I'm involved with? Don't think so.
No.
I think they're probably at the pub right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you are watching, Dad or Mum, hi. Right. Let's go back to France.
Mum, if you're watching,
Hayley's been working
go the fuck to
incredibly
bed.
hard. You might have seen these. She mentioned earlier the.
Let me tell you again.
Bars. We've spoken a little
so
bit
we
about
don't have
them, and these are an ingenious thing from.
Yeah,
Total
when you
Energies.
disco, you don't
So
have cuts,
Hayley's been
so
getting the lowdown
it goes from
from the
0. So
communications
that
officer.
advantage,
That is
unfortunately, was
over
only
with
for us.
Peugeot, Vanessa Legrand. Let's hear from her now.
Well,
You may
I
have
will
seen
rather
the
get
advert for a specific pit stop
3
bar
minutes.
during
Same
the
cost
24
and
hours
3
of Le Mans
3 minutes
virtual.
on
Now here to
both
tell
sides.
us more, I'm joined here by Vanessa Legrand, Communication Motorsport for Total Energies.
She just
So
fucking
Total
loves
Energies
busting out
is
the
one of the
accent,
main
doesn't she?
sponsors of 24 Hours of Le Mans and
To be fair,
WEC.
it's pretty
so why have you
flawless.
decided to make a cereal bar?
As an official biofuel supplier, we have decided to create this kind of bar called Pit Stop.
Oh, she is very
because
French.
it's a virtual race, and because it's a virtual race, basically we cannot refuel the real car.
That's a fantastic idea. So instead you're refueling the sim racers.
Exactly.
Great. Okay, so let's give this a go. This is called Pit Stop Bar. Here we go. So it's made with grapes. The same grapes as
Right, chat.
made with the biofuel, right?
Wait, we have to give her a 10 out of 10 on like the advertising. It's
Or-
great.
You're driving in the rain.
Delicious. Very nice.
What do you think?
I wasn't
Maxime.
asking the word.
Here's one of my sim racers. Come here and taste this. Tell me what you think. Do you know Pete Stop Bar?
Yep. User disconnected.
What are we watching? What are we watching? This is a sim race.
No, that's right. I want to talk and listen at the same time.
Racing.
So these bars are available after 24 hours on virtual.
It's just a
I'm
one
not
shot
confident in the
just for the virtual Le Mans series.
I'm going to make the most out of this. Well, thank you very much.
POV.
Thank you.
POV, you are Maxime.
The 24 hours of Le Mans, Total Energies provides the
the biofuel that leads to victory. However, during the Le Mans Virtual Series, well, virtual cars don't need real fuel, but drivers do. So for the Le Mans Virtual Series Grand Finale,
Order a fat old pizza.
Total Energies presents Pit Stop. Refueling bars made from grapes.
For your information,
the same ingredient we use to produce
case
our
you need it,
100% certified sustainable fuel for the FIA World Endurance Championship. Designed to feed and fuel drivers and help them become the greatest champions. Don't you agree, champ? Pit Stop. Virtual race, real power.
Take one bite, yum, give it to someone else.
The name works a lot better if you say it with a French accent, and that's the reason why it's
They
called
should
that,
have kissed in.
Pete in English
No.
works so well. Pete in French with a French accent sounds like pit stop.
Ben
Very
Ben
clever,
here
and
is
I love the
putting
idea. I think
big holes in the name of
especially
the.
being made in France and using grapes.
do you want to me
French love their
to
grapes.
continue further?
I noticed actually on one of the
I don't think you
segments
need
we've
to.
had from Haley that there is an empty
But
bottle
I'm
of
saying it
wine
for
on their
you.
catering table already. So they're having a fantastic time over there. Hello everyone, if you are listening. I'm sure you're probably listening to Bruno, but if you're not, thank you for being part of this.
I did see we
Are
were
you
on screen,
French?
so
Off you
screen, but
know?
probably have us muted.
yeah, no, I don't blame them.
No, I'm British.
But no,
How long did you say a full wet stint
How
lasts?
do you know?
More than an hour, 1 hour,
No, it's
and let's
not
see.
possible to translate.
If
You
you
probably
do
shuts up,
15, probably 1 hour.
I mean, if we are going
What is 6
Yes,
minus
exactly.
4?
we aren't
So
that's fine.
1
I
hour
will
and
say,
2
I
minutes.
just hope that
If you
wine
do
bottle was
16,
not
is
consumed
1
by
hour
any
and
of the
6.
drivers. As much as
Okay.
I think
If you do 15, is 1 hour and
policy, I
2.
think it's a wise call.
I mean, there is no drink drive policy.
So
right?
we will
Sim
advance
racing.
into
sim
race
racing, no,
very
but I
shortly, so
still
please
don't
be
think it's a good
prepared.
idea.
Once we're in the race,
honestly, 'cause as
again,
much as
you
there
need
isn't,
to stop on the
I
grid,
cannot recall
push your
any
brake,
more
and
time,
we
especially
will
not
The
at
guy
the
was
highest
really
levels of
fussy
racing
add
and
on
advised
laps.
water.
Maybe I'll just have a pint to
Once
relax
that is
for this
done,
race.
we will
You need
start
to be
the manual
so
formation
focused
lap. This
and
will
so
be fully
determined,
manual
so at
formation
one
lap.
with the car and at
And
one
you
with
will
the event
listen
that you can't just go, oh, well,
what the
maybe I'll
race
get out of the car
director
and
will
just
tell
have a
you.
race.
So it's going to be side by side,
Please
go
get the
by,
race going for the
and
love of
then
God.
Eduardo will call the
And I think
green
it would
flag.
be very noticeable in these
Too many
slightly more
voices.
And
erratic
everyone needs
driving
to stay
that
behind, so
we've
no
thankfully
lap
that is not
cars
the case,
can't
and I'm sure it's
just
by,
win the lap.
those behind the scenes enjoying it. Maybe at hospitality as well.
It always reminds me of a TV series that used to spoof commentators. And
Last
snooker
corner exit,
commentators,
third or
and this
second?
said snooker
Third.
commentator had a bottle of whiskey, and over the I don't know how long.
So,
the
Mick,
snooker
I
goes on
only
for, but
did
it's longer than
20
it's
laps
shorter
in the
than a
race.
24-hour race. Anyway,
Yeah.
more and more the glass is filled, and he's slurring his words.
So I
more
think
and
it's
more as a
basically
commentator.
85 minutes driving
Dangerous.
time I've done.
Do not do that, ladies and gentlemen. Bad. Even if your commentary has to go through the night.
My brain just turned off for a second.
Like you've done a few
I guess
times,
you're
and like
doing
I've done a
quickly.
few times. Hydration is
When am I
key.
driving next, chat?
Pit stop bars will help you get through it. I believe those pit stop bars have been distributed to all of the teams and drivers as well.
so.
Lies.
So we might be able.
I did not get
in
any
time
bars.
to see a driver munching
now I'm trying to
away,
figure out Green Rio Road.
and trying to get himself a little bit of energy
Liquid
from
sim racing.
the energy bar that has been distributed to all of the drivers. Pretty cool.
Okay, guys, can we
so
stop chatting
we
now?
have we have reset
it's
completely
not really
the
helpful in
server
the game
and,
chat. We will
the
advance to
platform.
the race
we are
now,
hoping to soon
and
get
then
cars
Eduardo
back on
will tell
circuit.
you
I do
what
see
to do
on my
the
telemetry
Can you
system that
in
cars
You
are
remember,
going back out on track.
put your foot on the
so
brake,
we're not
do
far
not
away
release
from
until
going
we tell you to go.
racing once more. But before we do, we've had a few guests here at Silverstone. It's fantastic to see the likes of the boss of Jota. Sam Hignett was here earlier.
Did you
We've
understand?
had the boss of Motorsport Games. We've had
We
the
cannot
esports
do
manager
it.
from
No.
Thrustmaster as well. Thank you to
I
all of
did
those people that
557,
have
but I
visited.
lifted
And our
well.
last visitor
Unless you're stuck
wearing
behind
the
in traffic,
shirt as
then
well.
you are
David
saving
Brabham,
when
thank
you
you so
do
much for
few
joining
laps.
us.
5.8. I don't
I mean,
think it's
we're
good.
in
You have to
a
lift.
difficult moment right now.
Sita.
Please, no
Tell us
punterino,
why
Jimmer.
you decided to get the Brabham
Pete
name
pronounced
involved
in Dutch
sim.
means DCK, but okay.
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously Brabham's been around since 1948. Fantastic history in the real world. But the virtual world was just expanding more and more. I got involved in the Legend Championship during lockdown. So that gave me a first
Meant to be my
time
teammate,
to
Dave.
Sort of see
Remember
what this
that?
was all about.
When you meant to be my teammate, you stood me up.
Needs to be in here,
Do you remember that chat?
proper. So we set up a
Broadbent
team,
never forgets.
which we have a bunch of guys at Simply Race that help us organise all of that. We got drivers all around the world, and we're a fairly small little team that to be honest with you, against the big guys, I'm looking
You don't have
at
to
the
be so
results
negative,
here,
my
like
guy.
P6. They're doing a fantastic job.
Think of it
So,
this way, boys.
It's a great honour to be
Think
part
of it this way,
this,
right?
This series.
The
and
race
obviously
has
the 24-hour
gone to
race,
shit
having
slightly,
raced at Le
but
Mans
we're
a
still
few
all
times
here.
and
We're
did
still all
okay
talking
there.
away.
It'd be
We're
great
in the
to see how
company of
the guys
people
get
who
on
also
today,
like
and,
the
yeah,
same things that we like.
truly awesome.
You
And
just
also to
watched your
see
favourite
what goes
streamer
on
just
here as well.
destroy
It's
a
just like
fucking pizza.
being at Le Mans with all the monitors. and all
Standard
the
Saturday
people
night.
Here, it's a fantastic effort. So well done.
I know you've had a busy day today in various different places, but how close do you follow the progress of your team?
Gordy sends
across
his
the various
regards. Tell him to
championships
fuck
and races
off.
in? And how much of a buzz do you get from seeing the success and failure?
Ask him if he enjoyed his disconnect.
Yeah, I mean, look, like I said, we've got a lot of drivers, and they're all on different platforms, which they specialise in. And we've had a lot of success. We've had obviously some failures. There's been technical failures. Yeah, well, one, it's motorsport, and two, obviously, technically, as we can see at the moment, there are certain challenges. But you know, the attitude is
It's a nice
right.
headset
okay,
he's got
yeah,
there,
we
isn't
just
it?
deal with it, and we're
Nice
and we
head,
keep
a really
going.
nice headset he's got
and
there.
we make a show of it.
I think it just goes to show the
see the
you know,
success of the team as it's
how
grown
clever
as well is
David
been
is to have
really
such
good.
a
And I get
high
quite
quality
involved in
headset.
talking to them.
You know, the
in
guys who have that
relation
sort of
to,
headset
okay,
must
this is
really
what
know
the mindset
exactly
is
what's
when
going
you
on.
go racing.
They must know
So they
exactly
always
what's going
ask me,
on
okay,
there.
how do I deal with this? How do I deal with anxiety? I always seem to mess up during qualifying. How can I sort that out? What do I do over here? You know, so we get on these group chats so everybody can hear the answers, so everyone takes something from it, but also at the same time. So
The
someone
real
else might
race
say,
is the
"Actually, you know
friends
what, this
we
kinda
made
works
along
for
the
me."
way.
So we all work as a team.
That's right.
We take it seriously, but we also want to have fun with it as well. You know.
British. He's Australian, you pleb.
puntery, no jimmer.
I believe it
Least
kind of
looking
still,
forwards to June
in the
here at Jimmy
background,
Broadbent.
continues.
Got
You're still
myself a
jumping on the
ticket
rig
for
every
Le
so often
Mans
and
this
having a bit of
summer.
fun with
Yeah.
Want me to grab anything?
Sometimes, yeah.
No, I've already got my hat, man. You're good. You enjoy your time there. Treat yourself to something.
Have regular races every Tuesday night. I haven't been able to do all of them. I've done a few of them, which is great. But yeah, I kind of leave a lot of that to my sim guys. To do all the
Jogan.
racing, yeah.
It feels like
I
a bit of
can't
an underground
believe.
club as well.
It
It's
is
I can't believe Joe Rogan joined the guys in the booth
but it's
there.
great. It's great.
You
fun.
racing
It's,
in the Buckmore
you know,
24
for
hours
all of
this
us who
year?
are
Guys, look who else is there. Oh my God.
We're supporting
Look at this,
everyone
like,
and what they're
in-depth
doing in their
discussion.
lives, but as well as having a bit of fun and a laugh doing the esports racing. Yeah.
Yeah, I was talking about James Vowles a bit earlier on, and he's
yeah, right.
part of
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Williams must be so happy.
Yeah, a slight change of career for him, which is great.
I know.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Lewis, how much do you
Go
were
back.
you involved in
It's
the
so perfect
practice,
on that
of course,
right camera. Go back.
For the
There it is.
virtual, of course, we know like yourself, Mike Yao, everyone up behind the scenes at Brabham, you've put in a lot of work with the team. Do you kind of guide them that much? Or is it kind of just leave them to it and step in where necessary?
Oh my
pretty
God.
much leave them.
They're discussing it in detail,
they're quite
chat.
specialised in that area. It's
Oh my
sometimes
God.
when we have chats, we'll talk about.
I'm not bored, you're
have
bored.
you tried this? Because in the real world, from an engineering point of view, you know, they might have a particular problem, which I'll say, okay, in the real world, we might try this. Have you tried it? And they might go, yeah, we've tried it, or no, that's interesting, let's try it. So I do help a little bit with that. Sometimes I think I probably don't help, but you know, it's like throw lots of ideas at them, but they sort of crack on, they do that. I come in, obviously I talk to them before the event just to see how it was all going, you know, where's their headspace.
Pressing them on, people didn't catch it. I mean, if they did, they did.
They'll find themselves in Le Mans, and it's great to see them doing so well as well at the moment.
And Brabham's like a huge name in the world of motorsport. How does it become a big name in the world of sim racing? What's like the next plan?
That's a good question, because like we sort of like said, yeah, a year ago we got to start getting into the virtual world. So we just put a little toe in the water and see where it is, and it's kind of growing and growing. And I went to the Sim Expo down in Nuremberg in Germany to have a look there and talk to people and get a better understanding, and you know, look at, okay, how do we grow this? How do we commercially grow it? How do we bring in partners to make this, you know, more and more professional as we go along, which is obviously the plan. We definitely see there's a big future in it. We're not sure what that really looks like. We just know we've got to be in it now.
No punterino,
which is great.
And you've got the car as well.
I was teammates with DB for kart race in 2021. A-OK.
Well, there was a big debate actually about what should
that like one of the charity
deliveries of
races?
esports be, and all the guys pretty much voted on the heritage livery, which is what we've we've done here with the green and gold, which my dad BT19, he won the World Championship in 1966 in his own car, only one to do it. So everyone that's seen these liveries, they all talk about it because one, it's got history, but it's clean, it's clear, it's concise. You can see it straight away, and everyone seems to love it.
Yeah, chat. It's Elon. So who's Lewis though?
Range,
so we've got Elon Musk and Joe Rogan here
as well, and it just seems to be growing.
Who's Lewis?
Fantastic.
Oh shit, stuff's happening
on circuit, and it looks as though we may well be going back to green flag racing. So David, thank you so much for joining us. You've kind of rescued us. Just now, so that was great. Thank you.
Yeah, I was at home watching. I thought, shit, they might need me.
Just drive a commentary. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much for joining us. Cars therefore coming down at the Mulsanne straight and into the first chicane. They are all now on circuit. Got still about half a lap to go, but at least they're all grouped together, unlike the last time that we came to see. And I've just seen a rocket.
Yeah, I did. So again, I did see before. I did say that the rocket team were. Rocket teams were trying to re-enter into the race.
There's so many laps down.
Technical issues and whatnot. They were unable to do so for whatever reason. But I did believe that there was the idea that they wanted to try and even though they were an hour down at this point, because it's the Le Mans spirit, isn't it? It lives on in sim racing and esports as well as it does in motorsport. Is that you want to reach the end of the race? It's an important part of just this event. Generally, so yes, it is good to see them out there. Don't know what they're really going to do, but they're just going to drive around for 18.5 hours and try and greet the checkered flag. It's not going to be an easy race, though, that's for sure.
Wow, this is some intense racing.
Also to Brabham.
Brabham, because run by Sancho.
But effectively, two different teams run by the same team.
Yeah.
As we've said many times before, sim racing is confusing.
Sim racing is very confusing. Thankfully, whilst Brabham has come into the world of sim racing, it's always been run by Sancho, by Mike Yao, Ed Trelane Johnson, of kind of behind the scenes with the.
Oh, sorry, George, mate. I didn't mean to miss it.
There it is.
I got a bit.
What a livery.
Honestly,
the next question to David before we went back to green flag racing was: have you ever raced on Grand Prix Legends?
Surely, yes.
Because 1966 was the year that that was simulated in Grand Prix Legends.
I remember racing Arno once.
That was the year that his dad won the World Championship. With
I raced a lot of his guys, and they all had the same sort of vibe of absolutely fucking sodomizing me in any sim.
Grand Prix Legends was so good. That like filled my life as a kid.
So this is the thing with like sim races.
Your streams are keeping me going over a very mentally spicy winter. Thanks, lad.
It is my pleasure, Jack. Hope you're feeling good, man.
Race online on that, couldn't you? But I just had a really bad.
You guys helped me forget that my house is falling apart. So.
The movement into organised online racing and sim racing properly started in the late 2000s, like 7, 8, 9. That was when it really started to move into it. And then before
LFS.
that, as much as you kind of technically could, LFS, even R-Factor 1, as much as you kind of could, a lot of people didn't have the capability of, because let's be honest, loading, dial up and then be like, oh yeah, this will be fun.
That was me.
Everyone get off the phone, I've got a race at 7 o'clock.
And that's right, because the you couldn't make a phone call and be on the internet at the same time.
My roof is like,
most of the grid
it's got water in it. I can see it.
Anyone who's
it's rained for like 40 days straight here, so
probably wouldn't know.
I'm sub 30. You hold the phone there.
No, you're not,
Chief.
No, not with that jumper. You're not.
Jan von der Heide, someone who is the same age as me but much better looking.
No way, he's the same age as you.
It is. It's not Arne Scovely behind the wheel, by the way. It is Jan von der Heide on the right hand side of the screen. But yeah, he's the same age. What are you saying? I think Arne Scovely's about the same age. I think he's a bit younger.
I'm not saying anything. Not saying anything at all.
I'm 27 years young, I'll have you know.
We've lost about 40 minutes of running due to that.
Was it only 40 minutes?
That's about normal, to be honest, on a barrier fix at the real Le Mans.
This is the whole thing. It's like in real Le Mans we have red flags that can last much longer than that, courtesy of rain or
tell me
like
about
say,
it.
with the size of that graph by RTS crash that we had earlier when the wheel fell, like guaranteed in real life, for something anything remotely similar to that, that's a red flag for like 2 or 3 hours because they've got so much work to do. These things happen in sim racing as well, just
hour
to
and
a
18.
slightly different degree. They're just our own versions of it.
I might get a cup of tea.
The Porsche curves in the formation lap. We aren't going to have a repeat of what we had in the original race start where it was 2x2. They are going to remain single
Snail.
file in their respective categories. But again,
Thank you, Snail.
It's not much, but this is to help fix your house, Jim, or less than 3.
Thank you, Snail.
Three
Very nice
cars
of you, man.
behind the Le Mans Virtual Cup car.
We're going to go up there and
then
we're going to
the
just...
GR Esports. I said it before.
and we're going to hit the
not
roof with the Orange Justice,
then
and that will
you
evaporate
get
the
to
water.
Mercedes AMG Petronas Esports car. That's the one that is full position, that is also fighting for the racing. So there's a few cars between them which will be scattered among this group.
So this is great for us. So basically, our DC earlier now has... We are still down in terms of position, but we're like right behind the people, as opposed to before we were about 3.5 minutes behind the leader of the lap, and now we're about 10 to 15 seconds behind them. So this has really benefited us.
Conditions. We have one long queue of cars with the GTE machines at the back of the queue, and at the moment it looks nice and bright, and we can go racing once more. Led away by Coanda number 20, that's led the race since lap 8, but followed incredibly closely now by the number 1 machine, and they all fan out. Progress needs to be made.
Here we go, boys.
From the Mercedes
Racing again.
But the number 1 machine is right under the tail of the 20, and much like what happened at the start of the race, 1 putting huge pressure on number 20, loses the rear end going into the first chicane, keeps it all gathered together. It's very, very close further back. Hopefully everyone is nice and clean. The right-hand side is a very nice and clean start from the Coanda Proton cars line astern. No, it does suggest that people are in the pits. Ignore that. That data is also not correct.
The timing tower that we've got there on the left, as they come through the first sector, it should update and bring us back into line, but don't worry too much about it. Alpine, who have made great progress throughout the race after qualifying in 10th position, they're now up in the 4th position. Colin Spork, I believe, is behind the wheel right now. So before 2023 2022 rather, Formula Sim Racing World Champion, as we've got everyone sort of fanning around. There was another bit of a look
oh my God, look at this.
Browning trying to get past. You've got Fordzilla here trying to
so many LMPs.
It's just dropping back. There's a bit of 3 wide as well in the background.
That's,
so we don't want to watch that.
23 machine trying to make up some ground in the middle of the pack. They are on the lead lap, and they're in 9th position now. So from massive loss of time, 2 or 3 minutes, they are really much more back in the hunt of things. In the GTE category, 77 leads 88. They do have a lap over the BMW BS Team competition car. So that is interesting that the race direction has done that, and effectively Proton Coanda now, it's theirs to lose because they have a whole lap advantage over the rest of the GTE field. Brabham looking really, really strong here in 7th position.
Slap traffic they're trying to get past though.
Williams Esports is the next car up the road, the number 5 just going out of shot there, so it's really, really close. 3 wide as Van der Heide defends going into Mulsanne.
But that 101's not for position. I don't know why they're fighting that. So that 101 is Liam DeVal, who's just got past his teammate Yannick Bock there with a bit of a door bang. Of course, Yannick Bock's not racing in his normal simulator. He's racing in Alex Siebel's simulator, one of the Oracle Rebel Racing esports drivers. But yeah, this is a bit iffy for some of them, trying to get past lap traffic and then kind of get on with it down the road.
Rogers in the number 1 machine. Browning in the number...
Why are they a lap ahead?
Browning in the 1. Huis in the 63. That's what we believe. 3 wide further back. Brabham's big dive down the inside.
Holy
of the
shit.
Cup car. That has worked for him. Andy Prio is aboard that car. He must be the oldest man in the field then.
Well, I mean, to be fair, these are probably his first laps in the race, Andy Prio.
Oh, he's been spun around.
He's all right at the moment. He just had a little bit of contact with 23. For Andy Prio, though, first laps
I
in this car
became a
in this
homeowner
race,
a year ago, and it has been a
right,
challenge for my mental health. This isn't to fix the roof, it's for you to get a nice cold drink. Cheers from California Nate.
It's going to be a big one. Oh, and it's both of the Floyd Vanwall cars in the next view. Alpine, that's Rory McDuff involved in it. That did not need to happen. It was 3 wide going up to the Porsche cars. It was a recipe for disaster. You had the 2 GR Esports cars that were forcing their way through as well, despite being a lap down. I know they've got to get on with it. But yeah, that was always going to happen. And for some of the teams, by the way, again, the Floyd Vanwall car is in the championship hunt.
Not anymore, eh?
Dealt a hefty blow. They were second in the title race coming into it, 18 behind Team Redline. Well, they ain't anymore.
Big hit for both the 4 and the triple. For Prio was stuffed in the middle there, nothing he really could do. There is
at some point you've got to be like, no, I should not be here.
Rear wing is still attached to the triple 4. He's still going to have to go to the pits.
I think he's got a lot of suspension damages. Yeah, big. Whoa, that car looks unpleasant. That is
Crab,
Johnny
crab,
Edgar
crab,
behind the
crab,
wheel.
crab,
Number
crab.
four is crabbing.
Number 4 is reset to the
Crab.
pits. Hasn't driven to the pits.
So yeah,
Crab,
that's
crab,
probably
crab,
them
crab, crab.
out. That is probably them done. The 444 as well.
No. No, we can't have both burst Floyd Van Wals out at the same time.
Yeah,
McDuff has reset to the pits as well in the 37.
Like I say, that was for me, that was a very, very silly incident.
And the head of the queue was also a Porsche Coanda and the second Team Redline car, and they were right in the front of it.
Yeah.
They were the front box.
Like I say, that just didn't need to happen. It's not, sorry, it's not Johnny Edgar behind the wheel. It's Michi Hoyer. You can see him there. So yeah, we'll update the graphics when they come through because
Crab. You ain't gonna make this.
But Michi Hoyer comes back into the pit lane. So very frustrating moments for all of the squads as Hoyer slows it down with an awful lot of damage. We'll have to wait and find out. Whilst we might have had Rocket Simsports joining the race, so let's see who we've got in there. So Rory McDuff in that Alpine car, or rather the Alpine car, the 37, whatever it is, McDuff, did manage to drive back
Rory
into
McCrab.
the pit lane. So that was driven in.
Simoncic has gone back out on the circuit.
So I think Simoncic also drove back into the pit lane. I don't think it was escaped. I think they drove back in, but it was just courtesy of how much longer it took the 444 to get through. And unfortunately, it's going to be a very, very long 18 hours for the 444, and for all those involved in the incident.
Right, so here is the 63.
Do we gain from that or not?
I'm entirely sure whether the names we've got on our timing screen are the names in the car. So I'm going to go back to numbers and car names. It is 20 that leads by 1.2 seconds over Redline 1. Then there's a gap because there was a bit of traffic to get through for the 63. There is the 63, but the 36 Alpine, 4th position.
Is this a GTA 5 race
63
lobby?
under pressure here.
Yeah, this is very, very impressive from the Alpine. You've also got the 966. That is the Team Fordzilla car. All three of these for position. Fordzilla out a little bit wide.
This is normal, most normal lobby.
From the AMG Team Petronas Esports car.
Well, hang on. Who have we got in there? We've got Carroll, Baldwin, Huis. And could this be Juncker-Deller's first stint?
It could be Juncker-Deller. This is the thing, because I wouldn't suspect Bonnehaus, who is, of course, the 2021 R-Factor 2 Formula Pro champion, 4-time...
105 seconds isn't awful for that.
5-time Formula Sim Racing World Champion. Obviously,
like, that's good for that sort of crash.
If it's existed in sim racing, Bonnehaus has probably done it, and he's probably won it. I don't see it being him. Graham Carroll might... need a bit more time to get up to speed in R-Factor 2, but I kind of doubt it. He is mighty, mighty fast. Of course, we saw James Baldwin earlier. It could be Danny Juncker-Deller as we see Sim Marinello trying to battle it out with the SF Esports car. And the Scuderia Ferrari.
Well, I mean, I'm sure there'll be some protest as to why the guys ahead, the top two, have a lap advantage.
Of Indianapolis as Fira straight down the inside.
Fira still a couple of laps back, though, sadly, after their melodies, so they really are not. They're only actually now 1 lap back from 3rd position, but they are 2 laps back from the lead because the 77 and the 88 have a lap on the rest of the field. And it could be a nice little cruise for Proton Coanda Esports, but we are so early in the race still. It seems like a lot has happened, and a lot has happened. But
certainly a lot happened there.
Ultimately, they've got nearly 4-minute advantage over the BMW Team BS competition, which is back into 3rd position. They're with the first car to have an issue with the server before it completely crashed. And they are holding off Oracle Red Bull Racing.
BS Comp in 3rd.
Here's a replay of that crash again.
Let's take a
look at this shit,
We've
man.
got Prio in the mid.
Oh, what are you doing?
I genuinely believe there was squeezing coming in from the 444, which would have been Michi Hoyer. It's hard to tell from there. We'd need to see it from above. The 37 Alpine car had absolutely nowhere to go. This is on board with the 28 Yassi Veloce car that's trying to come through, slowing down. Cars literally everywhere.
Oh my God.
I plaudits. That is how you
They
dodge
did
traffic.
so well there.
I don't know what angle to see it from. I don't believe Prio moved.
Holy
I'm not sure the GR Esports car did either. I'd want to see it on board.
The track moved.
Yeah.
Because the track's going left and right. So you can't really keep a straight line because you're going left and right.
They're still going at it. Look at this, man.
From on board of Michi Hoyer, to be honest, as there is the switch, the 8, of course, one of
That's
the
a couple of
cars in
positions
RAG.
lost by Redline there. They were from that queue. They've lost 3 positions to Brabham, to RHG, and to
Which
Redline car is that?
The 23 car that was losing a little bit of pace early on in the restart.
I've been subbed to you for 5 years as a host today. I hope you grow as much in the next 5 years as you have in this last 5. Also, who?
Thank you. That's very kind of you. Thank you for supporting me for so long.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Hopefully,
for the rest, that was crazy.
Yeah, hopefully we can. If not, then I've had a good run, you know.
Like I said, we're seeing a lot of dicey action on the restarts. Everyone's trying to warm themselves back up. Some of it might be a little bit too much. This, I'm not so sure. What does Jan van der Heijden do? Is he going to leave it alongside the Porsche Commander heading into the kink at Indianapolis? Wisely backs out of it. All 4 of these are battling for position. You've got the number 8 RHG, you've got the 23 Porsche Commander Esports, you've got the 62 Brabham Esports, and you also have the number 2 Team Redline as well, all a part of this feisty fight for what will be 7th position.
This is pent-up frustration from the last hour of sitting doing nothing, isn't it?
I thought it was 45
really
minutes.
Frenetic action. We've still got 18 hours and 10 minutes remaining of this 3rd edition of
I don't know where we are. There's not been a
like it's a
power for a while.
Right now.
Every little bit of the track used on the run into the Porsche curves, as you would expect. Not quite as much done from the car we're on board with here. This is the number 2. I would have suspected typically you do go out to that safer barrier out towards the retainer wall and kind of really hook it quite close. Every time you see it, you think,
here we go.
It's getting quite close.
We're on the back, there you go. We're on the back of this little queue.
Like, wow, this guy's getting way too close to that wall. And then when you're driving, you just do it as the line you typically take. This is in GTE and some of the battles in it, but again, hard to work out what is actually full position and what isn't. Oracle Rebel Racing Esports versus BS Competition, at least for track position ahead. Meanwhile, this entire gaggle is trying to get past the number 71 red line. There's the move to the outside from the AAA RHG, who send it into Indianapolis. Position made for the RHG team. Not quite yet.
No, because the
behind.
goes right at Arnage. 2 cars off. D-Station getting forced wide into the gravel. They're still side by side, but the 71 has the inside line for Arnage and holds position for the moment. This is much
pushing
more
back
like
towards us, boys.
in GT racing at Le Mans. The first start, they all fanned out quite quickly, but now they are locked together in a long queue, and when the LMP cars come in 5 laps time, it's going to be really hard to get through the traffic.
I'm not sure about this from the AAA outside.
Restart's actually livened this race right up after putting us all to sleep for an hour and a bit.
Towards the Porsche cars off of Arnage, and that was the position already made up for the AAA. So that now heads this little train. You've got the 51 that will be queuing up to get past the BMW Team Redline. You can see it there, SFE Sports, Sim Maranello as well, quite in tow. You've got Simsado and Fira, which will be the next 2 cars, which are not for position, but are just kind of there and in the way.
Interesting that pace from the number 71 is not there. They've still got a different strategy to play out. Even if we've had a red flag and reset everything, they don't have the pace, and so they're working on trying to lengthen their stints as much as possible. SF now in the slipstream, looking to further put them down. Looks like BS Competition have lost that 3rd position as well. I just saw going through the shot, the Zebra in 4th now, as we've got LMP cars carving through. This is the returning.
It's a 99.
In the pits.
Yeah,
that Yuri's car.
Porsche, you're absolutely right.
That car was like fucked at the start.
In the GT,
He's just come back through the field like an absolute legend.
It's the lap lead for the Proton Commanders.
We're number 10.
When that red flag came out, they got very lucky by just going along and being in the right place.
There is live timing. I haven't got a link for it though.
You've got the red line car directly ahead, and there's been a couple of attempts for Jan van der Heijden. A little bit of struggles on pace that's dropped him a little bit backwards, but they have to have the confidence. They've got the pace, they've got the knowledge, they've got the speed, and arguably inside the Brabham car, I would argue maybe Jan van der Heijden, he's got the most experience in the sim racing world. He's fast. I'd suggest should be okay. Well, I think just trying to get back into the rhythm. He's not been a major player in sim racing for a little while. That was a big moment.
I think I've got the drivers now on my system.
Do you?
Because I've got a different system to everybody else.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Thank you, Bailey.
So Rogers in the 20, Rietveld in the 1.
Okay.
Kreis in the 63.
Yeah, no, I mean, if it's your first lap for Bono, it might be the first lap struggles. He's in the 966.
The 966 is Dimitrov, and
okay, that makes sense because
Spork
he was
in the 36
really fast earlier.
Yeah,
and like I say, Spork being behind the wheel of the 36 also kind of makes sense. Although Spork has just recently lost a position to the 5 Williams esports car as well.
We do know that there's a Prio in the 24. We don't know which one because they share the same rig.
and so it's named the same. It's just named Team Prio.
Nice.
So I don't know if that allows Andy not to do anything and Seb to do all the work.
But yeah, well, this is the thing. I would say yes, but I'm pretty sure they all have to be
Right.
on webcams.
Exclamation mark
So
timing
even
now.
If you said, oh, no,
you have that.
I'm
Thank you,
Andy
Bailey,
and
for
I'm behind the
thinking
wheel,
that.
but you're actually Seb. That won't fly because they just have to take one little look at.
No Daniel Apps going on here.
Exactly.
Daniel
Daniel
Apps
Apps,
moment.
that's what it's now known as.
Do you know who it was? Do you remember who the driver was? It's a good bit of sim racing trivia. Do you remember who the driver was that was pretending
Who was the
to
driver?
be Daniel Apps? I do feel really bad because he's a really nice guy.
Go on.
I'm pretty sure it was. Was it Lorenz Herzing? I'm pretty sure it was. I could be wrong on that one, but I don't want to throw him too
You
far
know that you're on the biggest broadcast of the sim racing world, yeah?
I think I might just throw this around. No, I can't remember off the top of my head, so I'll hold fire on that one. But it's a good bit
Oh
of
my God,
trivia.
it's getting rowdy.
Probably not the most fun for them.
There's a lot of battling going on. The number 11 there is on the lead
And that
lap
Ferrari
now.
is beautiful,
sorry,
isn't it?
not on the lead lap, but on the lap with everybody else.
I've also had a soft spot for the Ferraris.
So Dorr with a real opportunity, having been dumped off the server early in the race, has the ability
We're
to
still
get to
just
third
about
position.
there at the back.
And that's the Porsche coming through there. Dorr Esports, very, very new. Moritz Lerner's team, as a real world team, lots and lots of experience, Dorr, but as a sim racing team, only, I was going to say, a year.
I think it's also on
yeah,
TV
it
as
is
well.
pretty
I think it's on
much.
Eurosport.
It was when. Oh, it might have been more than that. It might be close to 2 years. Because I remember. Yeah, because I'm trying to think. I'm pretty sure it might be because I'm pretty sure it was when I was doing the iRace Daytona 24. It must have been one of the first ones that I did with them, where we were discussing where Moritz Lerner was going because he was out of a drive from Williams. And everyone was like, he's definitely going to Coanda though. He's going to Coanda though. And then it was like, he's driving for Durr. And we're like, who's Durr? Who are they at the end? Like,
it was his team.
Dropping off, yeah, I could see that.
Things behind the scenes and yeah, really strong outfit. Again, one of those outfits that does little bits on each team. Nothing major.
Needing
most
to
of them.
fight a
They
bit.
do their main share of racing over racing, but they do spread out and do some things like this. And I think it's a fantastic partnership between Project One and Durr Esports for this.
Still very intense.
What did Eurosport
that
do with the
GT
Monza race?
Battle. The 77 and the 88 have checked out ahead. There's not much between the two of them. Just
Maybe it's on
0.6 of a second
like
between
Eurosport
teammates
website,
and
isn't
ahead
it?
of it. But then the gaps to this whole gaggle of cars, some of which are on the same lap, some of which are lap down. The Aston Martin was so strong in qualifying and sadly with 2 disconnects finds themselves a lap down on most of the others. But right in there, right with the pace, and you never know what might happen. We are still so far away.
Yeah,
from
I saw
even
like
halfway in
I
this
was.
race.
Yeah, exactly.
Was it 2015? Was the last year of the
quarter into the race? There is
458
time left to go as we've got this little 4-way scrap SF again. That is for position against the 11. You've got Simsa in there and you've got Fire in there, which are not for position. You've got Sim Marinello off the back.
Okay, Marla, we're getting back onto the back of this pack here.
For position.
We're still there. That's good. We're still in this pack.
I think it's Remy DeLorme behind the wheel of that D Station guy who was the winner in the real world, not real world, but in actual Le Mans. Won the activation competition.
Buying my Indy 500 ticket with my next paycheck. Do you want anything from the race?
Yo, can I have some Tony Kanaan sweat, please?
Just getting past some lap traffic, but again, not for
If you could carbonate it as well, that'd be great.
Do you feel reinvigorated?
I prefer sparkling Tony Kanaan sweat.
I feel reinvigorated. We're back to like frenetic cars on the same part of the circuit.
Just cut it there. All right, Ben.
Safety cars and red flags. I don't like it. Whoa. I don't like it to the degree that you have perhaps in American racing, where you just get them for a competition sense. But to reset a 24-hour race and to put every car back on the same piece of tarmac just gives it another bit of energy, and I love it.
I maintain, as I said earlier, I'm not sure as to how good the 2020 Le Mans Virtual would have been without those red flags, because I think the end of that race was so good, and it was made because everything was brought back together.
Yeah.
Last year, don't get me wrong, it was a good race, and I'm not going to tell you not to go and watch it. It was brilliant. Sims having a bit of a moment there on the.
That was so nearly
there,
massive.
Into the back end of Fire, who's now sliding it off of Indianapolis. This is turning into a bit of a drifting competition between this group. But last year, we didn't have a safety car, we didn't have a red flag, which is great from a technical point of view, and then is a little bit boring because it's like, well, everyone's spread out. We had some great racing late on, don't get me wrong, but we like that spice. I love a good safety car to bring things together.
Yeah. 1.8 the gap between Josh Rogers at the head of the field and Jeffrey Rietveld in second position. Then there's a 3.5 second gap to Bono Huis, sorry, 4 second gap to Bono Huis, with the Ford Zilla car in 4th position. Jack Keithley and Williams 5 in 5th spot, and the 36 Alpine is dropping down a little bit in 6th position now. Plenty going on in the GT field. Category leader is the 77, and 88 is the only other car on the same lap.
Marla falling off the back of the train.
Which is the Oracle Red Bull Racing one down, but in 3rd position ahead now of the first of the BMWs, which is the BS competition run machine. But the 71 is on a different strategy. The 71 is doing a different thing. It might not have the ultimate pace, but we think it is going to try and do one less pit stop, if it can now, with the way we've reset everything.
Yeah, when it comes to them, though, obviously their main focus will be on the championship, on that side of things as number 2. There's a few moments there, but more focused on the season standings side of things. If they can't win the race, at least win the title.
Please no punter.
Realistically, between the
Refactor Shills.
Thank you, Team Horny.
And that kind of look. There's not
these guys,
really
I mean, yeah, they're literally being paid by the guys who own the company, so of course they are.
The one that is second to them in the standings, and if they finish 3rd, Redline still have a huge buffer, courtesy of how dominant they've been in the Le Mans Virtual Series in Season 2.
Luke Bennett is aboard the number 2 machine, the man that qualified that car and has found himself chasing down Dane Warren. This is for 8th and 9th position. They've cleared Jan van der Heijden now in the Brabham, who is in the top 10, but space starting to grow between our LMP cars. The light looks like it's starting to fade, and we are expecting rain again to fall soon.
Oh,
the
shit.
Spiciness is continuing. The excitement level is high, and
the excitement level is high.
Is back.
But I'll kill that immediately. Hang on a minute. When I left this, cars were circulating nicely. I've come back, cars were circulating nicely. You've done basically almost 0 laps in the last 2 hours.
Yeah,
I mean, just
as you know, which means we've done a lot more work.
Leave you in charge. Poor David Brabham. Brabham came in the front door.
That's a funky
straight
looking
into the studio. Not
LMP2.
so much as a buy your leave, cup of tea or
All right,
else.
here
Boom,
comes the
boom,
prototypes.
Cannon fodder.
He did say he saw
He saw pins in the headlights.
I've got to go and help these guys out.
Jim, if you're ever in Daytona, I would like to buy you a beer.
Oh, thank you, man.
Going in to help those boys out.
Yeah, man, if I'm over there, I'll take you up on that.
It's been a busy restart, hasn't it, though?
Yeah.
Blimey, O'Reilly.
That crash was, in my opinion, a bit too much. It was a bit too much.
101 in the middle of that?
Well, like I say, it was the Prio car that was there, and then
Go on!
I still maintain.
Get him!
I think that it might have been the next few Vandal
They got
cars
tagged. They got tagged from behind, coming out of Arnage, and half spun. And there was somebody on the driver's right that actually tapped the nose of that Le Mans Cup, the Virtual Cup car, straight. And then the bunch behind were sort of all bunched up, and that's where it all got triggered off. Very hard to sort of apportion blame, actually, because it was a NASCAR pack racing shunt, wasn't it? Somebody checks up because there's a car stationary in front, and then, yeah, the trigger effect goes all the way down the back. But, I mean, look at this. Look at I mean, OK, so the 2 Porsche Commander cars have jumped away, 99 and 89 have jumped away, and then you've got the pack.
Oh, I don't know. I'm just not really into. I don't really like GT3s that much, man. So I don't really race ACC that much.
Sitting there in the draft, aren't they? And they are just looking for somebody to make a
GT3's in the sim anyway.
Sat at the front there, they don't have to necessarily battle them too hard because the fire car's there.
Yeah, he's trying to keep it there. They're all eSport drivers pretty much.
Perfect.
I
think we might have had another technical. We'll take a look at the highlights though, rolling back to the start of the race. Of course, 1 o'clock for us here in the UK, 2 o'clock local time in France would see the race start for 24 hours. It's a brilliant start from Max Verstappen, and you can see he was pretty relaxed in that very first stint in that race up towards the first corner. Our large competition having a bit of a mistake going into the back of the GR Esports 86, sending them straight down the escape road and the relief up at Dunlop. The lead was being taken over by Verstappen happen. The two Proton commanders would switch over positions, and the one that's second in the championship would take over that main spot in that grouping. Mexico Racing Team getting involved in a little bit of contact with Simsa and sent straight into the barrier, into the pathway of the ARC Bratislava and the Team Project One. Our Nage competition having a bit of troubles with lap traffic when GR Esports took a visit to the barrier in the Ford chicane. Not the first and not the only driver that we'll see taking a little look at that. Porsche Commander having a bit of traffic problems themselves.
Is it actually, or is it just one car? Because that was they went very quickly from watching something to not watching something.
This a wheel failure, we believe, for the Graf team. A big spin, big into the barrier, and big flips indeed. They would have some large issues. The rain, though, started to come down. It was light at first and started getting heavier and heavier. It left us with a
red flag.
But unfortunately, a red flag was called. The restart would happen. Single file action, and action it certainly was. The race was back underway. They were all powering up towards Dunlop, but it wasn't long before we had some drama. 3 wide up towards the Porsche curves. A little bit of jostling between them, and a coming together between an enormous group visiting the two GR Sports cars. You had the second of the Alpines in the 37, and some great avoiding actions from the Yaz Heat for Lotche. Firer and Simsa battling it out, laps down, trying to make their way up. Simsa incredibly defensive, trying to hang on position-wise. A bit of a brush between them, but fantastic, fantastic racing nonetheless.
That onboard of the 28 Yas Heat car, what?
Guys,
they had
RF2 undoubtedly in the mud, but
a slight disconnect.
we have to give some credit to these commentators managing just to continue.
Teflon coated like that. That was the Mark Martin NASCAR replay shot, wasn't it? That suddenly they found themselves with cars going left, right, and centre, and as much by luck as by judgment. I'm sure the driver will say by judgment, but yeah, sometimes accidents come and find you, and sometimes they don't. And that's what we often talk about when we say you can have everything in place, but if luck is not on your side, if Le Mans has not decided it is your turn to win, doesn't matter how good you are. And there's so many really great teams and really
I could
great
put this
lineups
money
in
into
really
savings for a better
cars that
sim,
have
but
gone
I'd
to Le
rather
Mans and just
support
come
my
away
favorite
broken
internet
hearts. I mean,
weirdo.
Toyota had 20 years of it, and in the end, when it started to come good, then they don't seem to have been able to lose that winning streak. Well, as you can see, the red flags are back out.
Christ, sorry, I missed that.
So technical issues once more with the platform, it seems, and the cars will be restarted. Now again,
Oh, thank you, Fraser. Well, don't worry about me.
Go
get yourself a sim. It makes it so hard to get enthusiastic for this race when this keeps happening, man.
Do now, and what they've done, where there have been mass disconnects, when we had 6 or 7 cars disconnected earlier on, is they will give them back as much possible time. For instance, if they've lost 5 minutes,
Speaking Italian.
that's going to give you a lap back, so they will position them within the game.
I'm tired because
this
is bloody happening.
Completed, but you can't give them 2 laps because that would actually give them an advantage from being disconnected, and then people would just pull the plug on themselves, and so that doesn't work. And again, at the restart, while you were busy chatting to Brabs earlier on, I was in race control, and Eduardo was getting the Peugeot that was the very last car in the queue. He was giving it a verbal wave.
Well, it's been there since the start.
Past those 2 Porsches, okay, now you're back at the P2, the LMP field. Okay, past 1 car, okay, drop in here, great.
Why did they move his seat?
Got cars back in the positions in the queue that they needed to be. Essentially, the
Good luck,
Peugeot
Jammer.
being a prototype.
Great content as always,
that
D.
restarting behind that mass pack of
Thank you,
GTs.
Jack.
So,
Much appreciated,
there's
man.
all of that going on behind the scenes, and we don't see that and we don't hear that, but it is all going on. And
please no
back in race control and back in the
What is the
technical
reason
domains as well,
behind
there will
using
be
Refactor
a
2?
lot of frantic scrambling. And actually, just as I was coming in the door, our second shift in the race camera monitoring crew that are just outside the door here. They're the ones that find the shots, look for the
Just
right car,
because y'all
find the
deserve
battles,
it.
go on board,
Greetings
choose all
from
the camera
Belgium.
angles.
Oh, thank you, Olivia, mate. You didn't have to do that. Thank you, dude.
Well, so the other guys are off. It's
very kind of you.
It's steak and sim racing night, of course, obviously. So, yeah, so
Steak and sim racing night.
well. So
Martin
half the
Haven,
team are off for dinner, and
you
again, in
little
the truck,
you little
half the team
rascal.
will be off for dinner, and so actually, this is for the the broadcast side, it's a bit less of a drama because they can just leave two idiots wittering away to each other endlessly about very much. And it's almost free telly, a couple of cameras, just remotely operated.
I wonder if I remember my passwords.
Remotely operated. I just sat back there trying to make sure that we're all
he's
looking
trying to get you in focus, but you keep moving backwards and forwards.
Yeah,
it's almost impossible.
I might move over this side.
I adopt the Ben Constantinos laid-back approach. So yeah, unfortunately, again, technically, I mean, everybody who owns a computer or has a phone or an iPad or any other electronic device knows that you'll turn it on, and for no reason at all.
Oh yeah.
Why have you just reset yourself? I have literally.
I was actually convinced then that your laptop had just turned off.
No, exactly. But it happens all the time. You'll do your emails, you'll go and make a coffee, you'll come back, and it's like, why have you just turned yourself off? How have you done that?
Never mind that the servers are on fire. Have you tried the Great Pete Stop Energy snack bar?
You will go on a 2-week holiday.
Have you tried them?
Great time, actually, living life, enjoying yourself. You've gone on a skiing holiday in January. You come back home, absolutely nothing's changed.
Have you tried them?
And you press the on button on your computer, and your computer's like, no, I don't actually want to turn on. And you're like, yeah, but why?
I have a hammer.
It's like, oh right, let me unplug everything and plug everything back in again. It's like, no, I don't want to do it. It's like,
250 grams BTW.
Oh, well, it works now. Of course it does. Why wouldn't it? And it's like,
oh, really?
Nothing has changed. Unfortunately, that is
Poggers.
Technical issues. Yeah. And when you're dealing with something like this, like we've said, we've got 180 drivers that are beaming in from all across the planet, 38 countries. That we're all
135 sim rigs alone. I mean, it's just amazing. That amount of connectivity, and they all have to be able to get in and out. And yeah, it says 135 computers basically on the same network.
That's not even talking about the computers that they'll be dealing with on strategy, which obviously,
so many computers.
The computers that we've got here in the facility where we're doing all of our broadcasts from, the servers as well. There's so much when it comes
Punterino, Jimmer.
Power that's required to run
Maybe it's time to rewrite number 2 on the whiteboard.
I know. I don't have a pen.
It is dealing with the race. It's not as if we're just sort of like, oh, well, it should be able to handle the broadcast.
It's not just email.
Yeah, exactly. It's just
it died again.
Race, but that is immensely difficult, and the amount of traffic going from the server to all of the drivers that are on there, to the odd spectator, to the broadcast pieces that we've got out there. It's an incredible amount of traffic that's going.
So we've got Elon Musk, we've got Jeremy Vine,
and
we've got Joe Rogan,
the server goes,
and
I don't like
we haven't got one for Lewis yet.
Well, we have got a big technical crew on site here. We've got a huge army
and all
of
right now having
aneurysms
aneurysms
spread across the globe over 5 different continents, and all of this would not be possible without the spark of inspiration that Sharon Over brought to create the 24 Hours of Le Mans Virtual, but also especially without the partners who carry us down the line.
I mean, I'm getting my RuneScape password back, chat, so we can log in and do some RuneScape. I've not played this game for years. Or year.
Please, no.
Let me do this so I don't get my account hacked,
you know. Stop energy bar.
During the 24 hours of Le Mans, Total Energies provides the
Please, no Punterino, Jimmer.
However, during the Le Mans Virtual Series, well, virtual cars don't need real fuel. But
thank you.
Do. So for the Le Mans Virtual Series Grand Finale, Total Energies presents
2 seconds. I'm so annoyed at how many fucking passwords I have to remember. How they're all wrong as well.
Sustainable fuel for the FIA World Endurance Championship. Designed to feed and fuel drivers and help them become the greatest champions. Don't you agree, champ? Pit stop.
Champ, don't you agree? Oh, someone's... Oh, Barmus! Gifting 5 memberships. Thank you, mate. What a legend.
Pit stop bars. What a great idea. What a great little bit of marketing from somebody at Total Energy. They support the World Endurance Championship and the real Le Mans 24 Hours with fuels and lubricants. And they decided, okay, you can't fuel a virtual car. You can't even virtually fuel. You can virtually fuel, but they can't actually provide the virtual fuel. So fuel the drivers. What a great idea. What a really, really simple idea. But that's a little bit of extrapolated thinking. And like the 100% biofuel that we will race with at the Centenary Le Mans, and again, talking about pushing those boundaries of technology. There's
again, Boromus.
Like the 100% renewable biofuel, 100% biofuel that they will provide for Le Mans, it is all made from the byproduct of the wine industry. So all the grape husks and stalks and all the other stuff, plus a bit of goodness goes into those bars. And so this is a win-win. The more red wine and white wine we drink, the more byproduct there is for biofuel, the more biofuel there is.
Please
it's a win-win. I mean, how can this not be?
This is the best advertising for iRacing that I've seen yet.
For the good of society.
So you don't have to be an alcoholic, but you
that
can
is
just
true,
enjoy
that.
a tipple. I mean, essentially, you know, when you're out
Thank
there
you,
having your
Taco.
steak dinner later, your peak bar is your glass of red wine.
Well, then here's some money for a pen.
I love hearing Havens have a stroke live on the stream.
Causing issues. The last time it started, the server crashed, and this time it was about to rain and it crashed. Coincidence? Possibly.
That's interesting. What do you think, guys?
H24 program, the ACO still pushing the development hard.
Well, thank you very much, Nico. I appreciate that. Very kind of you.
I have to say, my biomechanical and physics understanding of how it actually works. It's a semi-permeable membrane.
I love RF2, I love RF2, I love RF2.
He loves RF2.
But it's a bit like a paragraph in Stephen Hawking's Brief History of Time.
Oh shit. Chat. Chat, we're in.
I know what all the words individually mean. I don't know what
Hello,
the concept
Gemma.
is.
Hope you are well today.
Again and again and again. And
hello.
in the end, you suddenly get it's like regenerative braking. I say, how does the energy get from the brakes into a battery?
Yeah.
I didn't understand that. And then, okay, the axle.
A sheet stop energy bar, a great pre-warm-up before relaxing with a Dickens cider.
The wheels like your Scale Electrics.
My God, you got to be quiet for Dickens cider, all right?
Still turning, driven forward by the speed of the car, and that then becomes a generator.
Howdy, Jimmer. How's it going so far today?
Well,
Also,
I
don't
think
forget to like the stream, everyone.
It's
Smile.
and it was reading
here we are.
that it was
Please no puntery, no Jimmer.
It's some important.
The more red and white wine we drink, the faster we pass out from this mess.
Some important gaming.
How it worked. Anyway, that's nothing to do with this. So
And my bank is so fucked. What do I do?
But,
do I just go and chop some trees or something? Or I could go fish some lobbies, you know.
Watching whatever they throw up on screen. The boys in the back room are working very hard to get everything reconnected, to get all the races.
Well, I remember what I was doing last time I fucking played this shit.
Now this is, of course, the fifth and final round.
Sending it over the pond this season for Spa. Any advice for my first trackside F1 Grand Prix? Thanks for all you do, Jimmer.
Wait.
Let's take a look back at the
How do I do
season
this?
for the Le Mans Virtual Series as we will get underway at the Bahrain International Circuit.
Right.
And a great start for
Like-
the Oracle Red Bull Racing esports team, attacking straight down into
How
the
do you
first
do, like,
corner,
the-
all over the rear end of Team Redline, whilst the
I don't forget how to do like the fucking thing. That sine wave.
Oracle Red Bull Racing esports still trying to attack, but a bit of traffic.
I've got the
problems
Laxi
for
here.
Team Redline would push them just out a little bit wide. Contact would send Mexico Racing Team round ahead of all of the LMP field, whilst traffic into the night was becoming a bit of a problem for teams like AMG Williams. A large competition that was sent round. The battle for the race lead was electric though, as Floyd Van Burst would come across the line to take victory, and Oracle
Flash
Red Bull
2.
Racing
Okay,
Esports in
Flash
GT
2.
as well.
Let's try gaming.
To
Chat about
Monza,
gaming.
and there was issues into the first corner in both categories. Axel being sent round and Oracle Red Bull Racing Esports being sent round in their respective
What?
categories straight into
What am I doing
halfway
last time I
of
fucking
those
played
in
this
the
game?
midfield.
Where shall I go?
Jay got turned by Team Fordzilla, same with R8G in our large competition, sent round and collected by GR Vector as well. The rain, though, attacked. It hit hard, and it hit some teams harder than others. The
Where shall I go?
R8G sports car was sent off. Mexico Racing Team was sent round by the #1 Team Redline car. And
Go
a
fishing.
three-way fight
Okay.
in GTE
Let's
was
go to Caverby
all
then.
over the place. Very scrappy indeed.
Oh, my bank's a
victory for
fucking
Team
mess.
Redline, though, and a victory for the AAA R8G here at Monza.
Alright, I think it was 1 and 5 for a bit.
Places more synonymous with the world of motorsport than a circuit, the Spa-Francorchamps, and
who's this shitter?
For round 3 of the season. A big drama already.
What's this, mate?
The hill for project won by Dur Esports as they were sent round on the very first lap.
Good chat.
Big issue for the number 5 Williams Esports. A technical fault for them would send them right into the barrier. Big sends all the way up the hill. Ravage, Lecom, everywhere was an attacking zone. Contact between Smoliar and Verstappen at the top of the hill. Contact between the 888 and the Sim Maranello car as well. Side by side through Blanchimont never gets boring, and AMG were putting on a show as they were racing for victory.
The fuck is that?
With the Team Red
That's
Line
new.
machine and GTE.
Here's my little lob pot. Do I have one?
Ready for the final race of 2022. There'd be crashes before we even got racing, and instance down to the first corner, and it was Ford Dillon
Maybe
was
if
sent
the Le
around
Mans 24
right into
was
the pathway
sponsored by
of the
Devastation,
888
we
machine.
wouldn't have a
The
problem
two
next
AMG
season.
Esports backed machines
Wait a
were
minute.
making contact with each other though.
Wait a minute.
And then it was the number 8 car running in a good spot.
God, it's been so long.
Into the bridge. A lapse of concentration, which a few
24
teams were having.
hours of tech
Brabham
support
Esports here,
round
and the
5.
Triple Four straight into them. There was contact in the pit lane. It was adding to the drama, and it was for Team Redline trying to take over the race lead from Sim Maranello, who had done a lot of leading. Late in the race, and there was contact between SF Velas and Oracle Red Bull Racing Esports that would leave Porsche and Redline taking victory in their respective categories.
Kind of reminds us how busy a season it has been so far.
This is just the commentators doing the podcast at this point. They got to sponsor spots and everything.
Race is going really well, guys. God damn it, this box, man.
It's quite. I suppose it's like going from an endurance car to a single-seater car to a touring car. You know, they all basically do the same thing, but they don't work exactly in the same manner.
I think I was saying this with Chris earlier, Ben. We were having a look. He's had his fair share of driving on different sims. It's very hard to describe.
What even is my fishing level?
When it comes to different disciplines in sim racing,
70, yo!
say, like, doing endurance racing, doing open wheel,
Isn't 70 sharks? That's 72 or something. No, 78. I don't know.
NASCAR, like, these are different disciplines in the world of motor. They're different disciplines in the world of sim racing as well, but it's almost like turned up to 11 in the sense of like we've got those things where we have to jump between simulators, and
Oh, what a cutie.
thing in sim racing where you've got in quite a lot of cases the same car.
It's over. Oh, it's on repeat, boys!
If you're quick in that car and that simulator, then
And
you
the
should be
same
quick.
track.
Exactly.
Yeah, you can be off the pace in the same car in the same track, just because it's a different
sim.
Yeah.
And it comes down for the most part with the tyre model, that main contact pack between the tabs.
When fix RF2, I can't, mate.
On others, recently we've had so much data coming in from Goodyear, obviously our sponsor, they've provided so much data that has moved the cars.
Please, no Pantorino. Jim.
All use racing.
To a lot of the other cars on the platform. But
Can I use a wheel for RuneScape? I mean, I'm competing for resources right now. Dude, check out my farming.
it's had an awful lot of
Check out my farming.
from the drivers.
Get farmed on, cunts.
Sim racing connection, you just can't get another sponsor.
And yet, still, you know, the real-world drivers cringe. Alex was talking about that after he did his hot lap. You know, I'm cringing, assaulting the curbs
Right.
the way that you have to get the speed out of the car. And that was
There you go.
was one of the significant things, particularly for drivers in the first Le Mans 24 Hours Virtual, when they were new to racing these things, that drivers who had
Maybe.
real-world LMP2 experience just couldn't drive fast enough because they just weren't smashing the curbs. I mean, it's not.
I shat myself yesterday. Yo.
Just ignoring the fact that they even exist in a way that the real world it would rip the floor out of the car in half an hour. And
I mean, like, it's not going to work. It's going to be too small, though.
So, is all of that sort of adapting? From, yeah. One set of rules, real life.
Oh, it doesn't work. Go back.
Which is the physics engine of the game. So yeah, all of that plays a part in it.
See, I still maintain the damage ball that we've got enough to away. We've got bits of bobs.
It was almost perfection. Oh wait, my skills are being.
You can't just blast over the curb. You can't just do this. You can't just do that. I like the idea that you got to. Don't get me wrong. There is still risk from taking the curbs. It's not smart.
Play it again.
We saw from John earlier on in the race. Too much curb through that final part.
There you go.
Which is an enormous bit of such a curb. And it's spun him round. Obviously, that's pretty much about as bad as it's going to get. Being spun round, maybe tapping the barrier. When it comes to actual braking of suspension, you're never going to get that curve hard enough to make the wheels fly.
No.
I do want.
Oh no!
I want to see that.
There you go. It just fits so well, doesn't it? It's
This
perfect.
degeneracy is why I've been subbed so long.
It's all. I mean, like. All we've got.
Alex Brundle's been out and about here in the UK. Hayley Edmonds is in.
All we've got is old school RuneScape.
Just to the southeast of Paris at the headquarters of Peugeot and, of course, the Peugeot esports team. And during the red flag that has just previously disappeared, she had a chat with all and sundry, not just Gustavo Mezzes, clearly coming back from McDonald's with everything hidden in a sushi bag because he's a professional racing driver, but everybody else. So let's see who she had a chance to catch up with.
I'm down here in the box, joined by. Oh no, I'm joining.
Switching from R Factor to Rune Factor. Nice
now,
job.
You guys both work for R8G. For anyone that's not familiar with R8G, is of course.
Okay,
Roman
that can
Peugeot,
fuck off
who's
now.
Competing. We'll get into that.
Actually, maybe, is it like a?
In at this edition of 24 Hours.
Is it like a?
You're supporting Peugeot
Buying
Sport in their
GF.
venture into esports. So, could you tell us more about the relationship?
Yeah, it's a huge honor for us
What's this
to
one?
support Peugeot, you know. Even myself, personally, I was journalist in motorsport for 18 years. I spent a lot of time with Peugeot in Le Mans when they won last time. It was crazy. So yeah, just very honored to have been chosen by Peugeot. You know, we are really happy. Stéphane is one of the biggest specialists of sim racing in France. When even nobody talked about sim racing, Stéphane was already.
I play Newbie Melody. Where's that? Do I have that?
And we are just here to do a good job.
So chat, if you just joined thinking what the hell is going on, we're in like red flag number 2 in a very small amount of time.
The participation in the race, and yeah, and to help the drivers on the Factor 2, which is a complicated game. So they need full support, and yeah, just try to do the best job we can. And
don't forget to trail break their gym.
To be in that place.
So R8G are actually competing.
I've got the bangers on, right?
Competing in this 24 Hours of Law and Virtual. How does that dynamic work? You know, between you guys, are you sharing information?
I know. I don't know the reasons yet.
From each other, or what's going on?
Not in order. If it's the one you say. No, I mean we are just.
Mate, I'm fishing so slowly. How long until my next fishing level? 75k. Oh man, this is going to be the stream.
As well, so great relationship with Peugeot. To be honest, it's great. 2 months ago there was nothing, and now you look where we are. It's a year to learn, and next year the idea is to be back to win.
No, I mean,
so let's the best win.
R8G, what's that on your desk?
R8G or whatever, Peugeot or someone else.
And just one word, Stéphane, you are passionate, of course.
What's that on your desk there, R8G?
What do you think 24 Hours of Le Mans Virtual has changed for esports and sim racing?
I got tapped.
For be honest, I think all during the COVID, I think a lot of guys, pro drivers or guys like you and me, enjoy what we can do on sim racing. So I think it's a new era coming with 20 hours of Le Mans. Now we can see all the manufacturers. So yeah, I think it's the best idea we have in complicated situation, but it's crazy to see now we have the real 20 hours, and for the guys like me, it's crazy to have the 20 hours of Le Mans virtual.
And what's it like? Just one word on the fact that you're working for Peugeot Sport, really investing so much into esports. Do you think they're going to?
I see people were here because of me.
Or is this going to be a one-off?
They seems to be pretty happy, no? Don't you think?
Come to watch me. Come to watch me fish.
Jimmer finally becomes a variety streamer.
It's happened.
Young people now are watching motorsport through Netflix, through Twitch. They are not buying newspaper anymore. So I think Peugeot understand that if you want to put more attention to the young people, it has to be there. So they are on track with the real racing. They want to win. They want to win in virtual. So I'm sure there are a lot of projects behind the scenes, and we hope we can carry on like this. And you know, even when we do
cannons out,
the simulator in a
hey, you got cannons. Show off those cannons, man.
Or in all the Peugeot stores, and just to ask the guys, okay, just to jump in. And
FOV incorrect.
Virtual, like you know, we have a world champion, double world champion of the grid. When you play other gaming, you don't have Messi playing.
Oh, this guy's fucking shanking me.
Yeah, and at the end we are not gaming, you know, they are racing. Elliot Veron won 3 races in Formula 4. Meneses is a great driver. We have real engineers. It's not gaming.
Roman Grosjean, he's also there.
This music is so loud.
Not too bad either.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, it's not gaming. It's just another way to do motorsports, and we are here to win.
Gosh, so yeah, chat, I mean, I'm just burning time between this and the next time we're back on circuit. I have no idea what this means for like drive time and shit.
Thank you very much, guys. Thanks for being here, and well done so far for your job.
Where's the thing?
Yeah, the race will be long.
Jimmer, thank you for getting me addicted to sim racing.
Oh shit!
You running Daytona 24 next weekend?
Yeah, I think so, man. I'm looking forward to doing the entire race there.
No, you really do not. I mean, honestly, let's welcome back to the booth Alex Brundle. Welcome into the booth for the first time, Alex Brundle. He's been brought in from the cold, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. You don't get missed. Is it a surprise to you that we have got the reigning Formula One world champion?
Put me back on the TV. Put me back on the TV.
Because this sort of stuff didn't exist. And Max has grown up racing online games before he was
I'm meant to drive
old
more.
enough to race cars. Is it still genuine a pinch me moment that we've got a double Formula One world champion on the grid?
Well, I tell you what, if there was a FIFA competition to be had, then Max would probably be in that as well. I know he really does enjoy it.
And super competitive as well. Yeah.
Well, great to be back in the box with you guys. I bought you both. I had a little bit of a pit stop on the way.
I'm actually
nice.
7/8 of the way through my first one.
He has been
we need a box of these for Le Mans for the 24 hours. We absolutely need these. These are lovely.
Keeping us going all the way through the red flag.
Guys, it's time for a pit stop. TM pit stop.
2 teams I've visited so far this weekend.
I was expecting to, but the 2 teams I've visited, the smell,
and the seriousness. I mean, I've spent
the game of juice.
The Daytona 24 hours with Danny Giancardella before. The seriousness in his face when he's describing what he needs to do out there and not let Bono and the rest of the team down is incredible to witness. Absolute seriousness in the eyes of those professional racing drivers.
The absolute virginity
playing FIFA. I think he'd be having a laugh.
Do I have
having a laugh out there?
Yeah, I do.
Having fun, but they are absolutely on it lap after lap.
I think that comes down to the fact like Messi playing FIFA. He's a footballer, great.
Yeah. I'm going to have 72 out of 73 prayer forever now.
Football are different things. But sim racing
it's like Messi playing Dan Madden. Because it's football, but it's not his football. And this is...
What the fuck is going on, chat?
Is racing. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but it's still like the amount that you can bring from your motor.
I'm not on the TV anymore, so I might have to go back up in the top.
To some degree,
oh, now I'm back on the TV.
Applies to other sim racing, right? That's why we have that level of professionalism.
Yeah, you arrive at a limitation. I think we view that limitation every year when those professional drivers charge with great approach speed towards the pace and then come to a grinding halt at that position where we have to rearrange our brains to do things in a racing car that we're not used to doing, and that's when the work truly begins. There is that little bit of travel to be done. There is the driving with your eyes and not with the senses, all of the parts of your body where you feel that G-force, where you get used to that sensation of speed. But the fundamentals are there, and you know there are at risk of saying the obvious, not every race car is the same. And trust me, there are a lot of weird things you have to do in some real race cars to make them go fast. Anybody who complained that you have to do strange things to make a simulator go fast needs to try some of the real ones, because they can be freaky.
Yeah, I've had many a story in my time about real motorsport cars. He's like, oh,
yeah, guys, just get into a real race car. Come on.
Yep, that's just normal.
There'll be
just get into a race car.
Technique to all of these cars, especially those like the Orica 07 we race here in Virtual Le Mans and of course in LMP2 in real life, that require a certain amount of technique, and you're basically hacking the platform by using the brake pedal to keep the splitter nice and low and the downforce over the nose. How is that so far different from understanding a simulated tyre model and driving to the limitations of it? It really isn't, is it? You've got
same deal.
Turn left, turn right, throttle brakes and gears, have at it and make the thing work. And whatever you have to do to go fast, that's racing driving.
Yeah. And whether it's real or virtual, as you say, each one of these race cars in each one of the platforms, each one of the different circuits, will require something different, and that's where all that knowledge and experience comes in the real world, from guys like you that have done it for years, and in the virtual world from all the sim racers that have done it for years, whether they're 30 or 13.
I'm so bored, chat.
It's about getting the ultimate speed out of the car on every single lap. Now, over the 24 hours, you're not always on the ultimate, but if we think back to yesterday in qualifying, there was some pretty ultimate lappery going on. So let's take a look at the fastest of our laps from the 20 Porsche Co-Anda car and their closest rival team from Team Redline.
It's truly incredible to see these teams going at it, really, and to be able to compare those team cars. The Co-Anda car, of course, ending the session on pole position, was a little wider through the first part of the racetrack and through that first chicane. But what I really noted about these two laps was how much front end that Co-Anda car has, and that's a differential between
how much front
the two setups that is really apparent, especially when they go into that first chicane. The Co-Anda car able to keep that nice tight line as it heads into that first braking zone. And the Redline car already a little bit behind, look, as they head down towards
Who's Jimmy with a 1?
You can see
is that like a better Jimmy?
Rogers in that Co-Anda car. This was the difference we talked about before.
Guys, I'm sorry, there's nothing going on.
With the
I can't help it.
Getting really,
We're
really
a RuneScape stream
the
now.
Apron. Every single meter of racetrack you can use extra relates to extra speed, and despite a little bit of a swapper through the exit in the 20, he's still able to take more apex speed. Does the same thing
he's
again,
okay.
Does Rogers down towards chicane
Hello,
number
Jimmer.
2.
It seems I just got out of bed early to watch a grown man play RuneScape.
Mate, this is high-level content
in terms of how they were actually handling the point to be able to come in wide like that, like the 20 car was able to there. That requires a very, very sharp front end on the car. The Redline car, maybe a car a little bit more for the race, and it's interesting to see as they progress through the race how that will play out. But if you can get that little bit of front end, it definitely does help you out in qualifying.
And you can put as much as you like on the front, but if the back's not stable, then all you're doing is inducing a spin. Here at Mulsanne Corner, there's still only a couple of hundredths of a second between them.
What interests me is Mulsanne Corner on this simulation. I did 10, 20, 25 laps on it as nothing in comparison to what the competitors have been doing. But before we went live for our very first broadcast this weekend, challenges the rear down into Mulsanne Corner. Lo and behold, we see the Redline car able to attack on the brakes.
Need a recap of the last couple of hours. What's happened? Chat, do you want to tell them?
And you hear the drivers. I've heard the drivers as I've been doing the rounds today talk about it a lot. Management of tyre temperature appears to be extremely dominant in this simulation. It's something which I feel is really apparent as they head through the Porsche curves. Both Redline cars at the end of Hyperpole made little errors in the final Ford chicane the high-speed Porsche curves are a very aggressive load case for that rear tyre. They build a lot of temperature in that left rear, and I do think the Coanda car is able to manage that a little bit better than the Redline car is. That doesn't pay dividends where the temperature is actually built. You have to go 100,
well,
200,
young
300
Brundle
meters down
was positive
the racetrack
once.
to here in the Ford chicane, where you can see Rogers in the Coanda
Please, no
super
puntery,
aggressive
no
with the steering
jimmer.
wheel. Those little
The
errors,
numpties
that
are spoiling
bit
the
more
RuneScape.
tentative
I know.
from the Redline car, and super interesting to compare those two laps.
See, I kind of wonder where that kind of, because the temperature-wise, we were saying about it wasn't just a difference on the lap time. But
Please, no
it was a difference in the
punterino,
build-up to the lap.
Jimmer.
I don't know, Grace.
Imagine if in a
It's a second
flag
one.
everyone went fishing or lumberjacking. Insane this has happened again. Also, are you racing the Daytona 24 this year?
Complains too much about the setup of their racing car is often reminded that they're intrinsic to it.
Good water.
By their race
Yeah, I
engineer.
hope to.
And the build of the tyre from the pit lane, keeping that temperature down, something we see all over motorsport, managing the tyre thermally.
I love
obviously
red
critical
flags.
to a qualifying lap. What interests me, though, is how that is going to change the way these cars behave.
So if you're
over
wondering
a
why the hell
stint,
I'm sitting
they'll
here
actually have
fishing in
different setups in
RuneScape,
the race, but you
it's
can
because...
see that tendency.
Wait, how do I change the camera? It's because there's been another server crash.
Because everybody is looking at conquering the same distance in the same time,
There you
are
go.
you also going to see their setups sort of merge a little bit? So in qualifying,
This motherfucker on skis.
the Coanda team will have known that Josh Rogers and Matt Backham were going to do the laps. And so they will have detailed those cars specifically to do that one single lap. They left so late and went round so slowly on the formation lap, there was literally only seconds left
Please,
in the
no
session before they
puntery, no
started the final
jimmer.
lap. So it was
Might
no
get level
safety net, it was
99
proper
before the
high
race
wire act.
restarts.
But the car will have been, like in a Formula One car, absolutely tailored perfectly
Thank you, Chris.
to what Josh Rogers wanted and had tested relentlessly, and for Matt Backham. Whereas in the race, not only has it got to survive more than one lap, you would hope, but it's also got to survive 3 other drivers who don't like
see
it
if there's anything going on here in
nose,
the
or don't like it as loose
Discord.
of the trail, or can't handle it with too much understeer, or
Were you a diva in the United car
What do you mean,
back in
what do you
2020?
mean,
I was going
was he a
well, yeah,
diva?
no, I'm not talking broadcast. Yeah, just
I was chatting to Will to grow. I'm gonna go just sidestep that one and go back into P-part promotion. But I was chatting to Will Tregertha about this over at Williams. It was really interesting because we all harp on about compromise in sports car racing at Le Mans and beyond. The reality is once you've done several 3-minute laps of Le Mans, had a bit of a problem potentially in FP1, moved through the sessions, got all of the drivers some running, that actually if you get it on the floor, pointing in the right direction with a balance that's not going to fall apart for the race, it's a pretty good effort. In virtual Le Mans, I really do believe it's because you've got so much time.
Yes.
It's more of a true compromise. You've actually got the time to say to one of your drivers, "How would you like that racing car, sir?" And then they move it, they hone it, and potentially hone it away from what their teammates
I hope you're
can deal
enjoying the
with, 'cause you're
Bong
close to
Rip
the
Jimmer
knife edge,
edit
aren't you,
from
Martin,
last
really?
year. I did
Now,
you
you've
another
gone
one in your
completely
stream
opposite
event
way from
chat,
the way
Smile. I
I
hope
thought
you
that
can get
thought was
racing
gonna wind
again
up. I
soon.
thought you were going to
Is there another
say,
one? Let me
because
check.
you've got
Sorry, I'm just
infinite
looking at
amounts of
some
time to practice, which you
Discord
absolutely
stuff.
don't in any real world situation, and certainly never mind at 24 Hours of Le Mans, that you basically get, let's say, your Josh Rogers or your Max Verstappen going, this is absolutely and without question the fastest setup. You've got a week, learn how to drive it.
It could well be.
That doesn't happen. You don't have the time in the real world.
I think
you just don't.
risky.
You could well be the way these teams fall, but that's a judgment call, and it's a judgment call because you don't have the ultimate control. Because I know the ambient is moving here in the simulation.
What do we do?
Interesting as we move through the race. It's going to be a big factor, I feel, as the race moves on, especially with regard to what we've just been discussing. As you get into the race, the track gets more rubbered in. You get more tyre load. That temperature increase becomes more and more exponential. But throughout free practice, you can normally throw a good half to 2/3 of FP1 in the bit.
Please no Punterino,
with the circuit just not
Rest
being
in
where
peace,
it
sweet
needs to be.
IndyCar.
Here, you can go straight to you can build yourself a practice server, go straight to where the racetrack will be in halfway through the race. So have all of those options. You don't have that control over the exact fine-tuning of the car, so potentially the compromise issue doesn't fall so open because purely it's not possible.
Yeah. And there's still the possibility to chase the racetrack by changing the setup in the pit stops and everything else, same as there is in the real world. So you can massage that performance window a little bit to follow where the racetrack's going.
Then it rains.
Yeah, I was going to say, of course you can change some things on the pits. We obviously can change tyre pressures. That's a big one. You can change. On the LMPs and GTs, I'm pretty sure you can change the rear wing, but obviously you can't change much outside that. As much as you can in the sim race, you'd be like, well, surely you can change all the suspension settings and stuff.
It's trim and balance. You can. At any stage, you can change all of that, but not once the race starts.
Exactly.
Because you just give away so much time, you'll never find a setup that will get it anywhere back. And to a degree, that's sort of the way that they're working also with their fuel strategy, is that. And we saw it actually a couple of times in the Le Mans Series virtual races, that some teams had done enough work to convince themselves that a particular fuel strategy was going to work, and it didn't always.
Yeah.
And despite the number of times they rehearsed it, and you slightly wonder whether you're down one of those engineering wormholes where you are so convinced that something is going to work that you look at the data and make yourself believe that data confirms what you want to believe. And we saw a couple of times where there were slight outlier fuel strategies that just bombed.
Can I put a wang on
and
this?
just didn't work at all.
Oh.
And I
Marbles.
imagine to a degree
I like playing marbles, eating marbles, looking at marbles. I love marbles. I don't feel so good.
And convinced themselves that would definitely work, and turns out actually in traffic that was a bit bobbins and didn't really work at all. So and all of these things in the real world build up to your experience that you take to Le Mans each year, and the more you run cars and the more you race on different tracks with different cars, the more that experience goes into the melting pot. And the sim racing world is no different in that way from the real racing world. So we talked about the Le Mans Series Virtual. This is the 5th and final race of the year, the 5th and final race.
Marble. Sorry, I'm just chatting with the guys at the moment. Trying to find out what's going on.
Beginning of the year. So let's take a look at how we got here as we headed into Le Mans.
Just a brilliant launch off the line, wasn't it? Found a gap on the outside, and the door opened up, and there they went. Now they've got of course, the outside braking zone where more rubber is, and they're just going to be brave on the brakes. That is fantastic.
Right, chat, I will BRB. I'll leave you with this.
Absolutely brilliant driving.
No crabs.
Confidence. Yuri Kasdorf has a bundle of it going into turn 1, and look at him into turn 2. He could have taken the lead going in to the braking zone for 3, but good defensive work from the leading car of Enzo Benito. Look at this, all over the circuit. They're trying to get past Jacob Brzezinski now. And Simoncic round the outside of turn 1, inside of turn 2, side by side through 3.
Please,
they now head
no
down towards turn 4.
Punterino, Jimmer.
Simoncic will have the slipstream from the AMG Williams. Rietveld has the inside line, is able to hold position, but they still haven't cleared that Williams. Little bit of defensive work going on from Brzezinski. Hard defensive work going on from Brzezinski. Rietveld chooses the outside line. Can he go all the way around the outside with his extra grip? He's being squeezed by the Polish driver. Inside line, but now outside line once again. Simoncic, surely, right-hand side. Oh, there's no space. He has to go into the middle. Is there any space to squeeze between the two of them? No, there isn't. Brzezinski has got his elbows out and holds on to the position. Simoncic now with a switchback. Has he got the grip to be down the inside, side by side through these sweeping turns? And again, there's no space, but I think there's a GTE car in front of this, which make it even more exciting. What about on the brakes down into here? No, there's no space.
Wow, absolutely fantastic stuff on the exit there, and just about holding on, and it's pretty much as you were.
Oh, I thought Simoncic was going to get on the inside there, but there was no room because there was a Porsche in the way, and somehow they've all managed to get through.
Here's Jeffrey Rieveld closing in behind us. He's had enough. He sends it down the inside there. Can he get the car stopped in time? No. And that is going to see the Williams come back through once more. So they are still, as you were, Rieveld gave it a good go there.
Brzezinski is defending like it's his teammate at the head of the field. Side by side though, Simoncic now with the inside. Maybe we'll make that move. There's a little bit more kissing between the two of them. Side by side still, but Rieveld will have the inside line here. Payek is having a great time watching all this. And there's also a GT car to get through. Simoncic being fed to the outside line. Payek says thank you, that's one. Is it two positions for Payek? Just about potentially. Where's the GT car going to end up in all of this? Rieveld holds on. Simoncic through again. And can he go all the way around the outside? Surely he can't. He's going to try though. This is going to be a mega move. That's going to be 1-2. And now he's out the inside line for 10. 3 positions. Boom.
Absolutely fantastic stuff.
Updated and stuff.
Are you playing on a single screen? Is triple not much better?
They are going for the lead. Not going to happen there. They're going to have to do it a little bit later. This distraction is going to slow down Project 1 by Dur. Ferrari to the outside. Ferrari still owe us a stop, do they not?
No, I don't think they do. I think Andonovski, who's just gone around the outside of 4 here. This is Timotej Andonovski trying to take over the race. He, of course, race winner last season at the Nordschleife, trying to get one for real here.
Side by side through the sweepers. It's very, very tricky to run side by side here. There's not really 2 racing lines, but he's managed to force the issue, and he's pushed Dur offline as well. So Red Bull Racing come up the inside to take second. Can you believe we're halfway through the race? We've got the 3 GTE cars trying to share the same piece of tarmac.
He is on the attack. This all feels so sweet as he looks to the inside and commits to it. He's going to take over the GTE lead. He's sent it in, and Yuri Kastorp hits the front again.
Great driving from Yuri Kastorp. Great pass down the inside of Risto Capit, and he goes through into the lead, but it might not be done there. Fighting back to the right-hand side of our screens. RHG now trying to get the lead back in towards turn number 4. We go back on board with Yuri Kastorp, and that should be the move complete.
Has the slipstream, has the speed, has the straight line speed, has the inside line, and surely he's going to make this one stick. He does. He's on the softer tyre, the Porsche. The Ferrari still on the medium compound tyre. But now, as so often the case, you need a little bit of help to get down the inside once more, really on the dirty part of the circuit. But it's going to have the inside line, and that is lovely from Alexander Schmoliet. Now he needs to shut the door a little bit to stop them from running side by side through this part of the circuit. The 3rd place, Kevin Siggy, is only 4 seconds back. We know how fast Kevin Siggy is, but they're still side by side. Now we'll be in the next braking zone, the inside line for the Ferrari. Surely he can seal the deal now. Yes, he does for the moment, but ultimately those stickier soft tyres are surely going to be helping the Porsche. And here comes Simoncic out of the... No, but he's going to be behind. Surely he's going to be behind. Look to the right-hand side. Where are they? Oh, they're very, very close. The advantage was nothing. They made contact between the 2 of them. Jordan out of the pits. Look ahead. Where is the BMW is more important, really. There he is, still in the pits. They enter, exit at exactly the same time, and the BMW is going to be ahead of the Porsche, squeezing on pit exit. The Porsche needs to be careful not to cross the white line. There's traffic, huge traffic coming past, and they come out of the pits side by side. They rub, they bump, they bore inside. Now Porsche takes the lead, but BMW is surely going to fight back. Yudowski now goes super defensive on the inside line. Is it too much? Are they weaving? Bennett looks to the inside. There is a little bit of space. He dives. Needs to be careful not to knock out the Marla car, and just about survives, and obviously loses the position at the end of it. But gosh, that could have been a collision. That's going to compromise him a little bit. Luke Bennett goes to the inside. Is there space? There is half a car length. Serious fights going on out there on circuit. And remember, they're now at the end of their soft tyres. Wrestling his car, drawing bring in under slipstream. Luke Bennett looks again down the inside. There's more of an overlap this time. Side by side, wheel to wheel battling. A little bit of oversteer from Johan Jajowski. More wheel to wheel battling, more contact between the two, but Bennett has the inside line before. There is a car ahead of him. Is it going to get in the way of them? It's the BS competition BMW who takes the racing line. Jajowski goes all the way around the outside at 4 and will make it stick. What defense from Jajowski.
He's going to send it. Oh my goodness, that is not the corner to do it at. That is absolutely not it, sir. And you're going to lose time.
Big defense from Jajowski into turn 1. Around the outside for Luke Bennett into turn 1. Yes, this is the right way to do it, because now you've got the inside for 2. You don't have the inside for 3. You actually don't have the inside for 4 either. We've got a Simsa Ferrari ahead. Luke Bennett loses the opportunity, but at least he can't drive down the inside this time. Now he's going to get more traction, surely. No, he gets a bit of a swapper on, but there is the opportunity with Simsa, depending on where they catch it, depending on how Jajowski deals with it.
It's so tight between these two. Absolutely incredible. Simsa, they navigate well there. Look to the inside once again from Bennett. The door's not really open. There's the big set. You're just wasting time.
There is the smiles from Jene Simoncic. What a drive it has been. Huge pressure throughout the race. And here is the battle for second. It is so close between the two. A drag to the line. Jajowski has got it ahead of Bennett by 1/10 of a second.
Getting on for 20 seconds ahead of him still. Yeah. Yes, you know, compared to the Porsches. And don't forget, yeah, the number 2 team. Smollier on the inside, just enough for Jordi Spheres as they come through Curva Grande to hang on, just enough. But again, very close, and again, both professional enough to leave racing room. That was extremely good by both drivers. And again, Smollier down into the Roger, really pushing hard, and a big slide there. Spheres loses traction, but can Smollier get his nose inside down into the first of the Lesmos? He does. Again, they give each other racing room. Smollier didn't go right out to the curb. Oh, is he? Yes, there is as well. Oh, interesting, they both had time there to flick their wipers on, or are they both scrambling?
It's automated.
Oh, right, okay.
The wipers are automated, so Smollier's going to take over the race lead, but we definitely have rain here at Monza.
Wow.
2.5 hours in, you can see the drops on. It's very light at the moment, shouldn't be a worry. Jordi Spheres to the inside, coming into Ascari. Smollier straight around the outside. Brilliant move from the 888 and R8G head to the front of the GTE field again, but I don't know if it's going to last long, Martin.
No, look at Smollier shakes his head as he clatters it over the curbs in Ascari. Makes the late move. Jene Simoncic is not going to be easy to pass. Ooh. See, that is real-world experience of Anchan Juven, having raced Super Cup here several years in a row, just knowing that you can go so far, and if you dare go any further towards that second apex, you're going to turn him around, and you're not going to gain out of it either. And Jene Simoncic, again, this is for the win, or it's not, it's for a position, but it's in the final, you know, few minutes, so everything here counts in large amounts. And again, contact there into the first of the Lesmos, well held by both drivers. That could have been quite damaging.
Are we going to see a move here?
We definitely need to get to
there we go. Sells the dummy down the inside. Contact.
Misjudged it completely.
Chicane.
Made contact there. At the end of lap 16, they both survived, and Team Redline do pick up a spot. And here comes Mitchell de Jong. He's got the tow from the Team Redline car in front, but he's got nowhere to go. He needed to go by earlier. Now he can go up the inside, but Redline have the apex of the second element, and now you can just basically block all the way down here through Bruxelles, except if you get held up behind the Aston, and he gets the view down the inside. Around the outside goes Mitchell de Jong, can't get it done, and as they drift out wide, here comes the Alpine, because the Alpine has also got by the number 4 Van Wall car. What's the gap to the leader? 11.1 seconds. I mean, Josh Rogers...
That's doubled in about 4 or 5 laps. Here we go.
Well, you can see why, can't you? And Here comes Mitchell de Jong, the white and black car. Always makes me think of Two-Face in the Batman comics, that livery. And he's got where he needs to be on the inside at the bus stop. And he's going to squeeze his rival onto the curb. Now, that's really clever. But here again, he's earlier around the outside. I mean, you know, it is the classic Spa pass, but he can't break through the wake. Now he's just about alongside.
This looks better. This looks a lot better.
But again, no.
Yeah.
Oh, no, the Porsche just eases him onto the rumble strips, you know, and they give each other room to survive. There's no contact here. Look at how close they are.
Here comes Yovsky.
Yeah, this could be tough. Oh, he's going the long way around the outside. It's going to work as well. And the Porsche spins into the R8G car, comes back out in front.
It's quick on the straight, so it's about what R8G can do in this section. Wow.
He's all over the Porsche. He's got much more of something. Either get up and go or grip or both. For third place, this is the final roll of the dice for Johan Jovsky. He's going to take it, isn't he? It's going to be a drag race to the line. He's going to win this. He's going to make sure that the Porsche does not get back beside him, and he just wrestles his way past Mac Backham.
Oh, sniff.
Is he going for it? Yes, he is.
Side by side for the lead of the race.
Hello.
Down the inside goes Enzo Benito to move the 71.
I went to go grab a cup of tea and some stuff so we can vibe.
There's LMP cars involved. The Ferrari's going to try and fight back. Moves onto the racing line. Benito is on the defensive inside line here into the braking zone, so there's no way really to go around the outside, but there's still plenty of opportunities if an LMP car fires its way down the inside of this little battle that we have for the lead of the race with less than 50 kilometers remaining. Again, looks to the inside. Remember, the Ferrari is fast.
Yeah, I went to check the roof. It seems better.
Again, draws alongside into the braking zone, but Enzo's got it covered.
That is wide again, bit of lap traffic ahead in the P1 Esports car. This is it. This could be it for Baldwin. Could get to the outside of T1.
James Baldwin looks to the outside, has the overlap into turn one. It's very, very bumpy. It's very, very fast. There's no way through, but he tries to the cutback. Side by side on the exit towards turn two. Verstappen's up on the grass. Verstappen is wide, and Verstappen has let James Baldwin through. Ultimately, there was no defence. There is a little bit of disappointment across Max Verstappen's face.
Fantastic stuff. We're just talking as that was going through that Sebring, although drivers may not always love it, the Americans always say half as long as Le Mans and twice as hard.
Well, no, I think basically like it's like warmer down there. It's warmer here at the moment as well, and it's just made.
And that's the real sign of a classic racetrack, and
it's dried out a
like
bit,
that.
which is good.
Kind of like that. They're classic racetracks not just because everybody's racing there for 50, 60, 70, 80, 90 years, but because they produce great races.
Yeah, I have seen people saying the server's been attacked,
to
which
bring you up
sucks.
to date, we are under red flag because of issues with the two servers that the 24 Hours Le Mans Virtual is being run on. A suspected security breach is what has brought the servers down. So we are working on not only refiring the servers, but also trying to seal that particular avenue for potential difficulty in the future. And we are aiming for, well, a restart right about now. It is currently 8 p.m. GMT, 2000 GMT, 2100 CET. We are looking to try and restart in the very short-term future. In terms of that, everybody will be very grateful, I'm sure, to be in their rigs and actually making the cars move as opposed to in their rigs in a holding pattern, waiting for everything to roll away in the race direction. And to the TV
I wish
crew,
my girlfriend would go down for this long.
I'm just worried, chat, because I'm fairly sure that like maybe I flashed up the server at some point when I was like going to display capture. That was so long ago though. That was like at the start of the race, so I don't know.
The Vector servers have gone wee wee woo woo.
So I think maybe it was like
haven't eaten our bars on air, but we've certainly plugged them heavily. We haven't pranked Alex Brundle yet, but the night is still short.
I'm thinking like, have I been like, is this me? Have I been the...
Haley did eat one.
She did eat one, so that's
that is ticked off. I've got to tell an unfunny joke as well. That'll come later on.
You did that in the first couple of minutes.
Yeah, no, to be fair, I don't know why it's not been ticked off, if I'm honest.
I know, and Martin
every
refers to something more than 40+ years. Oh, I've done that a couple of times at least before now, but there we go. So, yeah, I have several bingo cards. I have a bobsleigh bingo card. God love John Morgan and his catchphrases. Also, courtesy of the late Ricardo De Villa, who was a designer.
We'll wait until something comes out officially.
Starting with Emerson and Wilson Fittipaldi back in the 1960s.
But hopefully we can get back to it. I don't know what
the... For a long time, chief designer for Nissan, designed things like their Dakar truck.
I am now, from now on, though, if I ever go to the Discord, just going to do this in case it flashes up or something.
Lockdown from unrelated illness, but Ricardo had a driver's debrief bingo sheet that he delighted in sending out to people occasionally, and yeah, all the usual suspects: turn in understeer, mid corner understeer, exit understeer, ditto oversteer.
Our audience here probably think the 1960s are a band, Martin. So you, so I wouldn't
that's the
worry
1975. Even I know that, and I'm a granddad.
Oh dear. No comment. No comment.
The one thing I have seen, though, I mean, we talk about these drivers moving their simulators in competition again. The one thing I've seen as I've been wandering around Brackley looking for anybody vaguely attached to a simulator rig is that as soon as these red flags have gone, they jump straight in a practice server and start practicing every single eventuality that may move on from here. So trust me, they're all driving. There is not one of these drivers who is not pounding laps in as we speak.
This is something that obviously we don't have in sim racing. When you have a red flag in real life, you pull up before the 40 chicanes, you sit there, and it's like, right, you're going to sit there for an unknown period of time. You're just going to sit there, and you can't, you don't get out of the car.
Bring me my gloves.
Literally,
I'd like a pineapple juice.
Right, but in sim racing,
is there time to go for a win? I mean, these are the key concerns. Is there time to go for a win? I'm at the Ford chicane. It's like a 10-minute return journey to my pits just to have.
I'm basically just asking.
Yeah. Is there time? Who knows? No one knows.
Meanwhile,
I'm just asking what the students are doing.
Any idea when it starts?
But in sim racing, we don't have that problem. It's just like, get out, you finish.
Yeah, I was not playing RuneScape.
Either move into another one and do some practice, or go to the loo, get some food, whatever that you can.
Please,
you can
no Punterino,
One thing I've noticed, actually,
Praga champion Jimmy Broadbent terminates RF2.
God, don't say that, man.
Don't appear to be directly caused by anything that David Addison has done, which in real life is absolutely always the case. It's always Addison. Even if he's not at that particular circuit, somehow he always causes red flags.
I'll bring that up to him the next time I come.
And walks away giggling to have lunch at Porsche.
Yeah, I mean, it's a shame people feel the need to do this, but like,
when I did this
unfortunately,
racing, it slightly was
any attention is what they want. So like you just can't win. You just have to accept that there are people like that and move on with your life.
Was generally that as long as everybody was okay and out of the cars and completely safe from harm, was that. You may have been sixth and you're now fifth. Yeah. You lose a little bit. You lose a little bit of time in the race.
Ladies and gentlemen, the professional racing driver.
I was going to say this is a relatable thing. Is that I've like with disconnections and stuff in sim racing. You have like I've seen in a race where you're driving along. You're in you're third or fourth or whatever, and then someone disconnects and you go, oh no, and you look and you go, oh.
It is very much the mechanical failure of the sim racing world, and there is that fantastic radio call, and it is.
Yeah, Max is still streaming though. Yeah, exclamation mark Max, he's still streaming.
Adrenaline is up, you're in race mode, and you may feel slightly different about it later, being gifted a position, but in the moment. You are now in X position when you were in X position because two of your competitors have tangled and moved you through the field. You don't care whether it was a freebie or not. You're happy to be in the best position possible.
I've just pictured in my mind was a shot of the Porsche garage when the Toyota stopped on the last lap, and they were sort of just ecstatic, and then suddenly no, don't hex it, don't jinx it, and also. No, what are we just seeing? I mean, everybody was absolutely slack-jawed when that Toyota stopped on the last lap.
I remember it.
And if you
guys still clicking that, man.
Always mention it. and Davidson. But the tortured mentality of the Porsche drivers, 4 minutes away from not winning Le Mans to having somebody go, "It's you."
Yeah.
And I talked to the guys
finish.
at WRT from 2 years ago.
Wow,
the people from the ACO were in the garage talking to Yiffy Yee's teammates, going, "Okay, well, when he completes this lap, you take the checkered flag, and then we'll take you, and you'll go up to the Parc Ferme, and you'll go under the podium, and then we'll go up the podium, and then, oh mon Dieu! Oh! Okay, you guys...
I need just like a supercut
of
of Martin Haven
noises.
noises.
Their other car was in second. But also, in a phenomenal battle with the Jota car, Tom Blomqvist was catching hand over fist Robin Freins, and another 100 metres would have passed him.
Yeah.
I mean, really, literally, it was that close. But that unbelievable turn of a card of fate, and you know, that's the thing about Le Mans. First lap, middle of the night, last minutes of the race, nothing can be guaranteed.
You're always hit with that weird shift in emotions. I will admit, immediate elation. You move forward up the order, potentially to a winning or podium paying position.
Jeremy Vine on crack. That is definitely him.
Crisis of conscience that goes with being with the wanting to be sporting, and actually the sense of some loss, because I remember Olivier Pla, a very good friend,
they're doing a good job,
and
these
teammate
guys,
over years in the World Endurance Championship, and he's a man of few words. Winning a race I had the privilege of commentating on a few years ago in the European Le Mans Series. And his first words out of the car were, "Winning is great when it's hard like that." And we weigh our achievements in sport against their cost in competition, and somehow you've had a donation. In another way, you've been robbed a great opportunity for great sporting contest.
Yeah, and you kind of look back, I'm sure, as a driver and as a team, on those titanic clashes. Those are the ones that are most important. You know, when Mario Andretti was winning everything in the Lotus 78, he said, this car's painted on the road. I'm doing nothing. I'm just along for the ride. A monkey could win in this car. Obviously, patently not true, because he was good and so was Ronnie, and so was the car. But everybody wants that advantage. And when you get it, careful what you wish for, because actually it's those titanic battles the whole thing about driving a racing car is that high wire act of keeping it right on the edge of crashing dangerously out of control, because that's where fast is. Fast is just this whisker beyond the crash.
Yeah.
And that's where the adrenaline comes from. That's where the high wire act is. You and I can drive an LMP2 car. We can't drive it fast, and we certainly can't drive it anywhere near its limits, because our native sense of self-preservation would just go, no, don't be so stupid. Yeah, but you're used to it, and you get yourself used to it, and you've spent so long rehearsing how not to crash and knowing what the signs are that it's instinct, that you read it coming. In the same way that
how short can I be at the
we learn to ride a bicycle. To start with, it's almost impossible.
I'm just keeping an eye on the
to keep
Discord.
handlebar straight and stay upright and pedal, because you're doing everything in 3 different axes.
Yeah.
And that's really tough. They can't even get a robot, after 30 years of trying, to walk naturally. A human child can do it in 12 months. But
what the fuck is I even talking about?
I just like experience from your first days in karting, and then single seat,
just sort of like
slicks and wings and down
phase out for a second and come back. And Martin Haven's telling me robots can't walk properly,
so you get to the stage
but kids can.
You're a Lewis Hamilton, or you're Fernando Alonso, or you're Max Verstappen, or you're anybody who drives these cars for a living at their limit.
Yeah.
And you're always looking for more.
Jim, give us a bigger wee wee woo woo than yesterday.
Wee wee woo woo. Too fast once you've had a go in it.
And I think that is a barrier when you go and try and take a sideways shift, and then as a professional driver go and sit next to a driver like Bono Huis and say, man, why am I just not delivering in this sim? Head into the first chicane, ride up the first curb beautifully, and rotate the car in the mid-corner and get to the throttle exactly the way your muscle memory has taught you to. And Bono goes, why don't you just drive over that curb?
Yeah.
Because he's never been in the actual car. He's never felt the jaw-breaking crunch of carbon fibre as it meets tarmac. But that's what you've got to unprogram in many respects. And there's a bit of your brain which needs to be shut off. But that's the great challenge of it.
This is the thing, though, is that sim races, when it comes to that kind of stuff, when it comes to using a track, is that the way you use a track in real life, obviously you extend it to its absolute limit, and in sim racing it's doing the same thing, only because you can get away with it slightly more so. And I'll never forget, there was Jonas Raivia, who used to drive for, or does drive for BS Competition, obviously one of the teams that we've got in the Le Mans Virtual. Spa, you come out of no name and you go down towards Pouhon, and you've obviously got grass.
I'm just sitting here and waiting.
Less than a car width over, there is a bit of tarmac, and Jonas went, I'm going to use that. And so he had 2 wheels on the road and 2 wheels on that bit. Because it's just, this is the kind of bit that sim race thinking. How much does that actually gain you? Maybe...
They're doing a good job, these guys.
You've got to wallop that curb when you come back on. But this is the kind of thing, is that sim races, they're thinking that far outside of the box when it comes to how much they use the track, because they can get away with it.
The other advantage that a sim racer has over Alex's experience is they've never had to walk back to a team leaving a steaming, ticking wreck at the side of the track.
Long time fan Jimmy, give me another wheelie
this year. I've also been on that bit of tarmac. It just wasn't on purpose. It is true. We've all been through
I've
that
just seen
moment,
something that may feel a bit better.
And
okay.
in many ways, although I'm very lucky in that those incidents have been few and far between.
That will fucking do it.
Drivers much better than me are also lucky to have been in a kind of a situation of moving through a lot of races without incident. But we've all been there.
Yeah.
And it is the most soul crunching moment. I can tell you as well, though, that when you are, and I have been in a competition on a different simulation where we spent a lot of time preparing with a great group of sim racers who I was joining for the event. It's equally soul-destroying when you know that you've let down people who have been preparing, and it wasn't me in this particular instance, but I felt the pain of the driver. I really do think it is a big deal still in terms of a personal loss to crash one of these cars when everyone behind you. We've seen this setup that Haley's been exploring over at Peugeot in Paris.
The cadence of Alex Brundle's voice is like someone doing an impression of Martin Brundle for comic effect.
Whether it's a team that size or the size of Williams or McLaren or Ferrari when they're in the museum and all of that stuff, or whether it's like Brabham Esports, where you've got 3 different guys in their own homes in 3 different locations dotted across Europe, it is still a team business.
Oh, yeah.
It is still like every other team sport. You don't want to let the team down.
This is the thing. Like even when I was racing back in 2015-16, when we had I was racing for a team called Doug Henson Racing. We were battling for a championship against, coincidentally, Wisniewski, Brzezinski, and Pashkergas, who are all on this grid, which fills me with joy because I'm like, I raced all these people. I battled them for a championship. They did win. We won't talk about it. It's fine. But when we were battling them for the championship, I always remember there were a couple of points where I sit back and I think of like any of the mistakes that I made. And I was the 3rd driver in the car. I was
any of the mistakes that you made, Lewis?
Teammates that were brutally fast, and you kind of feel
any of the mistakes that you made, Lewis?
Any crash, brush with a wall, anything like that, and you feel that weight on your shoulder, and you feel that disappointment towards the team, and it is an indescribable feeling, and it is not one that I would ever wish anyone to have, because it is a horrible feeling that you've been the one that's let down, whether it's just your 2 teammates, whether it's all the sponsors, everyone watching.
Lewis, did you remember to
it is a horrible,
have your pit stop bar
it exists in sim
for the car, Lewis?
That feeling always then hedges, and you need those bad days, because that feeling always then hedges against the great joy of winning. And what you discover
He's right, you know, man. I tell you what, when I did Praga, and after like the first couple of rounds where I just thought it wasn't possible, and at Snetterton we got DQ'd, then we went and won the race 2, and then went and won the next Donington race, and like put ourselves back in the fight. It felt so good. It felt so good because like we went from like instead of being like medium to high, we were like low to high. And it was,
Can I get a really loud Hoya common Jimmer?
Let's talk
I don't know what that is.
Our different sim locations now as we're lining everybody up to get back up on site and back onto
and give you like a loud.
Oh
yeah, Mr. Krabs.
Is kinda mad at me for watching this and not being with her, but this is so much more fun.
Well, tell your girlfriend that she was a sim racer, you could be watching her right now.
The Middle East, Asia, and
But she isn't. It's selfish, really.
Of the continents, only Africa and Antarctica do not have representation for the Le Mans 24 Hours Virtual. And I wonder, again, you know, Africa is very straightforward. There are an awful lot, probably, of really good sim racers based in Africa and teams who could be based in Africa. Antarctica might be a tougher one to crack. However...
It's hard to grip a wheel with flippers, isn't it?
However, I read a story just before Christmas about one of the astronauts that was up in the International Space Station. His twin brother, who was also an astronaut, who also went into space to the International Space Station, sent him up on one of the supply missions a gorilla suit. This is absolutely God's honest truth. Which he then kept secret. And one day, when he was feeling particularly in a let's prank Alex Brundle mood, put the gorilla suit on and swam around in the International Space Station. There is always the opportunity to get a sim rig down to a research station on the Ross Ice Shelf in Antarctica and get somebody online from there.
Or onto the International Space Station.
Okay, that a little harder. I think their internet connection might be...
How much, like, what is the, like, money to kilogram ratio for sending something into space?
In Antarctica, so again, possibly...
How much does Simrig weigh, like, with a chunky PC, like, 50 kilos maybe? 40 kilos?
Getting Antarctica. So, all right, so everybody is lining up. We are still working hard to get the game servers, or the sim servers, back up. And as we do so, let's take another quick pause. And again, thank you to everybody, fans, drivers,
100K per
teams,
kilo.
engineers, and everybody
So is it worth
who's
it?
taking part this weekend, and especially to all of the sponsors who are supporting us.
The 20k a kilogram. Really? 3,000? That's gone down a lot. How much to send something?
During the 24 hours of Le Mans, Total Energies provides the biofuel that leads to victory.
To space.
During the Le Mans Virtual Series, well, virtual cars don't need real fuel, but drivers do. So for the Le Mans Virtual Series Grand Finale, Total Energies
$10,000 a pound in 2008.
made from grapes. The
What's
same
up?
ingredient we use to produce our 100% certified sustainable fuel for the FIA World Endurance Championship. Designed to feed and fuel drivers and help them become the greatest champions. Don't you agree?
5,000 it says here for the Saturn V.
Virtual race, real power.
So what's 60 times 5? That's easy.
Stop bars. Okay.
Oh, he's
as
back
Hayden
again.
said, it does work better as a gag, a pun gag. Pit stop, the French for pit stop, obviously, but P-eat stop.
Damn it.
Great.
Haven doesn't miss.
I was surprised at how good they are.
Haven does
And
not
this
miss.
This is a marketing gag. This is somebody coming up with a great marketing idea, and not just creating like a rapper hackshot kind of cartoon idea. They have commissioned somebody to make genuine fruit bars, and they're genuinely really nice. I'm stealing as many of those as I can to go to the WEC crew for Le Mans this year, because
those three won't make it.
The stream is so European. Because it is European.
Make it to the restart because we can't eat while we're live on camera, because that's just.
Haley did.
Makes a horrible noise.
Haley did.
She had a quick nibble, but that's great. So again, still back to and thanks so much to Total Energy. I mean, when you are using the same basic ingredients that are going into biofuel, you think, okay, really, I probably don't want to be eating that, but it's grapes and nuts and bits and pieces, and very nice.
Of course, 100% ethanol. In my race car this year at Le Mans, which was incredible. I went out of the back of the garage and I
had a big old sniff.
I sat there munching away at my energy bar and coffee, and I thought the smell out here is a little bit different. Of course, it smells totally different from unleaded fuel. And 100% biofuel for the 24 hours of Le Mans this year. Certainly in my class in LMP2, which was a fantastic feat, I thought, and no issues. Certainly no issues with our car, no issues that I know of throughout the race. It's one of several prongs, isn't it, we have to attack this environmental issue, and it's a great one. In terms of biofuel to use into the future, to try to secure the future of transport, and also to try to secure the future of motor racing.
Exactly. I mean, we're in a transition between where we are now.
Oh, he's got one. We've got Discount Bonotto. We've got Jeremy Vine. We've got Joe Rogan.
Electric transmissions powered by biofuels.
We've got Elon Musk.
Biofuels. Some or all of them.
And the Brundle.
We end up with some kind of quasi-hybrid in between. Nobody quite knows yet where the end of the road is. I mean, a century ago when Le Mans started, motoring was still in its infancy. The first cars came around 1900, 1901, and 20
Why not racing?
Later, they were
I don't know, G-Man.
So
it's almost like there's text right at the top of the centre of the screen there.
Sat down just before Christmas in 1922 and went, we need to do something about this. And the reason
new
was
blunt
Le Mans
eye
was actually
pick.
quite interesting, because
it
was quite a centre for motoring in the early days. Before it, Le Mans had been a big iron foundry city. The bells for Notre Dame were cast in Le Mans, for instance, and all sorts of big iron foundry works were there as well. And so that made it quite a natural fit with automobiles in the early days.
They put Coanda back on the same lap. They've realised the mistake. That's good.
Manufacturers were based in Le Mans, and therefore they had a well-to-do clientele, because you had to be well-to-do in those days to own a car, and they formed a motoring enthusiast club, a car club, exactly as would still exist in a lot of areas across Europe and across the rest of the world. And they decided that for the manufacturers, particularly the manufacturers in France, because of course they're the ones that they knew intimately, actually this thing that these jalopies were dangerous and
what do you reckon, chat? You have to tell me cursed image or blessed image or blurst. I'm going to go with cursed.
Of course, the current language at that time of transport. And the whole thing about the Grand Prix of Endurance, the Grand Prix d'Endurance, when they first started in 1923, was to prove that cars could last for 24 hours non-stop, which must have been an almost inconceivable concept. When you think now, you say, okay, we're going to race pure EVs for 24 hours. We know that they'll do that because mechanically cars are so reliable, and all you've got to worry about is charging it. But in those days,
so 16:35 left on the clock.
The cars was very much in its infancy, and they had all sorts of different rules and regulations to prove that cars could do what they're supposed to do. You had to drive the first hour with it. They always all had convertible canvas roofs, and so you had to drive the first hour with the roof up. And if it blew off, you had to come into the pits and fix it on again until you could continue. I mean, really basic stuff. It proved that pneumatic tyres would be safe. It proved that lighting would be safe and could get better. And, lights on cars have been improved, braking on cars, tyres immeasurably, and motorsport has really pushed that on. a lot over the last century. Metallurgy and all the other stuff has been helped by the rate of development of motorsport and also of the armaments industries and the two inconveniences during the 20th century. But all of that, you know, Le Mans has played its own part. And here again, you can see the leading car, the H24 project. And this is part of a decision made 4 or 5 years ago by the ACO to try and prove that a hydrogen-fueled car could be a viable alternative. Now, it's not saying this is the future and we have decided this is the only kind of car that will race at Le Mans. But the ACO and Green GT, who are the engineering team responsible for developing the car, have worked together over the last 3 years to get a running prototype together, to get the power working, to get the fuel cells working, to convert it from a concept into a car that can be raced. And it was raced throughout 2022, and it is the leading car here this weekend again. And it may not be the answer, and nobody's saying it absolutely is the answer, but it's certainly a question being thrown up, and you know, a great opportunity because of Le Mans' ability and history in testing new technology for racing cars that then becomes technology for road cars. H24 is just another one of those technologies that's being developed.
Interesting what we're doing here, though. In many ways, we have a pure sporting event here that represents that move forward in technology. So we're taking that and in a way replicating it in such a way that a group of sports people have an absolutely level playing field to then go and deliver, because always the offset of that technological advancement.
Oh yeah, serve it up now.
It is a
You're right.
fantastic technological advancement, the H24 program. The only thing preventing them having a series for those cars is there aren't that many of them yet. And 20 competitors buying them and going and racing them. And isn't it great to be in the position where we can do that alongside all of the other potential alternatives for renewable energy series moving forwards. But we're providing here a platform where sport is demonstrating technology.
Yeah, and absolutely. And you know, obviously the automobile
server undown
is seen as one of the great polluters, whether it realistically is or
I don't know, man. I do think that like I do have some part in this happening still, because of it. Like, I think like when I moved something on screen, it flashed to my desktop, and it flashed like a Discord thing I was in. And I think that's the thing that like is. Yeah, so we'll see if that's the case, but it feels like it might be. So man's got to take responsibility if that is the case. But also Mexico did leak it as well. Team Mexico, not the entirety of Mexico. Might have been the team speak. Yeah, I don't know.
Around the support of cars, trucks, buses, vehicles of all kinds of sizes, and removing them all and replacing them with bicycles and or horses is going to be pretty tough. So we need to keep having that conversation and pushing it along in the ACO. I'm really, really impressed that they have embraced this, and whether it proves to be a part answer or not, they're pushing something along.
I tell you why I worry. I worry because like this has like effects, you know, like people have been posting like pictures of like the share price of motorsport games going down more. I'm just like, oh my god, was that me? Like, people of course like have practiced this race for a long time. There's a lot of money at stake, so I want to like, yeah, I want to make sure if there is something that I have to be responsible for, I want to be it. If not, then great, but I take it seriously, you know.
Leads the field. Josh Rogers at the wheel. Jeffrey Rietveld for Team Redline, car number 1, the car that led early on. Bonahuis for AMG Team Petronas, the 63 car, and then Fordzilla, 4th place. Again, can't stay often enough early in the race. What a great, now first third of the race, the Fordzilla car.
No, but I saw some of the screenshots, and I think some of the devs were blaming me, so we'll see.
17.5 hours to go as we get ready to, are we going to go green this time around? Not hearing Eduardo Freitas, he is in the room just behind us. And here we go, sounds like we go green here. We do go green flag racing. It is 4:29.
Or it might have been a motorsport game person.
16 hours and 29 minutes of the race remaining.
But anyway,
21:30
we're back.
Central
We're back
European
now.
Time as we get back underway. LMPs and GTs, and of course, when we came off the last red flag,
I blame the Rufussi.
It is the Rufussi's fault.
and we did have a lot of high-speed.
I'm always talking
racing
shit though, man.
incidents. Let's hope there are slightly fewer of those this time round.
Unlike the beginning of the race, Coanda able to keep the lead as they head out onto the Mulsanne straight. We'll update you on the drivers in these cars as they cycle through, but the Coanda, number 20, the pole-sitting car, leads the way then down towards the first chicane, but will Redline have something to say about it on this restart?
Well, it is Josh Rogers, the man who set that astonishing lap in qualifying to go 8 tenths clear of anybody else and then claim pole by 2 tenths over the sister car. He leads from Jeffrey Rietveld.
Yeah, something that can be done now. Oh, it's done, it's done.
White car there. That is easy to pick out the Pescarolo car. That is then about the
Are we going to see another massive crash?
You can just see ahead of that little group disappearing away is Michi Hoyer, who is in the green 444 car, the Next View Van Wall car. That's 22nd. So it's Luc Duval for GR, and then Veyron in the Peugeot, and
Jimmo, don't you worry. Just remember everything is wee wee woo woo.
I will remember that, man. We are on the lead app, yeah.
Capilliere, a real-life graph racer and a sim graph racer as well.
Tricky conditions with the sun beginning to head down behind the trees, and also a little cooler, making it more and more difficult to get temperature and pressure into brakes and tyres. Brakes and tyres that are set up for the long haul, that are set up for those long distances they need. And as they head and pour down into Mulsanne corner, we've got some moves. That's the 53, which is the AMG Mercedes.
Yeah, Nikodem Wisniewski in the 53 car, and that is currently lying in 15th place after the restart. Redline in the pits now. This is a reflection of... No, they're not actually shown. All those cars that are shown in the pits are not showing us in the pits on my timing screen. I don't think they are, so we'll ignore that. There is the Pescarolo car, pink and white. Well, I mean, what a great, outstanding...
Yo, nice move.
No punterito, Jimmer.
Going Tesco, does anyone want anything?
Chat, someone want anything from Tesco?
A move
Chris is hooking us up.
Down the outside. They're trying to get up and running without any kind of incident here. Still 16 hours of this one to go. It's just this kind of time of the race we can pick up a silly bit of contact, we can pick up a little bit of damage that you then carry for hours and hours and hours. A second here can be 30
It's just TeamSpeak details, okay. Now, of course, I feel better for hearing that.
Home, in Europe particularly, it's 9:30.
Ultimately, it's the responsibility
but I do also have to be like
to ensure connection info is
I
provided
know,
securely
but
and
like
not easily leaked. Other sims do this right. You'll be okay.
Yeah, but it's my responsibility as a streamer, you know.
9:30 in June in France. It is still
Thank you, Callum, mate.
So that's why we've still got daylight.
I'd really like an ice cold conch right now.
If you're in Australia,
conch, though.
it's already tomorrow. How is Sunday, by the way? And if you're in North America, it's still lunchtime. South America, still lunchtime. So we've got all sorts of drivers racing across the world. Some of them probably in the depths of the night already getting ready to take over and do another stint. I mean, the guys in Shanghai are, what, 10 hours ahead of CET, so it's already not 9 in the evening, it's 7 in the morning for them at Shanghai International Circuit. So the InSpeed team have already raced through their own night, and we haven't gone into the, quote, Le Mans night yet. I mean,
I am driving a bit later on, in a couple of hours.
They're only doing what fans...
I might actually... I'm going to split my stream in a bit. When we get to the 8-hour mark, I'll split my stream.
When it's morning or lunchtime, you know, the start of Le Mans will be in the wee small hours for those in Asia and Australasia. So, yeah, it's a great reflection of what our real life audience will be like.
Maybe I'll wait a bit longer.
My experience of 9 editions is all night, mate. Whichever way you cut it. It's De Jong out there in the Porsche Coanda. They came across the line and have just updated.
Well, I am also a commentator, you know, on Google, so I'll take that.
At the front, Bono Huis there in the silver and pink Mercedes taking a watching brief. Went to visit them a little
But I
bit.
tell you, it's been pretty fucking
weekend,
decent at the top of LMP2, hasn't it?
Front Porsche Coanda, despite having that pole-sitting car, absolutely fabulous lap set by Rogers, especially in the early qualifying session. But is the race pace as good as we pop back towards the GT battle, Martin?
And look at that! Yeah, there's the Fire Aston Martin right in the thick of things.
Where are we? Just off the back again. We just fall off the back a bit.
Just ahead of the Simsa Esports
We don't seem to have the pace right at the start of the stint.
So the Fire car's just gone ahead of Simsa for 12th place. You can see D station there.
Yo!
Black and green livery
Well, that was a good
Aston
one.
Martin. That car's in 10th place. And just ahead of this battle, there's the Project One by Door car. That was an early disconnect in the race. So they were in 8th place at the beginning of this lap. The camera being shaken there, almost like a sea of Corvettes was coming by. You can see out front still are the two Proton Coanda Porsches. Now, early in the race, they were 3rd and 4th, running nose to tail, towing each other along, saving fuel. When R8G, R8G, the 888 Ferrari, was the race leader just ahead of the Fire Aston Martin. Then the Fire car took the lead, and then those two, plus the Proton Project One rather, Porsche, they were all disconnects and dropped back down the field. Now, they are back in the fray, but the Proton Porsches, again, were working their way clear. They've been brought back, looking back towards the 26 car.
Really dishing out the toe in the GTs, but that Sim Ferrari really struggling at this stage in the race. I noticed the Proton, the Porsche, I should say the Project One Porsche, absolutely blasted by on the way.
Yeah, I say that the cameras in this are pretty fucking awesome.
Over and done with.
I just wish the quality was a bit better.
And I wonder what's
that's just YouTube
that
streaming.
Ferrari, whether he's caught a wall somewhere and will have a little bit of damage to repair in the next pit stop.
Wait, is there a Twitch stream of
or
this?
Just it is a little bit of a driver discrepancy between the two cars.
It may just be the way that the Ferraris bring their tyres in. They may just not, and of course we've had a big stop, so they may have done something with tyre pressure as we head into slightly lower temperatures. They may have just brought the
same bit rate,
a
okay,
little bit so that it doesn't have that immediate bite, doesn't come right up onto the cam early in the session, but it might have a little bit more later on in the stint. So yeah, the Sim Maranello car started the lap just outside the top half dozen and is now the 26 car down, well, at the bottom of the top 10. So they have not
Host
had
the race
a good
on
restart.
Pyongyang
Lloyd
Racer.
Hartog, and he is the leader in the 77 car. 88 is Bryn Collins, one of the two Collins brothers. Charlie Collins is in the 77 lineup. And those are the top two. Alan Turchich, third for BS Competition, their BMW, and the Oracle Red Bull Porsche, the second car in the overall standings,
how's it going?
is in 4th place, ahead of Timotej Andonovski in the 888 Ferrari that led early on. And
pretty
then
much, we just
Enzo
restarted
Benito for
like
BMW
2 laps
Team
ago.
Redline, 6th place in the 71 car, the points leader. As we go back to the front of the field, watch them slaloming across the track. In again, you know, you look at this and it's exactly like the cyclists race in the Tour de France. They follow the leader, they follow the slipstream from one side of the crown of the road to the other, and that number 20 Coanda Porsche still out front from Team Redline and AMG Team Petronas Bonahuis
and low traction.
And then Georgi Dimitrov for Team Fordzilla clinging on, so it's breaking down again into that little pair out front, then the pair for third, and then just a step back, Colin Sport in the lead Alpine esports car. That's the 36 car. By the way, we talked a little bit earlier, Alex, in the broadcast about why 36 was such a talisman number for Philippe Senior.
So maybe they collect
it. Maybe that's the number of the department in France where the team is based. So I've had a Google, and they're based in the north of the Val de Loire, but it's department number 18.
I'll keep an eye on
I
them.
still haven't answered the question. So somebody maybe on Twitter, tweet me at Martin Haven if you know why Philippe Senior, Signature as it was and Senior Tech as the team is now, has always favoured the number 36. It could just be that was the number on the car in their first big successful season or their first big win or whatever. And signature goes a long way back into 1990s F3. So there's probably a long bit of history behind.
I love like Le Mans. I love watching like Le Mans. IRL Le Mans.
Way before their collaboration.
Next stint isn't for a while now. I need to actually. I'm going to.
For me,
again, every time I go anywhere near
meeting the team,
anything, I'm going to do this.
From nowhere into this battle.
I'm going to double check the
and they've kind of arrived stage left as we have a view of a couple of cars.
Now, is that that's the Virtual Cup team, isn't it? That's Andy Prio parked. So has the Guernseyman had a disconnect?
Yeah, we have got Prio in the pits.
And Vincent Capillaire in the Graf car as well.
Marked has stopped, and I'm pretty sure.
If you're able to stick with them while fuel saving, then do that.
We talked about Capillaire. We saw him going down the Mulsanne on the opening lap or the second lap of.
I don't think it's valuable
so
for
maybe
you to
they've
try
had
to
a
pass
problem.
him.
And there is another car that is shown. It's actually not
How
shown as
far
stopped. It's Mexico Racing Team. In fact, they have just gone by Graf.
Entire
So
thing is
Graf
the
have
train.
lost a lap. Only 2 cars, by the way, are hors de combat. So the marker of doom has swooped early over LOR JMX Phantom. That car did not start. The Indonesian and Thai lineup did not even get connected at the start.
Where the hell is stints gone?
So that was the first to fall by the wayside. And a big crash at Indianapolis took the P1 esports car out of GTE as well. That car lost a rear wheel, and that is about the only damage that you can do to these cars without buzzing the engine into a gazillion pieces that is not repairable, because you can't get it back to the pits with only 1 wheel.
Le Mans LMP2 yo-yo going on between these front drivers. So I remember the pain of it. This lovely section which delivers you a tow if you're the driver behind, and then you get into the Porsche curves, you get a little bit of that aero wash and have to fall away, spend the middle sector catching back up, send the final
I'm not in now until
falling away. But it looks like
past
this
midnight,
time,
it seems.
potentially down to Mulsanne corner, the Fordzilla car will be able to have a look on the inside. How difficult are AMG going to make it? Not too difficult. Fordzilla up to the 3rd position.
Well, that's great driving by Georgi Dimitrov, because he had the fast approaching car behind him of Colin Spork, the Alpine esports.
Yeah, no, sorry, I was just changing things.
Third, 4th, 5th battle there.
I'm now very aware of like the display capture.
And Colin Spork was hovering there. Now, this is a replay of Andy Prio's moment with the yellow nose. That is a disconnect.
But because gaining confidence.
So he basically, in his sim, has suddenly lost any motion in the picture, and he's trying to now hang on to it as he waits for the picture to start moving again.
Yeah, can't park there, sir.
So that does look like a technical issue. Now, actually, in the inaugural Le Mans 24-hour virtual, Andy and Sir Prio were racing together then as well, and they actually had a number of connection issues. Guernsey, one of the Channel Islands, should have no real issues with connection, but they just didn't have quite enough bandwidth, perhaps, to handle the game as well as required. And so that car has stopped. It is still in 25th place, ahead of the Mexico Racing Team entry in LMP. So they haven't lost too many places yet, but the longer they are stationary and the harder it then becomes to disconnect, to reconnect.
Back then into this GT battle.
Are we catching that 26 or not?
Red Bull Porsche making its way.
By the way, exclamation mark timing. We do have timing here.
Dennis Jordan at the wheel of the Oracle Red Bull car.
Would you like to see them use different sim in the future?
I don't know really, man. Part of me still has a soft spot for RF2 from the old days, but
white zebra stripes just a little step ahead. And then Timotej Andonovski for R8G, right in the mix there in that Ferrari as well.
In the background somewhere, can't see.
I mean, look at
that. That is the 88 car, isn't it? That is, yeah, that is Bryn Collins in the second of the Proton Coanda Porsches. So why has that dropped back from the 77
This isn't the game window though. This is like I'm watching a. Or maybe I need to do it as a browser.
The 77 is not where it was, and the BS. BMW is up into second, and the 88 Proton Commander has gone down to third. At least I'm assuming
Enjoying the
it's
stream,
88.
Jimmy. Any thoughts on butt kickers / base shakers? Do they add anything to a sim in your opinion?
Hey Kevin, I don't know mate, I've never really used them that much if I'm being honest.
Closing down a Porsche, and actually when the Porsches have been
I mean, it might be a little bit of immersion.
they have not had the pace to escape. If they get a break, they can just about maintain it. But the Porsches,
I think RF2 has better tyre physics than Assetto Corsa.
From the Aston Martin, and clearly they can't run away from the BMWs either.
So we're getting confirmation, car 24 and 39, that is Andy Prio, unfortunately, and the Graf Racing car we have Vincent Capilliere marked just behind the wheel, although the car is stopped at this point out of the race due to technical faults, as you say, Martin.
Yeah, not necessarily out because they can rejoin. They haven't been booted out by the game because their latency was too high.
Oh mate, I'm already getting like tired. I'm an old man here.
But yeah, until they can get reconnected, then you can't restart your
How's it going?
laps, so you're just losing laps. And again, it's exactly the same issue.
We're still in the
as
race.
if you
I
came
think we're
into
P11.
a puncture or mechanical problem, turbocharger issue or a brake issue or a fuel leak or anything else. The more you are stationary, the further back you fall.
To make clear what the problem is with having a high latency, it basically means that the car is not directly reacting to your control. It appears, it disappears, it moves around in unpredictable ways. Why that's an issue is that it's not fair on your competitors. Trying to race against you, you may well have contact with people.
Yeah, I need some ethanol, don't I? I need one of those Total energy bars, but
the car in that sense.
this is what happens. I didn't get it. Now look at me.
Going around the racetrack, half under control of those in their
Well,
simulator.
the LMP2 and GTEs are in
to rectify it.
RF2.
They can't rectify it. Unfortunately, they're unable to take
the circuit. I think you have to buy as well. You buy them all, you can just do it with AI.
An issue with the servers, then Race Control have the ability to try and give you some of the missing laps back. But if it is just an individual driver's rig or setup, or maybe one particular team car, then that's not going to happen. So these two cars, the Graf car and the Le Mans Cup virtual car, are struggling to stay in the frame. Struggling to stay in the lead right now is Mitchell de Jong in the 20 Porsche Commander car. We ride on board the splitter of Jeffrey Rietveld in the #1 Team Redline car. This is the car that led the opening stint of the race in the hands of Max Verstappen. And again, we talked about
sliding through there, man.
The last time a rainy, I'll ask Alex.
Sending it across the pond for Spa this year. Any advice for my first F1 Grand Prix? Thanks for everything you do, Jimmer.
I don't know, man. I've only ever been to two of them, and they're both in at Silverstone.
That's Fernando Alonso.
Raining.
But a raining one, I'm miles away, and I'm afraid.
Yeah.
Like Target?
No, completely lost.
I guessed it might have been somewhere in the 70s. It was John Surtees in 1965.
In a Ferrari.
Racing Ferrari.
Last lap,
so
Alan,
Il Grande
50.0.
and the almost perennially
Bonito 51 mid.
Scarfiotti was his teammate, and they retired.
I'll split the stream when we get to 8 hours remaining.
Which in 1965 was probably in the last 3 hours of the race. So, yeah, a long way to go for no reward. But that was the last time a reigning Formula One world champion was on the real Le Mans grid. Now, we're not, as far as I'm aware, going to get Max Verstappen at the Centenary Le Mans in June. I would think within a decade he will absolutely be racing at Le Mans. I just think he's got such a passion for what he does.
What do you reckon? You reckon we'll see Max at Le Mans in the future?
A big name in the next 10 years. I think it's...
He's a big name now, man.
Unless there's something happens in the meanwhile where there is nothing for him to race, I think he will go to Le Mans. But to have him and the reigning FIA Formula 2 champion and the reigning FIA Formula 3 champion all on the grid...
But Seb as well.
put money that probably has never happened before.
It's his stated intention is to go to Le Mans in eventual terms. I think Red Bull Racing F1 team Christian Horner might have something to say about him marking out his full June to be in the middle of France at this stage. But he's mentioned his desire to come endurance racing in eventual times, and I'm sure the world of endurance racing would welcome him with open arms. Bennett jumps up the order in the red line number 2.
It's Luke Bennett, isn't it?
And has made the move past the R8G Esports car.
Yeah, so that red line car is moving up as well. You can see Mitchell de Jong there with the spectacles on in the top shot. Jeffrey Rietveld underneath for Team Redline. And again, the eyes don't tell you anything. The eyes are just looking calmly through the
I would
turns.
love to see all these drivers
Busy hands.
have a go at
Soft
endurance
hands as
stuff.
well, because you can't be wrestling the car. You've got to nurse it. You've got to guide it. I mean, these are physical cars. They're not the highest G-force corners, but they are quick corners. There's a lot of fast turns, but you've got to nurse the car. Make the car do the work. Don't fight it.
Got to bring the tyre with you as well, and make sure.
How come they don't sweat like me? I think I have some sort of illness, basically. I did hear about Jenny Gale. It's really sad. She had a stroke, like a pretty serious one.
Balancing the distance.
Apparently she has trouble talking and moving at the
the
moment.
Of scrub, the tyre moving across the racetrack, and it's slowing the car down. And another battle then in the GT ranks. This is the 77.
Come on, BS car.
I believe he's just been passed by the BMW there.
Oh, what happened? Oh.
Yep. Change for the lead.
Change for the lead.
Yeah.
Indeed.
So again, we've seen the pace from the BMWs over the course
Where's
of the season.
the 88?
Predominantly from the Redline 71 car. And BS
Wait, are the BS
over
leading?
2 years of Le Mans
Oh
Series
shit!
virtual
Go on,
racing
lads.
have not been the most fortunate. Change for the lead there and a change back. See at the last sector, Jeffrey Reed.
We're P11 in class.
In front of Mitchell de Jong. Mitchell taking a brave side-by-side line into the chicane, but Rietveld is attacking again, and here comes Georgi Dimitrov for Team Fordzilla. And it's Dimitrov that's made the difference to this, because he has allowed Rietveld to tow up behind the Porsche, and Fordzilla right there, waiting to pick off second place. Does he get his nose in? He doesn't. Rietveld takes the lead.
This is getting spicy, boys.
Now side by side for fourth as well, because Bonahus is there with the MGT Petronas car. So we got two-way battles effectively
P12,
for
okay.
the lead. One tiny miscalculation from any of these cars could actually cause a lot of carnage. And again, Jeffrey Rietveld tucks inside into Mulsanne corner now.
That is the battle for the lead. There are 5 cars there.
And as
Mad.
we see more and more light from the cars on the track, so the drivers are going to start to feel visibility kind of creeping away. And Alex, again, you know, when you get to this time of night, the track is still quite raceable, the air is starting to cool down, the car doesn't feel too bad, but there is going to be more and more limit on what you can see.
Yeah, it's worth saying as well that as we see these battles rage, they are all for position. After we've had a red flag earlier on in the race, we are all on the same lap here. Normally at this stage in the race, you'd be worrying about who's behind you, whether they are on your lap or not. Not a problem in virtual Le Mans, because they're all nose to tail for position. Rietveld has claimed the lead of the race for
probably this
We've
or
seen great battles there for LMP
Jack.
and GT class honours, and Rietveld, look, has a lot of pace. He's trying to get away from the Coanda car at the front of the field, but will they be able to use the tow and get back past him? They've got to be aggressive here. A little bit of side-by-side contact, wasn't there, down in the middle of chicane 2 between the two teams. But they cannot risk
with the number 10
kind of damage here.
Exclamation mark team if you want some info about our team, who's driving, etc.
Yeah, any kind
I don't know, William. I don't know who's in it yet.
Absolute rule 1 of Le Mans, which is stay out of the pits. Stay out.
Oh, I thought I saw someone get fired then, but it was just that little replay thing up in the top right.
Of race 1. Don't hit stuff, because you have to stay out of the pits. And look at Rietveld go. He was being held up by the Porsche, and look, side by side, here is the second Porsche, and is that the Yassi? Yeah, it is, up the inside, I think. So Porsche Commander and or is that the
Thank you, medium-sized cow.
You're right. So
Cheers, dude.
Jack Keithley and Matt Backham in the Porsche, dicing for a place in the top 10. So the Williams Esports car has it. No, it's not. That is That's Isaac Gillison in the Heat Veloce car. No, so that is the Heat car. And then you've got the Porsche there as well. More Porsche action. This is Project One on Red Bull. So this is fourth. Scrolls down the screen, third. No further back than that.
The fifth.
Fifth and sixth.
Fifth and sixth.
Project One trying to make a move on the Red Bull car.
Have made a move and they are right up behind the Aston Martin as
So I think
well.
that Fire car is a lap behind us.
No punterino, Jimmer.
There's the Aston Martin in the
Jimmy,
mix.
what do you think of the hypercar grid for this year? Do you reckon it'll live up to the hype?
I really hope so. I mean, I would like another golden age. It's been a little while, hasn't it?
Third. And the 888 car.
Love to get the view into this level of sim racing. My 6-year-old has gotten into it and is thankfully better than I am at it. So now we're going a lot harder than we should and Mom is not impressed. Cheers, Jim.
No worries, man. Yeah, it's always crazy like being in this at this level. I don't see myself at this level of sim racer, so it's always nice to sort of have a go at it once a year, you know.
With this still group having a bust up, we know it's definitely good for Khan. 6/10 good at the front of the field in that BS competition, BMW. But they continue to battle on. Oh, still very close. Red Bull,
who was
number 99.
Very slowly there, was it? No, who was that running?
No, it was the 99
slowly?
that we were following. I didn't see who he was
Khan
moving
is
past.
fucking smashing at the front. Go on, lads.
Flashing as we continue then back to the prototype field.
We've fallen back loads. What's happened there?
Rages on between the number 5, which is Keithley in the Williams Esports car. And that is the Veloce entry. Saw them battling a few moments ago. Keithley back ahead. And they head then down towards Arnage. That's Keithley then up into the top 10, ninth position.
He's up into 9th.
Gillison sitting just on the edge of the top 10. And how long till he'll be receiving the attentions of Mac Backham behind?
Well, how long till they'll be in the pits? Because actually Roman Berkler has just pitted for Pescarello Esports. So that is likely, I think, to be a fuel stop. That's their 12th stop compared to 8 of the likes of Heat and 7 only for Fordzilla. So Team Fordzilla are doing all sorts of stuff right. Georgi Dimitrov is in 3rd place and they have been in the pits fewer times than any other car in the race. That's a great combination. If you can go fast and be in the top 3 and do fewer pit stops, that is the holy grail. That is where it's all about. We just saw them steaming by.
Yeah, I'm a bit sorry. It's kind of when you sit here for hours. I mean, I've been sitting here now for 8 and a bit hours. You do start to feel a little bit like. Oh. We're going to split the stream in a second. You haven't got to do anything apart from stay there, by the way. But the stream will split and it'll get automatically redirected to the second part. I need to set that up now. So I'm going to do that now, which means soz. And I will be driving again today. It won't be until a bit later on though, to about just past midnight. 966 in the pits.
I know it is 3rd place, that's the battle. So in the pit lane, 966.
Fordzilla.
That is Fordzilla in for their now 8th stop of the race. That brings
right, give me a second, lads.
Porsche Coanda. And the 2 Porsche Coanda cars have done 8 stops each. So has R8G Yuri.
Oh wait, I've got. Oh god damn it! 2 seconds.
But most of the others have done 9. So again, this intriguing battle of who can go far and fast on fuel continues. Looking back at the 2nd of the Team Redline cars there, I think we were.
Bennett making tremendous progress in that car, moving them past Bono Huis, who's struggling a little bit for pace. I'd say he's the man who's been struggling for pace the most in this leading group, but fancies a go back at him. Blocks the inside, does Bennett down towards the 2nd chicane. Huis around the outside. We have seen moves done there, because you can have this big bit of lay-by on the way in. Thinks better of it, does Huis. Wants the exit and will take it. A little bit of traffic then into the mix, and he'll have another go. He's got 2 more braking zones this this lap alone to have a go at Bennett in that red line car. But will he have the straight line speed? Look at that as they head then down towards Mulsanne corner. And surely, as you say, Martin, closing in on the pit stop window, but heading first down the pit lane is always ideal in terms of having a nice clean braking point into your pit stop, having a nice clean exit point from your pit box. And first man through the GT traffic doesn't hurt either as Bennett gets squeezed to the curb by the Porsche on his way through Indy.
And look at the move here from Alex Smolyar for third place. That red, white and blue Ferrari goes by the Porsche. He's ahead of Alex Tauscher, so it's now Ibrahim Khan who leads for BS competition. The BMW is just 8/10 ahead of Loic Hartog in the 77 Proton competition Porsche. Alex Smolyar up to third, and Alex Tauscher about to fall into the clutches of Project One, Oracle Red Bull, BMW,
Sorry, all my thumbnails and stuff are on the other PC, because I'm clever.
And all other comers.
All other comers!
There as well. This GT battle. Look, I mean, just look at them. It's insane numbers of cars, all trying to occupy the same same bit of real estate. And as the light fades, this is where judging the gaps and the distances becomes a thing of instinct as much of visibility. And there goes the AMG Petronas car, Bono Huis, just chasing Luke Bennett, but Bono getting held up by the Coanda car.
Right, chap, stay there.
Yuri Toman for R8G, and they're all steaming into the pits as well.
Straight into the pit lane.
Oh, and Yuri Toman runs out very wide, loses a place going into the pit lane. In the pit entry road, he lost.
We're going straight over.
And that's to the Brabham
so
team
back in the
car.
tick.
So that was Jan van der Heide. Talk about opportunistic racing.
Expecting more